Hello? Is it working? There's a lot of things I need to test if they're working. Yo, what's up, Raheem? In it? Uh. Um. Shit, they're like already starting. Hold on.
Back-to-back panels. Okay.
What about now, Corey?
Yeah, that sounds.
I gotta fix my
much better
chat,
than
guys.
before.
Don't
Much
start
better,
yet.
but not normal.
It still seems like you're a little bit like in like a chamber or like a cave, sort of. But
Oh shit, I
like
need to mute myself.
you totally.
Okay, the
everything
kick
is
chat
clear,
works,
I can hear you,
but the
overall
YouTube
just fine.
chat
I don't know what
isn't
happened.
for some
I
reason.
don't know what happened. But my something happened. My audio. Hey, Wick, thanks for the kind rate. Hope you're having a good day. I hope I had a great stream as well. Yeah, I don't know. Something's up with my
Is this a
audio.
test by any
It
chance?
just
It's not
happened
supposed to
Monday
be.
suddenly
I
when
tested
made
it already.
zero changes. I'm trying to get
It's
it
supposed
back.
to be working already.
But okay.
Tech works, unfortunately.
Yeah. Maybe I need someone to help me like offline to just go over this and try to get this back. Anyway, thanks. I appreciate you. And Corey, help us spend the time while I get everything set up.
Shit.
Well, I guess the best thing I could. Does
supposed to
anybody
work.
watch Secret Invasion?
I
That's probably not.
a few episodes behind. I'm on like I think episode 3. But I would like to. I mean, I'm gonna continue on with it.
I honestly have no clue
Fine,
why it's
though,
not working.
I'm pretty much on the. I think the
Yeah,
exact
just keep
same. I've
spamming
got, like,
test.
3 or 4.
This
I
is
think
what
it's
I
only a
need chat for.
6-episode series. I only watched like 3, and like I don't feel all that incentivized. Or,
But it'll work
I don't know.
now.
It seems like I'm a Marvel stan as much as
Not working.
probably just about anybody that can be, but the quality is really lacking for me.
Yeah. What do you find about the quality that's lacking?
I don't know what. Yeah, it could just be that I have just like too high expectations of like how do you top whatever phase 3 or phase 4 or like whatever the end game. It could just be like since they set the bar so high, that like nothing can measure up to that. But like I just don't feel like engaged with the stories, or like even just on like some small things, with this Secret Invasion of like, yeah, yeah. I think
I'm
they were
back.
trying to like
Honestly, I have
get
no
Nick
clue
Fury,
why this
I don't
isn't
know, back in
working.
action.
I tested it
Just
before.
seems like kind of slow and
It was
bad
working.
Samuel L.
Now it
Jackson.
isn't.
Yeah, but that's like a story. Like a person who's out of their prime trying to get back into it. Like,
But I
What
don't
was the
think he
story
gets
about
back into his prime though.
I mean,
Prime.
he can't because he's old.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Yeah,
that's the
but
thing.
he's-
Like, unless they're
That's
gonna
a
do
good
like, the
one.
Logan route, where
It's
I don't
just
know.
funny
I haven't watched, like,
because
the
you're
end, but I
trying to
don't
make
think
me
they're
say
killing off Nick
testicle.
Fury of like a blaze of glory. I think it's really like trying to like yeah, like he's still got it type of thing. But I think it's like the best example that I can use, which is probably not a good example, but so if anybody remembers like The Irishman, with Robert De Niro, that like very long movie that I think was released on Netflix, and like they use de-aging technology, and it's like there's a scene where it's like Robert De Niro is like de-aged, but like he's chronologically 80.
I might have to
and he's
be
like whatever
streaming.
kicking someone on a curb, but it clearly
It looks so
he,
goofy.
he can't basically do it. Yeah, exactly.
He's old as fuck.
Yo, is this a
So
class
the,
Zoom
the
call?
technology,
This is a panel.
Obviously, can only
I don't think they've started
overcome
debating
so
yet,
much.
luckily.
And I think like Sam Jackson looks great, and I'll again haven't finished the series, so maybe he does something great in the end. But so far, I'm not really like convinced.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Or I don't know. I'll be right back.
But either way,
Okay.
I'm hoping for something good Marvel content.
I have no
Yeah.
idea why.
I'm looking forward to. I just saw the Loki.
Why
season,
Marvel? I don't know.
2 trailer.
I just watched that like a couple hours ago. It again
Yeah.
looks good, but every Marvel
I
trailer
mean,
looks
that's the
good
point
to
of
me.
trailers, of course. Yeah, yeah. That's literally the point.
I have
so
zero
I'll
clue
reserve my opinion
why
on
this
Secret
isn't
Invasion
working.
until I actually finish. Like so far, I've been enjoying it. Other people seem to have a different opinion. A lot of the people seem to feel that way. So,
Did you find the twist convincing? Without,
Well, we're not done yet.
I'm not sharing it, but did you find
Okay.
it like convincing, or did you?
I don't know what the twist is.
That's all. I'm not identifying it. I'm stating, was it one where you felt like, oh yes, okay, you
I'm
have
saying
been
I don't
laying down
I
the-
don't know what the twist is. I
Yeah,
don't
you like
know
he's
what it
it's
is.
not on his radar.
Dude, the fact that you mentioned the
Oh,
word
no, sorry.
twist
Hold on.
is a
Hey,
spoiler.
pause. You gotta mute yourself on StreamYard, and I muted you for you, and you're talking on Discord. Okay, all right. So you're good. Go ahead. Talk again.
All right. Oh, I was gonna say like you mentioning that there's a twist is.
What the fuck? Why won't this shit work? It's supposed to work. I
No,
fixed
it's
it
fine. I just don't know
beforehand.
what
It was
is.
all
Like,
working
I don't know if
beautifully.
I've gotten
Oh,
to
then
the
it's still
twist
good.
yet.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He sees dead people. That's the twist.
Yeah. So I love to discuss it with you, B, later on, but I'm not sure if I know the twist yet.
That's okay. My mistake.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, like I said, I was a few episodes back. You may not have heard me say that before, but I'm like on episode 3 right now. But the thing I'm excited about is the.
What if I just
Ahsoka.
make a new browser?
Yeah, that I watched
yeah,
that
so
trailer too.
Yeah,
That
that
was-
looks really good. I love exploring the dark side of the Force, so that's gonna be fantastic for me. Oh, I love it so much. Yeah.
Did you watch all the other Star Wars, like whatever? I didn't watch Andor.
Yeah,
Or,
I watched Andor.
Would you consider playing FNAF? I don't think I'm gonna.
Like everyone was saying, was amazing. But like I'd see like the first 2 episodes, but then I didn't follow up. But then when I finally finished it, I was like, oh wow, this actually is really
Okay, my
amazing. It was really
Genius
good.
strategy did not
Okay.
work.
Andor.
I know that there were complaints of like it's a slow build.
Yeah, it's a slower build. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll check
Um,
that.
Yeah, we are waiting on one other person. I believe. Who was that last person?
I did remove FNAF 3 from my taskbar, Zach.
Oh, listen. Hopefully
I
we
didn't.
hear
I didn't want it.
Um,
Also, the chat broke. It was working. The
but-
kick chat
as
works.
soon as LSP is back, we'll get started. We won't wait.
YouTube
okay?
chat doesn't
Anything
work.
else?
I don't know why.
I got nothing. I'm still waiting to see Barbie and or Oppenheimer.
Yeah, I've heard. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I don't want to spoil anything again.
There's a
Oh,
twist
okay.
in Barbie.
There's a twist in Barbie.
She's a doll.
Yeah.
Steven Oppenheimer.
No, she actually has genitals, maybe. Yeah, LSP, hurry back.
Wait, have
But,
any of you seen Oppenheimer?
This shit don't work.
I have not.
No.
No.
I've heard that
Okay.
it's got a lot of criticism. I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna go to movie theaters for that. But I heard that it got a lot of criticism because it didn't bother like showing like the Japanese victims of the bombs. It just all about like a 3-hour movie, but that
like-
part it just didn't.
Like
put in.
fucking dust on the floor. Like what were they?
Wait, who cares? Yeah, who cares about that?
So I was stationed 45
Yeah,
minutes
fuck 'em.
south of Hiroshima for 3 years when I was in the Marines in a place called Iwakuni.
That's
I'm
what
like-
happened to you.
Dude, I like would hope that fucking a bunch of Japanese people would beat the shit out of you for saying that, but not a big deal.
Yeah, I hope so
okay.
too. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that So first off,
Hi,
I
Ness.
genuinely don't care about the Japanese being nuked. Right? I think it was a good
Ness,
idea at the
YouTube
time.
chat's broken.
Still
Can
seems
you
like a
fix
good
it?
idea long term. But like, what's
Ness,
interesting
actually,
about
can you
the story? Like,
unsubscribe and then
I get it,
subscribe
cool
again real
scientist
quick?
Guy makes a scary bomb and then like
Nah,
regrets it, I guess.
you
But, like
can-
everybody knows the story. Like
you
I don't
can
know what there is
unsubscribe
there
and
to even
subscribe,
explore, you know? How do you like spend years like building a bomb and then like when it works you like are afraid of it, or like what's the thing? Like I don't understand like what's interesting about that whole thing.
Well, I
He
can
didn't
make.
know he was making a bomb.
Well, I can maybe. Obviously, I can't know for sure, but I
Oh.
can maybe just give like some
Maybe the
perspective, maybe
stupid
some,
alerts are broken,
scientific
too.
perspective, or like what scientists very often endeavor of like very often like they just want to see if they can like accomplish something or like answer the question.
The alerts
like,
should
hey,
work. I don't know why they're
hypothetically,
not.
I've done all this work that this is all like feasible and hypothetical until you actually do it.
Bye,
like run the
Ness.
experiment. like there's always that question mark, where it's like that is very often a huge. I can't say it's a driving force for
But
that particular
Oppenheimer
person.
was pro bomb. Like he was pro bomb until I think afterwards, after the fact, if I'm remembering the story correctly, that after the fact, then he was like, yeah, this kind of looks bad. But they were given the option of not dropping the bomb, like just using instead like not dropping on the Japanese cities. You could use it on a test site, right? Just like they did with the T-test. What was it called?
The Trinity. Site.
Trinity. Thank you. The Trinity test. You could just like do that again in front of like world leaders, including the Japanese, and saying like, "Hey, look what we can do now." Right? We could have done that, but like if Oppenheimer sent a letter, it was like, "Yeah, we're gonna use this as a weapon. Like we built it to be a weapon. We're gonna use it as a weapon." So.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily surprise me. I'm just saying in terms of like the initial like development of like why develop it at all in the first place.
Wait, how did I enable that? But the YouTube chat
if it's like an
doesn't
entirely
work.
different person, I can totally see where someone is like anti-bomb as an anti-bomb use again in war, but still like developing it just as a matter of like, oh, this is my proof of principle. Like I can do it.
LSP is taking fucking forever. When he gets back, I want all of us to take turns asking invasive questions about his bathroom habits.
Yeah,
right?
he said he'd be right back.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
YouTube chat.
We'll go
YouTube chat.
around in a circle, and all of us pick a question about whatever he must have been.
Yeah, they both work. They both work.
Really
I
go at
fixed it.
No holds barred. There,
I'm a genius.
especially his butthole. But
Wow.
yeah.
Amazing.
This is the type of comedy that you get here. This is what we do.
Nice
but we'll
first
get a little-
impression. Yeah.
of course.
Thank God.
No,
I finally
we've had
fucking
worse.
fixed it.
We've had worse. Oh God, we've had.
Have you
remember,
heard Lactoid in some of his position?
Have you heard? No. Lactoid's fine. Scott.
This doobie is cool though.
Who
What?
called my friend Matt What does he call him? A genocide.
No, a rape apologist.
A rape apologist. Yeah.
Oh,
I
doobie.
was a rape apologist. Man. That's what really meant. I got him mad. Yeah.
Guys.
It's okay.
Okay.
I
If
came from
you-
Kronto's Discord community, so
If I
I've
do
seen
this,
way worse. Don't worry about
It looks like I'm popular
Taliban
enough to be
memes
in the
and
panel.
beheadings, okay? Don't worry.
Okay. So we're no, buddy. We're gonna get started.
It's like I'm really there.
Wait. We'll make an
Guys,
announcement.
I'm on
So
whatever
I'll
side
keep
is
screen
right.
here.
Whatever side does
This is
better in
the
this, that's
roundtable.
what side I'm
We,
on.
Do Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of individuals. We have 2 new people here. Which
I'm
is
new.
Fantastic.
They're talking about me.
We don't always get
They're
that.
not.
But I'm like super psyched to hear from them. But if you've been enjoying the channel, if you find yourself come back here, hit the follow button.
What
if
is
you're
even the
enjoying
argument they're
YouTube,
about to
the
say?
subscribe button.
Basically, it's like
Know
whether or
that,
not
hype
police are
chats
good and
on
bad in one
Twitch and
specific
Super Chat
case.
on YouTube get read. So if you got something to say, I'll read it out loud.
I got something to
If
say.
you want me to reiterate my love for America and my disdain for Canada, I will. I'll do that for you. But yeah, so
That's a good one,
support the
Zach.
channel that way. We will do introductions. Start with my friend Lactoid. Lactoid, you're in a different spot, different place. This throws me off. I don't like it.
Okay,
How are
this
you?
chat. It can't show those emojis.
I
It gets a
process
little
run
bit
this
closer
computer
than
sucks,
just saying
so,
the name of them.
If there's any lag, I apologize in advance. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm always going to come through, even when I'm not at home. If you find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube, looking forward to today.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Let's go on to our friend Corey Campbell. Corey, thank you for being here.
Yeah, as always. Whoa, thank you for inviting me. Yeah, always happy to be here. You can find me on twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, and on X as Lactoid, just reminded me of. It's Corey Campbell, and Instagram is Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. LSP. You
When's
feel
Doobie?
free to
Is
lie
Doobie actually
about
gonna keep that
fucking,
fucking filter on the whole
bag
time?
At once, LSP. So
Whatever
how
side
big was
Doobie's
the
on,
load
I'm on their
that you
side.
dropped in there? That
It
took
was
you
like
so long?
2 pounds. Like 2 pounds.
I also like how his shirt says "I am not rude," as it was just leaves in the back.
He was just doing React content, okay?
LSP, it's your turn to say things to the audience about yourself or whatever.
Whatever.
Done. Let's go to our friend Bay. Or B. I'm sorry. I'm just B is here.
Can they hurry this up?
As lovely as ever. Thank you, B, for coming back.
You're
You can
welcome.
call me lovely.
Hi. Yeah, I'm B.
Guess I can
or,
upload TikToks in the
Bay, if you
meantime.
so choose. What is that old saying? You can call me whatever you'd like, just don't call me late to dinner. Yeah, I'm excited to discuss these items.
Okay. LSP, I don't lie to my audience. Come on. Knock it off. We have our friend, a new friend, Food Shops.
Yep.
Food Shops, yes. Nice to meet you. Food Shops sent me a message on Discord, which I did not respond to, and then sent me another message a month later. I'm like,
Food
oh,
Shops
yeah,
is who we're
what's
rooting
up?
for, by the way.
So,
You're
so
good.
here
Don't
they
worry about
are.
it. You're good.
There's a reason I'm watching her
Persistence
stream.
is key.
Yes, it actually really is with me. But Food Shops, thank you for being here. Why don't you tell my audience and well, me about yourself?
Oh yeah, sure. So A Food Shops on YouTube. That's A and then Food Shops. And I am kick.com/food shops. I'm transgender, Asian. I've done canvassing in real life. I do political activism, and otherwise I have started content creation around 2 months ago, and I have been gaining a lot of momentum. So yeah, otherwise happy to be here and more than happy to discuss politics with you guys. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Well,
Hey,
love
good
to
for
see
you,
it.
dude.
What are your
Keep it
preferred
up.
pronouns?
That's actually cool.
No, she, her,
She,
but
her.
I don't
Yeah,
really
obviously.
give a fuck. Yeah.
Base.
Okay, cool. All right. Next, we have another brand new individual. One scouted by Doobie. So,
Oh god.
You're
Oh, no.
fucking liable now, Doobie.
You could have mentioned that before I said yes.
Ross, Pastor Ross, excuse me. I
Or
wanna
youth
say it
pastor.
with respect. Thank you.
Dude, you don't have to have that much respect. Hey, what's up? My name's Youth Pastor Ross. I was in the Marines for a few years. I was a heavy internet user when I was a teenager, and then I decided to do counterintelligence, human intelligence in the Marines. So I sort of like reduced my digital footprint to get access to top secret internet. But we're back. It was very disappointing. There's no fucking classified Warren Commission. I looked. So after getting out of the Marines, I decided that I was interested in influencing culture. I think politics is pretty stupid, so I decided
Should
to
I
start
put
a
some, like,
religion.
Minecraft
I
on the
recently
screen during
founded a
this?
veteran-owned
I feel like
woman AI death cult.
I feel like this is too
I'm gonna be
boring.
real. I'm kind of tired of this, and I think it's
just for
getting
me
to the point
reacting
where we
to
should
it.
think about
I gotta-
killing ourselves.
I should have loaded up
collectively.
Minecraft
I agree.
before this started.
So hey, dude, great. Follow me on
I
Twitter
don't wanna go
at
through that.
Reform LDS. Dude, we're starting the movement now. So fucking cool. All right, thanks.
Sure. I don't know if I actually don't know if Twitch treats group suicide different than individual suicide. It's actually not sure about
Maybe
that.
let's not find out.
Yeah, let's not find out. Lactoid, look at the TOS for me. Get back to me on that one, please. Thanks.
I got you covered, Prime.
Windows on this computer, so just give me a week and I'll get back to you.
All right.
Dude, just somebody in chat report, and we'll find out together.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Let's go to our friend Synth, who is back with us once again.
Oh, that is a cute hat. Wait, is that a Pusheen?
No, that's Benanya. Come on now. But I appreciate that you think the hat's cute.
Can we play Valorant instead? No.
So what's with this thing?
I
is
have
it,
to
like,
blow up,
fridge
dude.
it in your home?
This is
You're
if this is what it
always,
takes,
like,
man.
Hoodie up with
It's
the
like
cap.
106 degrees everywhere else.
Yeah.
It's not that cold. It's not cold.
I'm sure
enough
this
to
panel will
justify
only be like
it.
2 hours.
Yeah, no, I'm sent.
Also, I'm
you
glad
can
that
find me
chat
at
isn't working
youtube.com/sint,
anymore.
S-I-N-T-H-E. I mostly
That
talk
was
about
a
philosophy.
really
and
cool,
ethics
like,
and,
few minutes where it was
I guess
working, though.
econ stuff. I never upload though, so deal with it.
Oh, it works again.
I
Okay, sick.
respected Synth, right? Dedicated.
kick
to
chat work
fashion, fashion requires, a pain. So I hear you there.
Yep.
Let's go.
Kick chat
to
works a lot
our
better.
Friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks for being around here. Dark Lord and Savior is with us again. How
A
are
lot
you?
better.
Friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks.
Good. I'm Doobie. I'm cisgender, American, 36% indigenous, about 6% sub-Saharan African, 1% Ashkenazi Jew, though I'm still extremely anti-Zionist. I hate Israel. I enjoy video
Is
games.
that gonna
with
get me
Brandon Sanderson
banned?
books,
God damn it.
And I
I'm
once
gonna
met
get banned
Matthew
on
Broderick
YouTube.
at a gas station.
What's he like?
It's very nice, actually. He recommended a really nice
I don't know where
restaurant
to
for
put my webcam. It looks
Which
weird
restaurant?
up here, but I don't want
It
to
was
cover
called
Doobie
Animal.
because Doobie
It was
looks
like
comedic.
a hole-in-the-wall kind of restaurant with like, it seemed like they printed out the menus like daily. It's a very small restaurant, but it was really good.
That's cool.
Let me tell you, I've been afraid of Doobie for years. He never shuts up about Matthew Broderick. It was this one time, right?
True.
He had this one interaction, and he will never stop bringing it up.
True. I knew
Alright.
I knew where Bueller was for a bit. That's what happened.
That's a
He's
reference.
famous for it. So let's get started. Thank you all for being here. Now that we're done with my very awkward comedy, we'll start with something actually quite tragic. Topic one. Lily Silva Lopez, a 15-year-old girl, was killed by Giovanni Sirio Cardona, her 16-year-old ex-boyfriend. The motive seems to be her rejection of him. Lily's parents are saying that the police failed to protect their child, even after filing reports that showed the teen was dangerous. In an earlier incident, Giovanni put a gun in Lily's mouth and threatened to kill her and her family if she left. The police were aware of that, but apparently took no action against the teen. Were the police in the wrong here? Was this tragedy avoidable? Should we rethink our approach to domestic violence? And if the police don't have enough powers to address this, are you in favor of giving them more? So, yeah. I read this story. I came across this story the other day. And, like, I actually teared up with some of the details that weren't covered here yet. It was awful. Awful what happened to that girl and that family. And I'm curious if this is something that a tragedy can be avoided, because this is a tragedy that is repeated like across the nation and the world. But like, is there something that we can do, or is maybe the state not the path that we should take here? Start with our friend Lactoid. Muted friend.
What a great
I'm
panel.
Bruno.
Or just super delayed. I don't know. I can't tell anymore.
That audio will be delivered to us in a week.
Yeah.
Still waiting, friend. Why don't you work on it? Yeah,
He's updating you on the TOS that you asked for.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when I read the story, I think there was like one thing that like immediately stood out to me. They wanted to file a restraining order against this kid, but the police said, one, you have to go through the court to do that, and two, we need his date of birth, and you guys don't got that.
Wait, I
Which
thought
they
the
think maybe
restraining
daughter
order
did have it,
was
but didn't
already
wanna escalate,
filed.
But who gives a shit? What the fuck does she know? She's dead now, right? You probably don't. You probably shouldn't need a date of birth to file a restraining order against somebody.
True.
I think that's a little ridiculous.
Stupid.
And I also think tasking people with going through the court in order to say, get this fucking guy away from me, might be a bit excessive. It seems like it would be, like, I'm actually not disfavorable to the idea that maybe police powers should be expanded such that they can issue a restraining order citation or something. Like, it's like, hey, this person's saying you must keep away from this. We're going to file it with the court, right? The police are,
Would that even be an expansion of police
the
power?
government. They are an arm of the government. They are the enforcement arm of the government. It seems if you are making this wish be known to the government that you do not want this person to be interacting with you, the government, regardless of who in the government you're making that wish to, should take steps to officiate that, right? They should try to make that solidified. So those were like the two big things that stuck out to me. It's like, dude, if you got this story that this kid put a gun to this girl's head, and they're saying they want a restraining order, and you're throwing them the phone book and say go to court for it, you're delinquent in your fucking job to protect and serve. right? Like I feel like the police fucked up here. I don't know if police protocol absolutely does require a court order. If it does, I think that needs to change. I think that's a horrible oversight. Beyond that, this is just a tragedy. Like, what could be done? I figure we're gonna have a macro conversation about this. But one thing that we need to address is we need to address the culture of guns that we have in this country. We need to address a toxic masculinity crisis amongst men. Get rid of this idea that rejection basically just means the end of your life. Some men have this toxic idea of cleanness and desperation with their relationships because they've never built healthy emotional relationships, and they've never been able to do that because they've come from fucked childhoods. They come from bad backgrounds.
This is just going to turn into a male loneliness debate.
Conflict, and I know firsthand this shit can like fuck with you even when you're well into an adulthood. It's a silent crisis nobody really ever really wants to talk about. In fact, all people ever really want to do about it is point fingers and kind of just blame men as a class, I think, when there's a much more sincere conversation to be had underneath that. That's what I got.
Thanks so much for that. Don't worry, we have a whole list of lawyers here who can answer those questions for you. B, we're going in order. Don't worry.
Oh shit! Sorry, my mistake.
No worries, friend. No worries. We'll go to Corey next.
Well, I echo pretty much, I think, virtually everything that LSP went through. I'll just give maybe a little bit of my perspective, although I'll just be, again, reiterating all the same things. So if what is in the story is true, and that like a restraining court order could have been an issue, but it's largely just like a technicality, or didn't go through the appropriate channels, that is a problem. And it looks like there is maybe some room for reform there. But also at the same time, we're doing sort of a retrospective of like,
I don't know why we would make it hard to file a restraining order against someone. Like the only harm that happens when you file a restraining order against someone is that another person can't come that close to you anymore, right? Like that's a very minor amount of harm. I would assume people would have the right to choose who they want to interact with.
They still carry out acts of violence or going to the point of like homicide and or murder. And so it's like, yeah, would a restraining order be good in this case? Yeah, but I think it's hard to say, or at least definitively say that this, because based off what was described in the story, that teenager went to very great lengths, from what I can tell, to like carry out what they wanted to carry out. So whether a piece of paper would have stopped that, I think is maybe a little debatable. But like, yeah, there, as LSP pointed out, there's that macro conversation of like, from the details that I can gather from this so far from the story, it's a failure on multiple fronts. The parents, or pretty much all sets of parents involved, of like creating pretty much a culture or like, not enough dialogue around relationships and healthy relationships and how to navigate those things. And then also like the police. And
okay, sure, but it to an extent, it's not really the parents' job to stop you from getting fucking murdered. That should be the police's job.
Just copy what I say.
B, happy to have you here. Because you can give us a bit of a legal perspective here.
We can't hear you.
Pro streamer.
The lawyers, apparently.
Where are they trained?
This is not their area of expertise.
Your Honor.
Okay, we don't hear from it. We don't.
She's muted in Discord.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
You know what? Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I didn't know like what was.
You're welcome, counselor.
So Lily Silva Lopez is a really tragic case that is preventable. The thing that we need to figure out, I don't even think that it has much to do with guns. It has to do with abusers and abusive people. I do think the word silent crisis is a really good descriptor. The unfortunate thing is the silence isn't just on the part of the victims, it's on the part of the authorities who we expect to intervene. Police don't need more power in order to intervene and or create or cause some sort of an intervention. Being a peacekeeper or being a keeper of peace should absolutely include things along these lines. So for example, I'm looking at right now, this is from the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, as well as the very specifically the National Network for Safe Communities. So there's an intimate partner violence prevention program that was developed specifically to focus on offender accountability, because the biggest loophole that offenders continue to abuse is the idea that if their victim doesn't complain, then there is no crime that they have committed, which is wrong. So the way in which the National Network for Safe Communities has suggested, and this is what I would propose, has suggested that they need to have a partnership amongst law enforcement, victim advocates, community members, social service providers, in which police and prosecutors clearly communicate to abusers that violence is violence and violence will not be tolerated, that there are serious and dangerous abusers and stop them by any legal means available, because just the certainty that there will be punishment is enough of a deterrent versus the punishment itself. The authorities should also
I don't fucking.
offers of help and telling abusers to stop hurting
There's
the
still
victim,
deterrents
advise how the
for
abuse will
fucking
be
murdering
accountable,
people. Like,
even without the cooperation of the survivor if the abuse continues. So this may mean prosecutors.
I don't know if we should be framing this debate around deterrents. The point is that it was avoidable in the first place.
The survivor should also be given the same information, but also be made aware that the onus is not just on them, because the responsibility of prosecuting or persecuting this crime or insisting upon they being the ones who carry out or insist upon this is what I think is most vital and important. So yes, cases like Lily are absolutely preventable.
God, dude, that's not my Discord. Whose Discord is that?
And that being heard wasn't enough to trigger some sort of a much larger response by police officers is terrifying. It is also lazy on the part of police officers to say we need a date of birth before we file anything. That's bullshit. We have had anonymous stalkers all the time have TROs and protective orders brought out against them. Again, police officers are great for a temporary restraining order, especially in cases of immediate danger before you are able to get to a court in order to have an actual order of protection granted against you. But there should absolutely be avenues that lead or walk that person through that, as well as making it a very clear process.
I'm gonna open up Minecraft real quick.
An abuser should not be the one that's being handheld through the system. The victim should be.
Okay, thank you so much. Someone has their Discord notifications going on.
Someone's very popular. Very popular.
Yeah, right?
I think it's Doobie.
B, how are you not going insane, B? Holy shit. Like,
are they mine?
Yeah, your Discord notifications are like nonstop.
How do I stop them? How do I stop them?
I'll DM you.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's okay.
Until then,
what a
do
great
yourself.
panel.
Yeah.
Not to be a dick, just, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not rude.
Yeah, he's not rude. But he'll be right back.
Sure.
Rude.
Okay, let's go to our new friend. Replace biological. I'm sorry. Our new friend
You
Ross.
can't say that thing you told me not to say. So you just gotta upgrade. I think when you start discussions like this from the point that you think the police operate in society to protect the citizens, I think that's kind of like already a faulty assumption. And I think it's actually interesting. Today was actually my first day of law school. So I'm actually going to school to become a public defender. But when you think about like this issue, is essentially the actual issue is an issue with violence. It's not necessarily an issue with the law. And how the
whose fucking job is it to solve violence?
Essentially, it's like a magistrate's gonna issue a piece of paper, and that piece of paper may or may not be able to change the response time of armed officers to come potentially protect you if that threat shows up, right? So I think the entire concept of being able to outsource a third party or outsource personal security to a third party when society is kind of as large and divided and as complex as it is now is kind of a faulty assumption. And I think a lot of the institutions that we have, police, have descended from things that weren't really designed to protect people. The Pinkertons, I think, originated to protect property back in the 1800s. And if you look at the function of modern police society or police organizations, that's primarily what they're for. All right. If you think, you think the police are protecting people well from violent crime?
Stop opening statements.
Yeah. Well, no problem. Yeah. So, thank you so much.
He's talking.
Ross, for all of that.
Just conflated two things. He's talking about we should be talking about what the police
how
ought
do
to
I
do,
sound?
not what they are
we can
doing.
hear
The
you.
argument
Great.
is not over
We'll get to
whether
you,
or not
soon.
people
Food
are
shops, please.
or the police are
Okay, wait, I'm
defending
actually curious.
against violent crime well.
Mia or
It's what the
whatever,
police
are you
ought to be
actually like
doing.
a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's all I need.
True,
Okay,
Zach.
gotcha. Cool. That'll help us out a lot. Okay, so, all right. So, my opening statement is this. Okay, obviously the brave take. Okay, sarcastically, right? The brave take is that, oh, there's a like horrible situation. Like obviously, the girl shouldn't have died. I'm sure she was a really sweet girl. And you know, the killer is like whatever. But I think it's really important to have a lot of sympathy for the killer. And you know, even though we have to keep in mind that the killer is, you know, a teenager, and this person is being tried for the sentencing of an adult. Okay, and this is being tried for first-degree murder and second-degree murder. We have to keep in mind why defending lawyers always defend people who are like literally the most heinous people ever. Serial rapists, serial killers, like literally the worst of the worst. Like they would defend Hitler if Hitler was still alive today, you know? It all comes down to rights in the end. I think when this person is being tried as an adult, clearly this person is in a very unstable state of mind, you know? Could be a mental issue or whatever like that if this person doesn't have enough resources. You know, they could be, you know, I searched up the law, I guess, when it comes to first degree charges. And apparently the charge is for adult, by the way, is life imprisonment. And I want you guys to consider this, right? Do you guys really want to condemn this person to life imprisonment? And before you say yes, like very hurriedly say yes, okay? Let's just say 50 years later, this person had a change of mind, a change of heart, an entire anime character arc in prison, okay? Entire anime character arc. While people always snivel and look at anime and always
because they're talking over Discord, but for whatever reason they're using this shit
how could
to
you
show
not
their
redeem
webcams.
somebody like this in real life, okay? So before you do that, I want you to ask yourself, before contradicting yourself and making a fool of yourself, okay? So let's just go the mental health route and question yourself, how can we improve as a society to have more empathy for criminals, for pedophiles, for rapists, you know? So let's ask yourself that question before we move on and go and make the brave takes that, oh my God, we should improve the law system. Oh my God, we should improve the legal system that everybody has already heard like 50 billion times before, okay? Anyway, that's it. That's my opening statement. Whatever. Carry on.
Okay, first of all, I don't think it... I don't,
shops? Like,
she was talking about like lawyers defending people. Even if people are incredibly heinous people, it's incredibly hard to navigate the Minecraft is opening the legal system in the U.S.
Listen,
like you need a lawyer
you
just to tell you
clout, right? So
how to
that's
get
totally
through
understandable, all right?
No, I didn't need
court.
So I showed you,
Like not even
I've
necessarily
showed you
to
Destiny's
defend
Stream.
you,
I'm
but just
nobody.
how
I'm fully
to
owned
navigate
the
the legal
nobody
system.
label.
Yeah, this is a nobody stream, right?
Oh,
Don't worry about
I thought everybody had to show their Destiny appearances in order to.
No,
okay,
no,
alright,
like
alright.
Ross here, like I don't know who the fuck he is, but but he's here. It's cool. But no, anyway, like I clearly I dropped the ball. You are not disappointing whatsoever. Thank you for being here, Food Shop.
Yeah, of course, here to give a unique perspective. Yeah.
Let's go to
Male response thinking it would be a woman who would be disappointing.
Oh, what? All right, thank you. Sam?
Sure. Yeah. No, I agree with food shops. This is just like anime. And
True.
Yeah. So obviously the retributive justice is something that's really popular. For God knows what reason. The approach people are gonna want to do with this kid, this fucking 16-year-old, is gonna be, how do you stack on as many punishments as possible? How do you make this person's life as miserable as possible because they did something bad? But obviously he's extremely mentally ill. You don't like soberly and cognizantly make the decision to kill somebody, especially not somebody you're in love with because you think they're leaving you. Clearly he's very, very, very mentally ill. And the approach for dealing with this person's issues does not need to be ruining their life to the greatest extent possible. Instead, the approach for this needs to be figuring out how do you make sure that this person is more mentally healthy and able to integrate as much as possible back into society. And if you can't fully integrate them back into society, having some kind of route to semi-integrate them back into society. So one of the things that was said is the idea that you need a birthday for a restraining order. So at least in Colorado, a form 442, JDF 442, has a slot for a birthday, but you don't have to have the birthday. B is totally correct there. She knows a lot about the subject as a lawyer. You don't have to have a date of birth for a restraining order, but that claim comes from Lopez, the mother of Lily.
Right. So
Lily,
theoretically now,
Lily's mom, said that she was told by officers that she needed a birthday. Now, it could be the case that she's correct about that. She was told that by officers, and they were just mistaken. But they don't know the protocol for that anyways, so it wouldn't make sense for them to be deeply knowledgeable of the subject. Instead, you'd go file a JDF 442 and do that through the court system. So in the case of this particular instance, I'm not sure how much blame we can actually put on the police officers. I'm not sure how much power they have to do or how much they can do here. And I think it's a lot more important to focus on keeping and maintaining civil liberties than it is to give the police as much power as possible to deal with instances like these. Like, yeah, it's a tragedy.
Hold
but, like,
on. If it's true that they filed a restraining order against someone that later literally murdered them, that's entirely on the fucking police. What are you talking about?
And you've already been warned. Don't give us your legal mumbo jumbo about the judicial system. All right, give us something better than that.
Yes, please.
Wait. What do you mean mumbo jumbo? I got some stuff written down. How do I sound, first of all? Am I okay? Okay right now?
Better.
Okay.
Great.
So I'm going to take advantage of this fact that I'm not going first for the first time, and I'm going to make a couple comments. Lawyers, although I'm not a domestic violence lawyer, I will say that lawyers are the thin line between order and chaos. And in our adversarial system, everybody deserves representation. So I don't believe lawyers should be blamed for representing even the most heinous
Holy
of people.
Shit, these people made a lot of progress.
Included. And two, this guy is heinous. But I want to reach out and actually have a little bit of agreement. I agree with that we probably shouldn't have prisons as we currently understand them.
The fuck is this?
Murderers, in this case, and pedophiles and other people who commit heinous crimes, in my opinion, have a very large price tag to pay. So I think we got to get this kid working ASAP, right? Put him in a chain gang, get him out in the fields, get him working right away.
What the fuck?
Start paying back the victims of the crime that he committed. And then in terms of empowering police officers,
hold on, how does that?
I think this is an incredibly tough issue.
How does that solve anything, man?
Haven't committed a crime,
that doesn't solve a single fucking thing. Second of all, oh look, they made an iron farm. Sick.
I think here
Can I
there
steal?
was more than enough indicators that they should have been able to take action. I don't know.
Okay, the way I like to frame this, right? People make decisions based on two things: genetics and environment. So let's say like we had some kid. This kid was like the son of some rich parent, right? So he was super spoiled. And when he turns 18, you know, he begins to take finances into his own hands, but he has a ton of his parents' money, right? And he's gonna make a ton of bad decisions with that money if his parents never taught him how to use money correctly, because he's just been rich his whole life. He doesn't understand how money works, and eventually he's probably gonna go broke, right? A lot of people wouldn't feel bad for that kid because they say, hey, you know, you had every chance to succeed. You were rich, but you just didn't use it properly. And I want to pause this, I guess. When I mean, we should feel bad for him, right? Because he was never, although he had all the finances that to succeed, right? He didn't have anyone in his life actually giving him any good advice. Like, he surrounded himself with people who probably didn't help him in that respect. And people who murder people are like the same way oftentimes, right? Where you know, people make decisions based on their genetics and environment. I would say oftentimes when people murder people, it's because their environment failed them, not because they're evil, horrible people. And 90% of murders, by the way, are not what we think they are. Like, literally, I always bring this up. Does anyone think that Jesse Pinkman should go to jail for murdering Gail? Like that, like, most murders have mitigating factors like that, right?
file the police report. More often than not, as a victim's advocate or sexual assault survivor advocate, what I found myself stating is, that's fine that you yourself don't think that this may be a worthwhile endeavor. Please direct me to your supervisory officer or another, because it is your job to file this.
These people stole all my stuff, so I can't do anything now.
That usually does a whole lot to clear it all up. But people who aren't involved in the legal system wouldn't know to state that, which is understandable. Like, that's nobody's fault. And it's also, if I'm trying to make space for it, understandable that an officer would want to deter parents or people from overreacting, but unfortunately, that's not
to get
their
wood
job
again.
to
Goddamn.
is whether someone is overreacting or not. Their job is to respond to a complaint.
Okay. You know, one of the issues is one of the issues in this particular case is there's good reason to believe, at least according to the mother of the victim, that this person isn't going to be cooperative, right? That Lily was not going to be cooperative with the police, that she didn't really want to press charges. And like, although yes, you can, in the state of Colorado at least, you don't need the victim to press charges. If your victim's not going to, be cooperative in the case, it's not going to be very easy to put this person behind bars. So it might be like above and beyond. It might be like outside the scope of what the police can reasonably expect themselves to be able to do. To expect them to go ahead and press charges without a cooperative victim. It seems like kind of like an issue there.
Point. And another reason that this would have been a really good case, or really good, God, and I don't mean to sound really detached, I apologize if I do, but another reason that this would have been a really good case in point would have been the intervention and or involvement of the officers by either calling this young man's parents, trying to speak to them and figure out what it is that's going on, trying to either involve them, not necessarily in the intervention, but so for example, if any officer, I would hope, heard someone or saw someone's sticking a gun in someone else's mouth, because I can't get myself past that, and saying, tell me you love me or I'm going to kill you and your whole family. My hope would be that would automatically warrant interest and intervention, non-violent intervention, if that. I'm not asking for them to go over guns blazing and shooting someone. I'm glad they were able to bring in the 16-year-old.
Just saying you want a fucking restraining order should warrant some non-violent intervention.
Okay, well, I mean, let's say that you get this intervention with like a 16-year-old. Since we're past the idea that we're going to be confiscating anything, we're going to be doing anything more than having a talk with them, how are we supposed to stop this 16-year-old who's clearly got head issues from using his gun on this girl?
Why are we past the idea of them confiscating the gun?
Are we? Like, everybody seemed to be... Okay, so how do you get them to do that?
When you say non-violent intervention and then you immediately go to confiscating a gun...
Red flag laws that are available in a lot of states, in which if there is an instance of domestic violence, an instance in which someone has threatened their life or the life of another, an instance in which there has been cause for, I'm going to say in general, like as an umbrella thing, cause for concern. The police have a right to come in, intervene, and confiscate any weapons that may or may not be on the premises. Then,
yes.
After the fact, you are told you can come to the court at this date and tell us the police are overreacting, they weren't overreacting, you can or you don't need to worry about that, and then the court will be the one making that determination therein. I don't know if you're just playing with your knife or if you're doing that to be like, I also have dangerous weapons, or like, what's going on?
I'm just playing with my knife. Colorado's actually gotten in trouble for the red flag laws before. So when we're talking about things that could be updated, one thing about Colorado is it actually requires you to submit, it's optional whether or not you submit like documentation for like red flags. I remember this being an issue. It's like optional. I remember this being an issue for the nightclub shooter, the gay nightclub shooter. Where like the dude was a walking red flag, but I think police actually have to go to a judge and say this guy's a red flag or something to that effect. Like there's like a non-enforcement mechanism built in so that even if somebody is a walking red flag, compliance is like somewhat voluntary.
Oh yes, it is ask the court for an extreme risk protection order. Wow, I don't know how that.
Well, hold on. I don't know why red flag laws are at play. And the kid was 16, so I mean, if the cops found out that he had a pistol, they would have taken it.
Yeah, it's his dad's gun.
Yeah, that's the thing. She says like he sticks a gun in her mouth. Do y'all go over and take the dad's gun away?
Would they have
Where
taken
the
it
dad's
anyway?
like, that's my property.
Well, you can tell the dad like you gotta secure your gun, otherwise you're gonna. Be
Or do you
liable.
make it mandatory that the kid is like referred to some like inpatient mental health care facility or some shit?
I think
With
it
like
is
no
just
evidence
like
that actually
a
happened?
mandatory
Okay, we've
mental
jumped
health
from
counseling or
nonviolent
a
intervention
mandatory
to
mental health
lock him in a mental
would not
hospital.
be overstepping. Again, I would much rather a mental health nonviolent route towards figuring this shit out than him being. I don't like that the only thing the law seems to do is to charge a juvenile harshly and grievously, especially in this case like this.
B, what if he refuses though? Like you refer him to a mental health thing and he refuses. What do you do?
So if it's a mandatory mental health thing, what do you mean?
Is it mandatory? Can you mandate somebody?
So in an ideal world,
you can.
In an ideal world,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
I'm not hard in Colorado, to be very clear. I don't live in Colorado. So in an ideal world, I would have, it to be a mandatory mental health evaluation and or check-in, especially after the level of the threat, right? Especially with 16, my biggest hope would be in terms of like educating deterrence and
Did the police see the picture of like oh shit
maybe they just need to know you
of
can't
the
like that, whether you are right
gun
or
in her
wrong,
mouth?
or like whomever you are. And even if it is like his dad's gun, I would confiscate any gun in that house.
So I want to.
Wait, are you allowed to just confiscate any gun? I mean, I guess it's just it's just like it's
if the liberals have their way, you are. God damn it!
For a red flag
So
law,
true.
If you are deemed to be an imminent, it's ERPBO. We don't have
extreme risk, something like that.
ERPBO.
You are an extreme risk protection order. So what that means is, who can ask the court for an ERPO? Law enforcement officer, medical care providers, mental health care providers, educators, district attorneys, person related by blood.
They took my goddamn bed too.
Person who has a child in common, domestic partner, or anyone in an intimate relationship with the respondent. So then what is the court process? So the guns are confiscated. Then there's a hearing the following day. And dependent upon those responses, the ERPO is good for 14 days after that. There will then be another hearing after that 14 days in which you have the opportunity to be heard. Then, depending upon that hearing, the court can hold the guns for another 364 days or longer.
Okay, I can't do anything in the server because people just
they've been confiscated. Ideally, I understand that may seem
took
like
all my
punishment
shit
for the dad, but unfortunately, with the Ethan Crumbley case, especially in Michigan, I don't trust parents right now to be the ones who are going to correctly determine or keep their guns safe from kids. I just don't.
So I want to introduce what LSP spoke about earlier. So I'll come from the place that I'm coming from is like, I would prefer like nobody has a gun stuck in their mouth. And that like you need to have a gun stuck in your mouth in order for something to, play out that prevents you being killed. I either consider having a gun stuck in your mouth against your will, either whatever, violence or violent adjacent. Is there anything that can be done at any level that can prevent having someone's partner put their
if the police actually saw the gun in her mouth?
What?
Intimate partner violence classes, that has been shown to be really, really good deterrent. People often don't know
Okay, she
what
told the
intimate partner
police
violence is, or how to prevent it, or even what it looks like, especially if you've grown up in a home that has been chock full of intimate partner violence.
Right.
So including that, and not just like, I think some sex ed classes are getting a little bit more progressive with discussing like what IPV looks like and what it
I don't
looks
know.
like
This just told the
it's
police.
man against woman or
Should
woman
we really
against man,
confiscate
which is also really important.
weapons just because
So,
someone told the police
that
something?
would have
I don't
been
know if
helpful.
that's.
I don't know. I'm not
don't know if
sure
people
about
would
the
want that
escalation. I tried to look into this as much as possible. I went to Reddit to see whatever the Reddit detectives have found, if anything.
Well, if she went to
weird thing is
Reddit,
that,
I guess she's right.
It seems to go from June 2nd to the gun being put in the mouth to at some point Lily tells her parents and they go to the police officers. Lily does seem reluctant. I'm gonna say that maybe because she doesn't want to take it seriously or because that seems too dramatic, or like, no, it can't be that serious, or that's not possible for it to have been that serious.
Or she still has some residual affection for the person.
Or yeah, like thinking, no, I'm not going to file this against him. He's 16, we're 16. It can't be like that real. I think it may be difficult for any 16-year-old to fully appreciate like the seriousness or severity of a threat, which is why she did the right thing in going to her parents, and her parents did the right thing in going to a police officer.
Yeah.
The incorrect thing here. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm not condemning everything that like was reported, like should have been reported. Right. I'm definitely not condemning that. I'm just more like, and we obviously, again, we don't know all the details, but like we know what's been like pretty much in that story and like what's been reported. But like, you know, what is the likelihood? I think there's, again, that meta conversation. What's the likelihood that this is just like pretty much up until the point of like a gun in your mouth or you sadly and tragically being killed? Was there anything leading up to that? Of like, you know, everything was normal and perfect. And then, yes, gun in your mouth and then killed.
I'm not sure. I strongly doubt that. I'm certain.
I strongly doubt that too.
Yeah, there may have been violent tendencies. The thing that
why are they even talking about this? It's like a pretty like clear-cut thing. She tried to file a restraining order. Apparently she couldn't, I guess, because she needed a date of birth. And then the guy she filed a restraining order against ended up fucking murdering her.
Just an adult for anything. I don't think that that's ever right. I think that that's always
the police just enforced a restraining order that should have been way easier to file.
I don't want it to just escalate from that point and to see what the fuck is going on. I think because we take these threats so seriously, and because there isn't an intermediary unit or organization, maybe it doesn't even need to be police, it could be police adjacent, that handles specifically juvenile cases like this, would be really helpful. But I don't know how to carry something like that out other than education, right? But the education leads to the report being filed with the police. Like that is rather unsatisfactory. You're correct.
That's why it's like, you know, in my opening statement, I think parents failed at all levels, parents from like both parties. And then like LSP brought that up in terms of just like socialization on every level. Just like, again, ideally,
what else were they supposed to do?
It should never escalate to the point of any sort of violence or violent adjacent or verbal abuse, etc., etc.
So, hold on. First, Doobie, thank you for gifting that sub to Naho. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. But how did the parents fail? Like the girlfriend's parents fail? Like,
well, so they should have had metal doors on their house.
No,
apparently.
That's why I tried to entertain the question of like, is there anything leading up to that that might have been like recognized or flagged? Of like, again, I don't think it's just a spur of the moment, you know, gun in your mouth type of situation.
No, but it could be though. It could be as simple as she broke up with him and he flipped the fuck out. Like that's.
It could,
like,
so
it could be that prior to her breaking up with him, he had no violent tendencies in the relationship.
That is where the issue is of like this focus on violence. Of like, I think this actually contributes to the problem of like, well, everything is fine until you see violence, and there's no other correlative behavior that is non-violent that you can't filter out or use as a warning sign. If you dig into the literature, the psychological literature of like intimate partner violence, okay, there's a whole host of correlative behaviors that you can use that if you're known about it, you can filter out.
This is a 16-year-old girl, like, or a 15-year-old girl, like she's not gonna, like, what are you suggesting that the parents do here?
Wait, have you met a 15-year-old girl?
Yes,
Carter, this is a panel about a girl that was murdered after she.
I understand the optics.
Not the.
Okay, this is a panel about like a 16-year-old girl who was murdered by her boyfriend after she filed a restraining order with the police, and apparently the police just were like, "Oh, you need a date of birth for this restraining order. We can't file it." And then she ended up getting murdered by her boyfriend, who she tried to file a restraining order against, and they're all arguing about it.
Are you expecting 15-year-olds to have in our society?
I think teenagers can be very intelligent if they can drive and operate a vehicle.
No, they're actually very unintelligent. The proper response needs to, because they're so unintelligent, you need the parents involved to demonstrate, hey, this is what an unhealthy relationship looks like. These kinds of shit happening, you get the fuck out of there, right?
Okay,
now, whether
but
that happened here or not,
she was getting out of the relationship.
Right? Yeah, so it seems like I think what he's trying to get at, Corey's trying to get at, is this idea that maybe there were warning signs sooner that might not have necessarily been violent.
And also, to be clear, the parents of the killer also failed. I would say that child as well. I don't know for sure. But there's something that could be different in that environment.
Was swallowed.
It might be more accurate to say this isn't an issue that law enforcement can fix as a preventative measure per se.
She tried to file a restraining order. What do you mean?
To fix it, we actually just need to normalize healthy sexual relationships more than we do. And movies are pretty bad about reinforcing unhealthy dynamics. On that note, what?
My religion actually has polygamy, but all of your wives after the first have to be trans, so you get one cis wife. So
thanks.
That is so true.
You interrupted me to say that. Thank you.
I just want to ask the question. Do you think
change the culture?
I want to ask the question. Do you think it's good as messaging of hey, unless you see violence, everything is fine in your relationship? Do you think that's good messaging to send to teenagers?
That's shit messaging.
I would agree with you. So then, what do we obviously, violence bad, and reducing any
one
kind
thing
of violence
is
a good thing.
So I'll tell you something from that I had an issue with that I think was totally normal. If anybody's in here's a dinosaur, you might remember this. Rape jokes. It used to be totally it was just part of this edgy meme culture to make rape jokes. Now if I had a daughter who was dating somebody who just made rape jokes, that's funny. This guy's a walking red flag, right? I wouldn't date me when I was younger, sort of thing, right? So this is a society. Again, it just comes down to healthy socialization. What's that? And the trend. Yeah, fuck you very much. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I share a sincere moment. Yeah, I hear you. This fucking panel.
So I think this is super interesting. What we're talking about.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. Where do we disagree on? I feel like we just agree on literally everything.
We agree very aggressively.
I just got called out when I said,
I disagree about
the
girl's parents did anything wrong here. Does this seem they found out that this issue was happening? They took their daughter to the police. They did exactly what they're supposed to.
I never said I
never said. Yeah,
I don't think the police did a wrong thing because what could the police have done to prevent this other than I don't know, going way out of what's currently illegal to involve themselves in the guy's life and his father's life.
What they could have done was followed up with the guy, and they don't.
The restraining order wouldn't stop shit. He broke into her house and shot her. He wasn't gonna.
Not even
that. Restraining order has to be enforced.
Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe he wouldn't
done that. They couldn't have even done that.
Maybe he wouldn't have broken into her house and shot her if the police had been calling him up and it's hey, did you do this? What's been going on? Why don't you talk to me, right? Police didn't proactively reach out to this guy, which was one of the complaints that she filed this report and then they never reached out. I mean, he says no, fine. But what I'm saying is it might be an intimidation thing. Hey, they've got the police on them. Maybe I should.
It could be an escalatory thing too, though, right? The police called this guy up and
it's more likely to be. It's more likely to be what I'm saying than be an escalatory thing.
I'm not sure that's true. I don't know why we believe that.
Yeah,
because most people don't want to fuck with police. That's why you would believe that,
right? He murdered her. Guns. You think he was thinking about his long come on, I don't think that there was much of a deterrent.
I don't think it's unreasonable I don't think it's unreasonable to say if the police are looking for you, it might be a deterrent effect, right? That you might act a little differently if you know other people are looking.
You might have killed her sooner.
Wait, it could have been.
He might have killed her. He might have killed her the next day. We'll never know. The police should do their job and reach out anyway.
But I'm not sure that is the police's the job of the police, right? That's the
to reach out.
Yes, it could be escalatory. That's the entire argument we're having, right? It could be escalatory. If the police, if the hold on just a second, right? If the police
Wait, I'm a little unclear of what your takes are.
One second. Synth, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So if the police go ahead and reach out, right? This isn't the average person who doesn't want to mess with the police. This is the kind of person who just murdered his girlfriend. This is a very mentally ill 16-year-old. This is somebody who if this person did in fact do that, they would believe that this person is the kind of person who, as a 16-year-old, is pointing a gun in his 15-year-old girlfriend's mouth. This isn't the kind of person who we expect to have a normal, reasonable, rational reaction. It's the kind of person we expect to have an over-the-top reaction. So I don't think it's the case that we wouldn't expect, or the police shouldn't expect, that this person, upon reaching out, wouldn't then escalate the situation and become more upset.
You know what would be great? If police did their job and reached out before this shooting happened and were able to gauge that maybe this person actually is a walking red flag and maybe he needs to be institutionalized. You don't know because police never actually reached out to do a basic bit of investigation.
I feel like people have been institutionalized for far less. You know what I mean? People have been taken off the streets for far less.
I've been institutionalized for far less.
Wait, you said you?
Well, I mean, I was suicidal.
Yeah, like for example, if you're suicidal or something like that, you can be institutionalized for far less and put in a hospital and then injected into drugs, right? But then like if somebody sticks like a gun in someone's mouth or some shit like that, like I feel like that's sort of insane. Like maybe it's just a little bit too far.
Yeah, but the issue is like, how do you even prove that happened?
Exactly, you can operate on
You
an
don't.
assumption that
So
it did
call.
happen.
So you don't. So find him and ask.
So
him.
I don't know, how do you prove that? How do you prove if someone is suicidal?
Someone says a thing
how do you prove
happened.
someone is having suicidal thoughts?
If somebody
like,
says a
that's
thing
crazy.
happened, you go up and you talk to him, find out.
Yeah,
about
then the guy says, "Oh yeah, I didn't do that. She's lying." And then what? Like you're
and then
so
what?
you're in the same
Nothing.
position.
You did your job.
You guys should actually.
No,
be
the thing is,
government.
at least you try your
When
best.
these things
You know what I
happen,
mean?
yeah, you should take the guns out of the household. Even
it feels like the
You're
best
not
isn't
gonna be
even
able
being
to
tried.
stop every single person from lying. You're not going to be able to prevent every single murder. You still do your job.
You should do your best. Do your best. You know what I mean?
No, the issue here is that their best.
Investigate.
The issue here is that their best is probably not reaching out. The best, if it's the case that she is lying, if
Okay,
it's
hold
the case that
on.
she's not telling the truth, there's no point in reaching out. If it's the case that she is telling the truth, this person's fucking
point of reaching
crazy.
out is to
and if you go reach out to
see
this
if she's
person, you
telling
say,
the
hey,
truth or
this
not.
person told the cops on you. That person then escalates the situation.
So you won't know if she's crazy or if she's lying until you reach out.
Yeah, it's not sense.
It doesn't matter either way. If she's telling the truth or if she's lying, it's still a bad decision to reach out.
Sense. Then I'm curious, like, should there be any proactive response, right? Because it seems like you're saying that the police should tiptoe around a person you say is crazy, and I want to address that later on. But tiptoe around an unstable individual rather than actually confronting them for possibly committing a crime, right? Because the police generally don't know. When police respond to anything, they generally don't know what the truth is, right? Someone makes an accusation, they get a report, and then they have to like go investigate. And that's a proactive thing, and details end up leaking at that point. Yeah, this.
Wait,
Sam, I have a question.
The police already responded to punching allegations. They should already know
the question Puchop's going to get
he's
to.
He's a walking red flag.
Yeah, the police generally should not be extremely proactive unless they have a cooperative victim, so they can actually press charges. If you can't press charges, then it's going to be pointless to be proactive.
They already made a report, though.
The police made a report, but the victim herself is not being cooperative.
The victim's a minor. The victim shouldn't.
Yes, and I agree. It's a fucking unfortunate situation, but it's reality.
But the mother, no. The mother already made the report. The mother made the report with the child, and we don't know how cooperative or uncooperative she was. It was simply like at least a line in that story. Maybe you've seen something else. I don't know. But in the line in that story that she didn't provide a birthday when she might have had that birthday. But so we don't even know. So let's not even assume that.
That was
the mother made a report, right, with the child who corroborated the details of the report. She did at least that much, and then. Like, why is that not enough to launch a proactive investigation?
Yeah, so we don't know anything about the situation for sure, but what we do know is that the mom said that the victim was uncooperative, and the mom was the one who placed charges. So if we want to go off the mom's word, and I think that's fair to do, then I think it's reasonable to say that the person's not cooperative, and if the person's not cooperative, it's going to be really, really difficult to have an investigation there. It's actually going to go anywhere. Otherwise, you just have this. Additionally, it's not entirely clear if even the mother is going the proper routes. Like, I don't think we should place blame on the mom. I just think she doesn't understand.
Full cooperation. Is that enough?
Assuming full cooperation, then no, it's not enough. It's not enough. But we can't assume that.
Then what does
we can't assume that and place it on the police.
Sure, so like negative patriotism. Should police do anything?
I want to be clear. So like, we're assuming full cooperation, and then in that case, now it's different that the police should confront this individual.
Yes, because now you can arrest the person and put them in jail. Now you can arrest the person, you can put them in jail, you can put them in prison. You can actually
no evidence.
You do have evidence.
Wait.
Yes,
So let me get this clear. SIF is only for
hold
police action after the fact, right?
No, they have evidence in this situation. You've just gone from not having evidence to having evidence.
Okay, I'm just trying to see what your take is.
Evidence here, and I have lawyers here, so hopefully they can help us out. The only evidence is hearsay, right? Like we don't know.
Witness testimony is evidence. If you don't have witness testimony, you don't have evidence. That's all the evidence they have.
The testimony's in the report.
They don't have the fucking holy shit. You don't have the testimony if the victim recants and if the victim recants during your trial.
They didn't even get a chance to recant. They didn't do anything. They just went to the police.
You have to be predictive. You have to assume if the person is or isn't going to recant.
They made a report, and again,
the victim did not make a report.
We're assuming. Hold on. They made a report. right? And in that report, they have they have accusations within this report. And then now the police, right? Like, I think it's reasonable that the next thing is that they go to the other party and go, "Hey, man, what's up?" Right? That's the start of it. I don't know why you think it's different. So yeah, let's go to food shops.
Crime. Have you considered if the police go to the other guy and he says, "Maybe go what's up"?
Wait, I've been waiting for a while. I've been waiting for a while.
Have you considered that, Prime? Maybe the other guy could just lie. He could just say nothing happened. Do you consider that?
Lactoid. Sorry, do you? If you want to have like a legal thing, then we got to go to food.
Yeah, really briefly. So Synth is right. Eyewitness testimony is valid evidence. So if she said like he did this to me, that is like admissible evidence. What would be hearsay is if the mother said, "Oh, I heard that he did this," and that's that, and so you can take down my word. Well, now that's hearsay because it's not an eyewitness; it's somebody who heard it secondhand, right? That's hearsay, so it's not worth anything. So in this case, like getting her to to stick with the story or to be cooperative is kind of essential to prosecute any kind of case against him. I do think though that maybe the finding a solution here seems to be like really difficult I think this is a really tough kind of like borderline case. But what if like I'm not saying it's kind of not going to fix everything, right? Because people could kill with many more things than like guns. But if these kind of allegations come up, like sticking a gun in someone's mouth or threatening them with an axe or something, would it be reasonable for the police to go to that home and basically like go to the parents and say, "Hey, is like the gun locked up? Like, is this out of reach of the person who is threatening violence? And if it is, then then we're all good. But if it's not, then like, hey, you're gonna have to like lock this up. You're gonna have to put it up somewhere, hide it.
I think that's completely reasonable. It's probably what they should have done.
It's not enough to make a case out of, but we've been hearing, we've gotten reports of your kid threatening somebody with a gun. That's kind of an issue, right? It seems like a pretty reasonable. We're not infringing on the Second Amendment rights of the gun owner, but at the same time, we're trying to keep the gun out of the hands of the person who's actually violent.
So we're gonna go to food stamps.
Ain't no way, Prime! I can't believe you were literally like the 10th person. I thought you were good. I thought you were good.
You expected too much of me, but they did talk to the girl. She the officer talked to her directly and was asking her and like got his questions answered. But we'll go to food shops first, and then we'll get back to that.
Wait, so first of all, I just want to sort of get like something. So if it's hearsay, what would you say the police should do?
If all they have is hearsay, I'd like the proposal the lactoid proposed, but I'm not sure if they can do that currently under the existing law. But if they can, that would be really good.
Okay, so ideally,
if they can't, then I think changing law would be good too.
So ideally, if it's hearsay, what should the police do? Ideally,
I just said, right? I think that I like Lactoid's proposal. I think that
what is the proposal?
Might require change in law.
What is the proposal?
Oh, Lactoid's proposal was they go to the house and say like, are your guns locked up? They can't actually press charges. They don't like move forward with anything, but they just like ask the people who do own the guns, hey, are your guns locked up and away from this person? I'm not sure how much more they can do. I'm not sure if they can do that without a change in laws that currently exist. I'm not sure. I don't know the details.
Man, something about that just doesn't strike right to me. I feel like that's just not enough. You know what I mean? I don't know.
What else can you justify doing if it's only hearsay?
I feel like there's so many things that can go wrong there, right? For example, if you just ask, "Oh yeah, are your guns locked up?" Like you can just say, "Yeah, my guns are locked up." What the fuck? Like anybody can just lie, right? Like what if you lie?
Yeah, no, it's an unfortunate reality is that like sometimes the only things that you can do don't end
Your
up
answer
feeling
is
like
an
enough,
unfortunate reality?
Yeah, of course, yeah. But how about this? Instead, they could use like maybe the police could like put fucking dimensional prison face down in defense position and fucking reveal yourself. Maybe they could use their domain expansion.
Prison.
Maybe
let's just say you were a remedial. Let's just say you were a remedial homeless person lying down like on top of a bench, okay, and you were just sleeping on top of a bench, okay, and a person comes over and you were just waking up from the bench and this person is about to butt fuck you, okay, all right, and you were just about to wake up.
Let's say hypothetically, you're about to get butt fucked. What would you do then?
And his dick is almost like halfway into you, okay, all right. Except there's no evidence of this, okay. There's no evidence of this, and this grandpa is like right next to you, and this person is only like oh whatever, and this is all hearsay. This is all hearsay. This is all hearsay, okay, and this is all hearsay. How?
Wait,
and this person went to the police, and this person went to the police about
You're
that. Okay?
hearsay.
This person went to the police about that. Okay? All right.
You're fucking
Where
hearsay,
do you go
Lactoid.
from there? Where do you go from there? Like, here's the thing. This person almost fucking violated you. There's no evidence. There's no cum. There's no anything. Okay? Like, where do you go from there? Do you think the police is just gonna go up to the homeless person and go like, "Oh yeah, is your penis locked up? Is your penis locked up? Are you really comfortable with that? Are you really comfortable with that?" That is not a satisfactory answer to me. That's not a satisfactory answer to me.
I'm sorry.
At least escort the homeless person to a safer area.
What you do is you challenge them to duel, and then you figure out what happened.
Psychiatric. At least see if they have a psychiatric mental evaluation to see if they're okay. Your answer is actually remedial.
Should at least take their fucking restraining order seriously.
We got it. Okay, I'm the one who put in hearsay. I'm not a lawyer. This is why I have Lactoid here for me to.
You couldn't get a better lawyer.
Catch me when I fall. But thank you. Like, Lactoid, tell us exactly what hearsay is, so that we all know.
So eyewitness testimony is when you say, "Hey, I saw this thing happen. Here's what happened." That's evidence. That can go into court. People can go up and say, "I saw who done it," right? Or this happened to me. Or he told me, like the other party told me this, right? That's an exception. So admission by party opponent, right? And in this case, I mean, it's going to be the same way. When it comes to like the mom who wasn't there to hear it, right? And let's say the mom only knows because her daughter told her. Now it's hearsay, right? Because it's not somebody who was there and saw it who's saying it. It's somebody who heard it from the person who saw it and is now saying it, right? And the reason why this isn't allowed is because of the old game of telephone, where if you tell somebody a recounting of events and then that person tells another person, before you know it, the story is completely different than it was from the person who originally saw it. That's the idea behind it. So if you see someone committing a crime and you go to the police and tell them, that's evidence that goes into court. That's all good. So if she could have done it.
But Lactoid, like in the article that I sent you guys, the police directly talked to the teenager, and I believe the mom was there as well. Right, so they had a direct conversation. The officer asked the teenager, "Hey, why didn't you report this sooner?" Right, like the mom made a big point of talking about that. He asked her directly. They did have a direct back and forth. He did get that information. The information was put in a police report later on. So they did have that eyewitness testimony there, or eyewitness evidence there.
Yeah, so I mean, if they had her, like, if the police officer like was there and she told the police officer, "Yeah, he stuck a gun in my mouth," I think that would have been sufficient enough to arrest him. Honestly.
Okay. And Synth, you think otherwise, or
no, I think Synth agrees with me.
So yeah, Synth was like, "Don't even question him." What do you mean?
Sorry, I think that if it's the case that the kid is willing to be a cooperative,
like witness, asking to press charges, she just went there asking to get a restraining order, right?
So I think we don't know that. I think we don't know if the victim's cooperative or not.
Okay, well then this is perfect. So I want to ask this to the panel here, right? Like, domestic violence is a very difficult problem to solve for a whole list of reasons. One is the fact that we have uncooperative witnesses, right? Like uncooperative participants within these incidences. Should the law take that into account, right? Like you can have a witness who maybe is scared, right? Like scared for their life, and maybe that's why they're not talking. Or it's been said, like in the Black community, that maybe the reason why Black women don't report is because they don't want to unleash the police on Black men, right? They're scared for like the perpetrator, you know. And so if we have someone who is like a family member who can see that their daughter, or who believes that their daughter is being abused, should that elicit more?
A lot of people keep saying I'm not live,
even if they aren't in the home.
I'm live right now, bro. I think they just expect me to be live in TikTok,
I said
and I'm
response.
live on Kick.
Elicit a response from law enforcement. We can define what that response might be if you think any sort of response is appropriate.
I'm not opposed to it, but I see it as probably in the long term grossly inadequate. But I see it as probably go back to socialization or some sort of education intervention way beforehand.
How does that change? Like, for instance, the thing I told you about black women. How does that change anything?
That is an excellent question. That I would love to have that conversation that I'm like trying to introduce. Of like, again, I would prefer someone not have a gun put in their mouth, or someone not be subjected to any form of abuse. But since we only focus on what do we do after someone has been killed, and then how do we prevent the person being killed? But I think there's way more steps upstream that you can take that we can talk about that would prevent people from even like so. Again, multiple points of failure, pretty much every level. The police and every single parent. Whereas the parents failed the killer, and I think at some level there could have been something better done in order to prevent even just getting into a relationship with this person. Sure. And recognizing.
Can I get a response? Can I get a? We heard this, but like I want to answer to my question that I posed to the panel. So hopefully people are paying attention. Should there be a response if like we'll just use family members for now, right? A family member is reporting that there is like violence happening, but the participant doesn't want to say. Like that's a big part of domestic violence, right? Where the participant, for whatever reasons, on cooperative, and there could be a myriad of reasons why that is the case.
It's probably the police's job to help them navigate through that, right?
Do anything, or should society have some maybe other sort of response? Maybe not a law enforcement, but like, what do you think?
I think they should come investigate, right?
Okay.
Yeah, they should come investigate. The law enforcement should probably come along with a counselor together.
Okay. Anyone else?
Under the situation you described?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think investigation is probably reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, but I mean, it begs the question of, like, do you actually think there's the resources there to invest, like, assuming an increase of, like, claims?
No, they already investigate this, right?
Well,
if I was to make a 911 call saying, hey, like, my sister's being threatened with a gun, they're coming. And the police are going to show up. It might take them a while, but they're going to show up.
What if there's no gun? What if
what's your opinion on this? I need you to stay in chat for a few seconds.
Yeah, is it locked up?
All right, so there's some girl who like went to the police with a restraining order, right, and said, "Hey, this guy put a gun in my mouth. Can I get a restraining order against him?"
Like it's not one-to-one perfectly.
And the police were like, "Nah, you need a date of birth." And then the girl got murdered by the guy she tried to file a restraining order against.
You know, sure, that's one thing, but like if you just have somebody like insulting somebody else, I mean, you'd have
sure.
to.
What about
you'd have to arrest half of Discord.
Yeah. Sure. What about controlling behavior? What about like abuse in terms of like control?
Like what do you mean?
Maybe
he's
just
asking, what do we do about more control?
I think that's bad.
That is non-criminal.
You can't start arresting
Yes, you can't.
Non-criminal. The police don't come.
So
you're gonna get me banned on YouTube.
Wait,
Okay, but this is a problem,
what?
right? I understand the police don't come, but how do we solve this problem? We have a problem in society where people are abusive, but it doesn't arise to the level
there
of
are
criminality.
people
What
in
do you do
relationships
about it?
now that are abusive, both verbally and physically, that there's no police intervention. There are people in relationships now.
Wait, by non-criminal,
to
you
someone
mean just
being killed.
yelling at each other?
Wait. How do you distinguish this from
That's
somebody
trueness.
just being a dick? Like, how do you distinguish that between?
That is an
like,
excellent question. That's what I'm trying to introduce, and everyone just wants to like brush it aside. And that's
Whoa,
where you
don't
you
everyone here. I defended you.
No,
Yeah,
I'm talking about in the sense of
Not
like
all men.
a government response. So like, if let's say you do have a guy who's like being controlling or like verbally like screaming at somebody, but like there's no threats of violence, and there's no indication of violence.
And that's fine.
I don't like. Why is that a
think that's
government
fine.
issue at all? Like you have
I didn't
freedom.
say-
You have the First Amendment,
I
right? You have the
support
freedom of speech.
domestic violence.
Call anybody
I can
whatever I
tell you
want.
why.
I didn't
Wait,
say it.
I can
The
tell
First
you
Amendment
say
protects
it was a
my
government
right to
issue.
scream
That's
at
why
my
I
It
wife.
is a government issue. It should be a government
Okay,
issue.
yeah. The solution is that people should be nicer. I don't know, like,
Okay, if you
what
want
do you
to
mean to say?
education as a government issue.
Okay, the reason it's a government
This is an
issue
awesome
because
debate,
this
Ness.
stuff it has a predictive value for actual criminal violence, right? It actually does. Abusive behavior can lead to even more abusive behavior. Even non-criminal abusive behavior can lead to abusive criminal.
What do you mean?
behavior.
Why is this a
So
debate
it
topic?
has
They're
government
arguing
value-
over
there's
like what the
government
police
value
should
in
have done,
recognizing these
essentially.
warning signs early, and there's also government value in just making a happier, healthier society.
Yeah,
And
but
one where-
until it does happen, until it does happen,
until
right?
no, Try to fix it before it happens. Try to fix abusive behavior before it becomes
but in the
criminal.
example I gave,
I don't know what you want me to say.
No, but in the example, the
You don't
dick
have an
is
answer,
halfway
like, it's
into
the
the ass.
problem
That is
of, like,
already
you
a
can
problem,
What's your
right?
answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I want to talk about these things.
Well, that is true, Ness. They should have.
Like, tried to talk to you about it.
But they're.
Should schools have
I think
preventative measures
everyone
to,
agrees that they
help
should have
students
given the girl a
identify
restraining
abuse in
order.
And it's been part
It's
of
just
the
they're
violence.
arguing about what the
I'm
police
okay with
should have done
anti-bullying
after they
campaigns on schools.
didn't do that.
What about verbal bullying?
Healthy sex
Can we
ed,
define
stuff like
that?
that.
Verbal bullying in the sense of like, hey, when you do this, people are gonna dislike you, right? But
How are you understanding bullying? What's your conception of bullying? Or like, how would you want like
Dude, you guys are
broad strokes level?
Okay, bullying can take on many forms. There's the physical, and then there's the verbal. And there's all kinds of different bullying.
Yes,
and I would
and
say that like schools should generally say, hey, don't be a dick to your classmates and your people in your life, and you know,
Schools should
this is
teach how
behavior
not
of
Dude,
shitty
Clout
people.
and Corey is asking for some 1984
Ness, you
shit,
can't.
dude. What
Ness.
the fuck?
Okay, hold on.
We should put
not-
lithium in the
Don't
water
bully is
supply, so then they all of a
1984?
sudden don't want to commit
God
crime.
damn
No,
it,
because
Ness.
you guys are doing like indicators that are not criminal in order to like do investigations
Hold
like
on.
some witch hunt,
Food-
motherfucker.
Food stamp. Oh my god, I didn't.
I'm done with you. Why do you read the Destiny subreddit? Why do you watch Destiny? Why do you do it?
Dude,
This is
don't
proof.
watch,
This is
Destiny
literal
a lot.
proof.
But, food shops. I do
Yeah.
apologize. Seriously, I don't mean to do that.
You watch
but,
Destiny. Yeah.
Hang on, tell me about my 1984 shit. Go.
It's
but
the leftism.
I'm
Don't like the shops,
surprised-
like the stamps.
Hold on. Can we all turn back to the beginning of this panel? Because like, I'm surprised, food stamps, your reaction. Like your reaction at the start of it was like, let's be worried about the perpetrator. That like we as a society should look to non-judicial ways, or at least non-punishment ways, for dealing with these problems. You seem to me, right, with your
What is the non-punishment way to deal with, hey, this guy stuck a gun in my mouth? If somebody comes to the police and says, hey, this person literally
I can't fucking
I don't know you.
stuck a gun in my mouth and is threatening to kill
I'm
me.
being very dead
I'm
ass.
gonna finish my point. Let me finish my point, then you can respond. So, like, what Corey and LSP are trying to get to is simply to expand our idea of like what a response can be, right? So it may not be the police locking someone up for verbal abuse, right? It may not be that, but like if there's like a domestic abuse, emotional abuse, or something that's happening that is an indicator of something that might something worse that could come down
That's
the
it.
line, that maybe we could send like
What would
social
even
workers,
debate
right? Maybe
Ness?
city social workers show up and talk to them or something. It would seem like you would be open to such an idea, but it sounds like
Hold on,
you're
we're
not.
talking about some girl who went to the police
Indeed.
saying that her
It's a
boyfriend
sliding
stuck a
scale,
gun in her
so let me
mouth
explain.
and asked to file a restraining
So
order.
at the
This
very
isn't a
beginning,
problem for social
Alright,
workers.
I described the punishment after the crime has happened. I sympathize with criminals who have already committed the crime, and I think that jail sentences, prison sentences in the US are too harsh, okay? I believe in anime
No way.
redemption
For
arcs
real?
for criminals, okay? That's what I believe in, okay? I do not watch One Piece. I haven't watched anime in years, okay? But I always think about redemption arcs, okay? However, all right, if we look at things such as if we look at things such as like emotional support and all of that stuff, right? I think there are layers to this, right? We can go step by step, and yeah, I would say like, okay, step one is maybe just to send like a psychiatric kind of checkup kind of thing, like, okay, this person maybe needs something.
We're
that
talking
maybe
about
needs help, right?
It's 1984
a
stuff.
girl who went to the police and said,
talking
my
about?
At the end of the
boyfriend
day,
stuck
you're
a gun in my
basically
mouth.
saying-
You
you're
don't
basically
need
saying,
social
oh
workers
my
for
God,
that.
we
You
have
need
to
police.
send this person over. We have to like absolutely do this. Dude,
I never said anything about sending a person over. I don't think I
So
ever
true,
mentioned
Ness.
that.
then why
You just
are you
don't pay
doing that?
attention.
Then why are you doing that?
Can I
Let's put this
respond?
person on record. Why?
So I'm going
Can I
to
respond,
crystallize
please?
it. Yeah, go ahead, Alice.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
We're suffering a crisis in society, and I called it a silent
The
crisis.
crisis is
because
you.
nobody wants- We're suffering a crisis
Okay.
of toxic masculinity. We're suffering a crisis of rape culture. This is a real crisis.
Dude, what
That
do
a lot
you
of
know
people
about masculinity?
A lot more than you, little man.
I don't know. This has got his sleeves ripped off.
Can I
Seems pretty masculine.
please just talk? Jesus.
Get it out. Let
Thank
it
you.
out.
Yeah, we're having a crisis. It's a generational crisis, and it's brought about by broken homes and broken families and people not getting the support they need. Emotional support, support at school. A lot of people are victims to bullying. A lot of people are victims to domestic violence at home. Even like things that some people like jest about, like bullying from family members or brothers, or like my older brother used to bully me. Oh, older brothers are such dicks, ain't they? No,
I'm not gonna talk about the Barbie movie right now,
and it's fucking real. What these
I did like the part where Barbie got a vagina,
these
though.
Situations create are hotbeds of criminality, right? These people will go on to lead criminal lives purely as a circumstance of their environment, which they had no control in. So I'm asking you, food stamps, what do you do about it? What do you do proactively to stop people from becoming criminal before they're criminal? And don't just say it's 1984 and hand wave the problem away like I didn't bring up anything valid. What do you do?
Yeah, food stamps.
I think at the end of the day, if you're sending psychiatric workers and you're reporting psychiatric people to like different people's houses as like a form of intervention, this can easily become like a slippery slope.
Tell me how you liked it after the stream?
That is the problem. Okay,
but what do you do? What do you do? You said that. What do you do about it?
It's like at school, you just encourage like, hey, by the way, you know, like mental health help and stuff like that.
Right, curriculum. Hey, by the way, mental health.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, what do you
wait, hold on. Let me revise my position. Wait, hold on. I can revise my position. Let me revise my position, okay?
Please, because it seems like it's my position.
No, hold on. I just had a fucking brain blast, okay? I had a fucking brain blast, and I just changed my mind, okay? I just changed my mind, okay? There's layers. There's layers to this shit, okay? There's layers to this shit, and I just had a brain blast, okay? All right?
You had your redemption arc.
I just had my redemption arc, okay? I just had my anime redemption arc. So basically, right? If you believe that someone, here's the thing, because I think that some people are afraid to say things to some therapists because of like the mandatory kind of like reporting kind of shit, which is why like that's a problem, right? Because they're like mandatorily reporting. For example, child porn is one thing. For example, if somebody has already seen child porn in the first place, the person has to like report child porn. Okay, you have seen child porn before, whatever, right? So a lot of pedophiles out there are afraid to go seek help, because they have seen child porn, but they have seen child porn once, and they're never gonna go and see child porn again, right? Now,
that's what he's so confused about. They're talking about a brain blast.
Okay, I want there to be a way for people to receive intervention from some kind of mental health specialist without fearing that authority is coming to their door, that, okay, I'm about to get arrested, you know? I want people to get mental health like a knock at their door without thinking, oh my god, this is actually going to be, like, this is going to push me like further and further into a hole, you know? Like, because the moment people think of authority or people think of like a government worker showing up at that door, like people are going to get anxiety attacks, people are going to get whatever like that. How are you going to make that more approachable is my question to you.
Ness.
How?
It's because they're based. This is how you debate with people.
How?
Talk about their feelings more.
How?
By having this conversation.
If I was on this panel, I'd absolutely make Jibby Neutron references.
Community leaders, it starts in libraries, parents.
Oh,
hey,
cool. Yeah.
What's your problem?
Yeah.
Talk to me. What do you mean? Yeah, like parents are a big fucking issue. Yeah.
Wait, you're gonna use government
teachers? Yes, it's a big fucking issue. Yes.
To make people more well-adjusted, you're gonna use public.
People are afraid of the government.
Yes.
People are afraid of the establishment.
So don't fearmonger the government, right? Get the government there to be a friend to help people, right? That's an actual
my brain is imploding.
You'll scare people into like, we have to have better answers than I don't trust the government, right? I want to foster a culture where it's okay to talk about these issues, where people do trust their teachers enough to say, hey, shit's not okay at home and it's fucking with me. I want teachers to be on the lookout for shit like that. And
yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. No. I don't disagree with that. Okay? I don't disagree with that. Okay? But I'm just saying, I don't think
I'm confused.
I don't think
You're
the average people. I don't think the average people should be.
Corey, you can take it from here.
Hold on. I don't think the average person should be going like, okay, I'm gonna send like I'm gonna report you for doing a non-crime related behavior, and then see if I can get like some kind of psychiatric intervention to your home. Does that make sense?
I don't
do you think I'm defending
That doesn't. The girl
false calling
went to the police with a crime-related behavior, which was sticking their gun in her mouth.
Will enable that. Does that make sense?
He's not doing anything. He's suggested literally nothing.
Then what kind of position is he standing on? That doesn't make any sense then. What kind of position is he standing on?
Hold on. This is driving me crazy. LSP absolutely. He literally went down a whole list of things.
Yeah, so far I feel like I'm the only one who suggested something, to be honest.
Went down an entire list of things to do, right?
Yeah, but it's not like I disagree with that, right?
Like,
okay, well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna get some more water because I need to get drunk for this.
All right, Prime, stop putting your hands on your head. It is already black and blue. Okay, all right. It looks like you're bruised. Okay, what? Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
But okay, I said Corey, Doobie, Lactoid. I don't know what to do.
Okay. So Lactoid, earlier I think you asked.
What do you mean you don't know who is
maybe
who?
Inadvertently, like a really good or pointed question of like, how do you distinguish between someone being a dick versus like an abuser? So I'll ask you, and maybe this will crystallize it. Can you tell me what is one of the most common, if not the most common, communication pattern in heterosexual romantic relationships? Can you identify it? It's very well known in the psychological literature.
Yes. No, I know. What restaurant do you want to go to? I don't know. That's like the most common.
I don't know.
That's not the label in the psychological
I really
literature.
feel like not many of them are arguing very well.
Essentially, I don't know the specific label.
No.
Do you know? Okay. Well, so I think that crystallizes, at least for me, of like, why don't you just Google the demand withdraw pattern of communication?
If I had the CPU, I would. Okay, but I'm gonna need you to explain it for me.
Well, I'm gonna post a paper in the Discord chat, in the group chat, of like those. So this is correlated as a potential predictor of intimate partner violence, along with anxious attachment. And this paper is specifically about pretty much how attachment, or specifically male adult attachment, and the demand withdrawal pattern can actually be a pretty good predictor of potential intimate partner violence down the line. But since you don't know,
what else can be a pretty good predictor of intimate partner violence is
like, how
the woman goes to the police and says, my partner stuck a gun in my mouth.
After someone gets shot, as opposed to saying, hey, can you recognize a healthy behavior? What does healthy behavior look like? What does healthy communication look like?
Okay, and your solution would be along the lines of fostering the kind of healthy culture in which, like,
I would actually.
What does fostering mean?
I would absolutely put this in a curriculum.
Wait, can you summarize what you just said into one sentence? I'm a bit confused by your position.
Dude, what does fostering mean? Like, y'all keep doing it. It's like, dude, how do you
like the band foster the people?
Yeah. Or have you ever fostered a
My
dog?
God,
Does that sentence
bitch,
ring
stop
any
moving your
bells?
webcam.
No, I know, but like, how do you
foster
use
a child?
You do it.
Like,
You do it by
what
promoting.
are you doing to foster?
They're talking about like ad campaigns.
You get
right?
woke.
Like got
you get
milk.
woke. Seriously,
like, yeah.
No,
I
I want to be.
You get teachers. You get teachers. You get community leaders to promote certain values. That's a big part of it, right? Start fostering the idea.
Our last president before Biden was Trump.
Yeah, we know that.
Who promoted like the worst values?
We know that.
No.
A better president.
But it's just like you're like, okay, so we need to like.
Why are they even talking about this?
Qualities.
Yes, we need to. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, no, hold on. Let's keep going. So you said foster it. So what you really mean is you mean select people with different qualities. Okay, so now that we're selecting people with different qualities, how do we select people with different qualities?
So I mean, you would look for them for school positions. You'd look at their backgrounds and say,
"Who is you?
Who is you? You is engaging the reader, the royal you. I don't want to have to stop and explain every single
it's just like how are you collectively changing American culture?
I'm not collectively changing anything.
Okay, so you're not fostering
as a collective.
You're not collectively
no,
changing.
I'm literally not fostering. Do I really have to explain this? No, I'm not literally doing it.
am so tired of listening to people on internet debate
Ross,
channels.
did you come here to say I wasn't literally contributing anything personally? Is that what you came here to just say I didn't personally do anything? I can't personally make change? No fucking shit, dipshit. I'm on a panel. I'm here because I'm poor. Okay? The way you foster a positive communities, you get the right fucking leaders in office, you get the right church leaders, you get the right teachers.
This is so true. If only that kid went to church, I bet he wouldn't have murdered her.
The royal you. Do I have to tell
None of this is any bearing what the argument should be, which is what the police should have done when somebody came to them and said, "Hey, my boyfriend stuck a gun in my mouth. Can I get a restraining order against him?"
This is hard. Okay, fostering change. We've done that before, right? We've had campaigns. Look at we got Lactoid here. Lactoid can tell us all about it.
Got milk.
Against, against like
what in the hentai is happening?
Driving, the campaigns against drugs, right? Like we actually
war on drugs, dude.
Yes, and that worked. And Dare absolutely worked. As you would agree, right, Prime? Dare worked.
Yeah.
Wait, but Dare ended. Why did it end?
Okay, dude. All right. So let's foster cultural change by opposing drug use as a society. By making
I think that would.
Why are they even arguing about this? Wait till this guy's not out. There have been more murders in the name of Christianity than any other religion. That's true.
Did you stay in law school with your shirt sleeves ripped off?
No, I'm on the internet right now.
You changed for the internet panel?
Yeah.
From what you wore for your first day of law school?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't change when you get home?
You dress to look more retarded.
That's not
What are they doing? What are they talking about?
Damn, bro! She's roasting your dick out!
Stop! This is what I'm talking about.
This is the cruelty. This is verbal.
God, no.
You guys can't see what I'm typing.
Wait, I have like the 17-inch neck.
There is nothing wrong with not knowing how to tie a tie. I'm dead serious. Ross, would you like to learn how to tie a tie? I will teach you.
Dude, if I wanted to learn how to tie a tie, I would.
No, she is blowing your back out.
Dude, wait, why do I need a spot?
Hold on. LSP, have you considered that, like, if you teach it through school, it'll make you look like a nerd to learn it? Have you considered that?
Might be a possibility. Let's go to Doobie, who's been waiting patiently.
Doobie, save me from this.
Absolutely.
Just let him wink off, okay?
I don't know how to save you guys from this. I guess I'll go to food shop.
Said, why are you guys even arguing about
I have
this?
nothing to say,
What?
Doobie.
Wait,
I
hold on.
am busy coming.
Just talk about what the cop should have
Let
done.
him ask a question.
That's fine. So it seemed like you said. I think you said that you agree with LSP, right? About
That's by the way, if you're still here,
having
can
mental
you
health professionals,
unsubscribe and then
talk
subscribe
to
again?
the parents or talk to the students, whatever.
I want to see if this
Then
shit
you asked
works.
LSP how he would make them comfortable with that situation. But I'm wondering how you would make them comfortable with that situation, because you said that you agree with him. So if you guys want the same solution, what would you do to make people more comfortable with that happening?
We're fostering cultural change.
Honestly, I would just say, like, at the end of the day, like, I think there's multiple layers. Like, at the government layer,
It
we
might
could
not work
allocate
'cause
more
you're
money
already-
into, like, the mental health
You've
care
already
system,
been
right?
subbed.
Like, we could just try to divert more funds so then we can have more professional healthcare workers in general. On a level where we have the community leaders, we could be on the lookout so then we can support, like, our community better. On, like, the education level, we could also make sure that teachers are looking out for students better. We can have better training for teachers and just look out for signs of abuse from parents and etc.
You don't need to do any of this shit. You don't need to do any of this shit in this case because we had a lot of evidence of abuse. That evidence was the girl going to the police and saying, "My boyfriend stuck a gun in my mouth. Can I get a restraining order against him?"
Society as overall. Anyway, I'm done. Okay. Anyway,
I agree.
Anyway,
Good
that's
answer.
it.
Good answer.
Well, thank you for that.
Doobie, did that clear that up for you?
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Thank you.
Let's go to Lactoid. You had something specifically to say.
Yeah, I had something to say a while ago, but I think it's still relevant. Before food shops.
Thank you for saying my name right.
Okay, good. I didn't freeze up. Yeah. So before you had your redemption,
how do I comment on the
I
panel?
actually somewhat agreed with your prior position, because you were. I think there's this sort of need that people feel, and I understand why people feel it. That when there's a problem, well, we have to fix it, right? We have to come up with some kind of solution, and we got to fix the problem. But there are times in which the cure is worse than the ailment, right? And if we're gonna go ahead and like, so like sending like mental health professionals to people's houses, like clearly that cure would be worse than the ailment, right? I don't want anybody coming to my house without a warrant.
Wait,
right?
hold on.
Mental health care
Hold on.
worse
So
than the-
I sort of want to steelman LSP here, even though he is clearly remedial. Okay, all right. So I just want to defend a remedial person over here. Okay. So just want to be clear, right? Just like swatting, right? So we want to prevent like the mental health care version of swatting, right? Basically, when it comes to that, we just have to like make sure records are kept, facilities are informed, like where like neighbors aren't really abusing the system, and that's it. You know, it isn't. Yeah, that's it. You know, I'm pretty sure there's exceptions.
The mental health equivalent of swatting, like I'm not sure what we're envisioning there.
Yeah,
I think get down, drink your corn syrup.
Yeah, what is
I think that cure would be worse than the I think that cure would be worse than the ailment, right? Violating people's rights in that way.
Well, listen, right? Like, you're just a lawyer. Like, you're not really a mental health professional, so you know. What's your authority to speak on? I'm kidding.
The law. I'm speaking on the law.
Yeah,
so the law should not be.
Is that whenever we apply this balancing test of protecting people's rights versus saving someone's life, Lactoid is correct. This does require us to violate somebody's rights in order to do the greater good of saving someone's life and/or stopping someone from making what may be, again.
No, you're not. Okay, violating your rights would be unreasonable search and seizure. When you're like detained, that counts as seizure, right? I'm pretty sure if you're like making open threats against somebody and you stuck a gun in their mouth, I don't know if I consider that violating their rights. I don't think that's unreasonable seizure.
This is not surprising coming from you, right? Because you're part of... No, I mean, you're part of the Second Amendment death cult, so this makes sense.
Oh, he is?
The idea... No,
the original death cult, Ross.
The original death cult. No, exactly. The Second Amendment death cult. So, and for the people in the death cult, like the idea that we'll have tens of thousands of gun deaths per year, but like curtailing gun rights would be worse than actually trying to save some of those lives. Right? That makes complete sense within that death cult. And so when you tell us that like the epidemic, right, and mortality specifically, female mortalities by intimate partners, that like a social worker coming to your house, that would be worse than addressing the
So like is everyone here stupid? I'm beginning to think so, man. So like is everyone here stupid?
I'm gonna take you down. I'm gonna take you down a slippery slope. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, into his ass.
No one said police powers. I just wanted to say that, like the social workers. But go ahead.
So I'm gonna take you down a slippery slope. Are you truly comfortable?
I don't know what's going on. Not much is happening.
Well, this person has a personality trait.
Zach, can you subscribe to me already?
Upwind.
I need to test if these alerts work.
Well, then hold on. What would this be other than a personality trait?
My stream audio cutting in and out. What do you mean by that?
Of psychology. There's actually other things outside of psychological traits that can describe.
Look at his eyes. There's no soul left in his eyes.
That don't just fall into the category of the big five of
conscientiousness. If you have, I'm not talking about the big five. Wait. I'm not talking about the big five personality traits. Okay, I'm talking about like your personality in the colloquial sense of. You have like are you a dick, right? That guy has a shitty personality. Oh, well, that's not part of the five.
I don't trust you.
Shitty isn't on the list. No, I'm talking about like that guy has a shitty personality. Do they have like a shitty personality?
Well, that's not part of the five. You're lying,
manipulative, controlling, etc.
It seems good
comfortable with
to
this
me.
Determining well, Joe over there, he's got some personality traits we're concerned about. We're gonna and statistically, they could lead to like some harm down the line. We're gonna send some mental health professionals to his house and get him some help.
Yeah, actually, I am. Hold on, that's all. So I thought what you were going to say.
Oh my god!
Like,
why are they even talking about this right now?
Institutionalize those individuals, and I'd be like, no, I wouldn't be okay with that. With the state just like sort of deciding that, like, interviewing Doobie and then finding out red flags galore and then putting him away. Right? Like I wouldn't be okay with that.
If somebody claims that you have a gun and stuck it in their mouth, yeah, you should probably go fight out whether you can have that gun in court. I think that's probably the bare minimum.
Of like screaming and yelling and like clearly abusive behavior, like something that's escalating. No one's been hit yet. Right? So I'm going a more extreme example, but no one's been hit yet. But it seems like things are escalating. That the state would send mental health workers there.
Yeah, what's the debate? Yeah,
say, hey, like,
they completely like abandoned the original debate topic, and now they're just they're talking about
they
like
slam the door in their
male
face,
loneliness. I don't even know, man.
Well, if they slam, so I'm not saying they have
send the military.
Powers. So it might be so, and I'm not saying that we can save necessarily everyone, but I think that if like for a prescription, right? So I'm gonna give you like an extra prescription you can work with. I would send mental health workers to Adora, right? And I would have them like talk to the inhabitants, right? And say like we've gotten reports of this, that, and the other. Let's just first hear your story, right? Tell us your story. What's going on here, right? Maybe they will be honest, maybe they won't. But then even then,
I'm so confused. Why would you send mental health professionals for that? This is a case where somebody asked for a restraining order after their boyfriend stuck a gun in their mouth. You don't need mental health professionals for that. You can send cops there and you can say, hey, what's your side of the story? Like,
and we'll leave it at that. That alone will save lives. Yes, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, so I mean that's pretty milquetoast. If you're just gonna have like you're saying you want people to show like
what's
like
wrong with
basically
milquetoast taste?
Like, you essentially want just like mental health evangelists to like go to people's houses, knock on the door. Hey, do you have a minute to talk about some good mental health?
I don't know.
I
have.
Dewey's just here. Dewey said like 3 words this whole debate.
This doesn't seem like because you're not like interfering with them, like you're not going inside their house, you're not like. You know, my big thing is what I assumed, and maybe I wrongly assumed this, was that somebody here was in favor of like sending mental health professionals to their house for some kind of mandated treatment, right? Some kind of like, hey, we've done some analysis and you have some like mental traits that, we find concerning. So now we're here to like, to take you away. Like that. I mean, that would be utterly absurd, right?
I don't know if that was me. I said that I wanted a mandatory evaluation for them to be sent in, but that's no different than what we already do right now in the system. Not that we come and we state that we've noticed warning signs. Like I again think that it needs to be something severe.
So like a physical event, not like just yelling.
Hold on, I don't know how like red flag laws work, but like in theory, if somebody claims that you stuck their gun in their mouth, they should probably confiscate that gun, and you should probably have a hearing as to whether or not you can have that gun. And during that hearing, I'd assume like the judge or whatever would request, would request like a mental health hearing or something.
If there were like, so let's say that there were sounds of what sounded like neighbors reported hearing sounds of like harm or slapping or something else.
I know I click on a stream with that name. What?
Very, off or off kilter.
Hey, yo.
Time case panel live reaction, but a good stream title. I know.
Than we are aware of. At least that's what I've definitely heard from COP and from my own experience. People notice a lot of things.
Chat, so, can you go follow me on Kick?
One thing that I think would be vital is in having police sent down there.
I need like 75 followers to get monetized on Kick.
Confiscation. Maybe then
thanks for the party emojis.
Submitted to a mandatory mental health evaluation.
Jeez.
After that, we need to then we can move forward.
You gotta name it boobs.
Go there to their house.
I'm sure if I just name it, there are boobs on this stream. People will join.
If you want your guns back, you must.
Do I have to make a Kick account? I think
would be okay with that only in the event that the police arrived and there was some kind of evidence of like physical harm, right? If it turned out that the only evidence that existed was like, we got into a loud fight, but I mean we were just screaming at each other because I found out she cheated and I was very upset, screaming back and forth. But and both parties are saying like, there was no physical conflict, there's no marks.
It's so
on
worth
either
it,
person.
Bro.
There's literally nothing to indicate there was like physical violence. At that point, I don't see it as a police problem, right?
Well, there's a lot of broken stuff around because I'm certain that you've gone through cases like this, right? Where it seems like, all right, there's no physical harm on either of the people, but there's a lot of like lamps broken, other items broken, like furniture broken, just like a lot of harm that seems to come from people being upset and like throwing things.
I don't even know if that would be sufficient, right? If let's say she gets really pissed and grabs up like a dinner plate because I I don't know, like forgot to wash it or something, and then throws it on the ground and it shatters, right? Like that's not like a police event.
What evidence of physical harm do you expect to find?
Okay, speaking as a person who's had shit thrown at me in fights and relationships, yes, it is.
Wait, I said thrown at the ground, not thrown at somebody.
So actually, even then, Lactoid, I think this is actually really important. What do you
Who
think
is
of the likelihood
Prime Case and why
that
he got a
in a fit of
panel?
anger, someone even just throws a plate on the
He's
ground, that's an
a
example of like
streamer,
great healthy
someone,
psychological
something?
behavior.
I don't know.
It's probably not the best psychological behavior. I wouldn't encourage it. I never do it, right? I don't behave like in that way personally. And I would advise people not to. But it's not a police. It's not a police issue.
I understand. You can stop there.
Personally.
So let's say they shared with you
twice.
that hey, my partner in a fit of anger, they threw a plate on the ground. What would you do? Would you say, hey, that's fine until they're violent, then continue on as usual?
I mean, I might say to be careful, right? Is this person like being aggressive? Is this person like?
Okay.
Look,
Let's
be honest here, Corey. Like,
because
one of the
assault
problems
doesn't
here,
need
if you want to
physical
play this
harm.
game,
It's
right,
a matter
you
whether
got to
the
be
victim
careful
believes in
generally
the
if you're
moment
dating
life is
men,
in danger.
like as a concept, right?
I think
I agree with you.
I think what he's saying is, in order for the police to do anything to
the
somebody,
violence rates differ by type of
they
man,
have to
right? If we want to get really controversial
physical
about that.
evidence.
And so you got to be careful when you go down that slippery slope of like
assault on somebody.
Like it's not actually violence, but we've measured some stuff earlier that are statistically linked. Like you got to be really careful.
That's what he was doing, but yeah, he is.
I think LSP also wants to talk about that issue of like, yes, I would totally agree with you 100% in terms of you got to be careful of just dating men, period.
I agree with him.
There
Anything
are warning
he says, I agree
signs
with him.
that are above the level or before the level of even just like throwing a plate on the ground, where it's like, yeah, if you encounter someone that you know who is sharing with you that, hey, my partner, like in a fit of anger while we were arguing, they threw a plate on the ground, your advice shouldn't be, well, until it escalates, then just be on the lookout.
No, but hold up. You hear what I'm saying? Like, if I had a friend who told me, yeah, my girlfriend like insults me every day, like says that I'm trash, I would tell him to leave her, even though no crime whatsoever has been committed. Right? Like I obviously look out.
Can I ask real quick?
I obviously look out for like my friends. I don't want them to like be in bad situations, but not every bad situation the cops or a mental health like a mandatory evaluation needs to happen. Prime solution of like they just show up and like, hey, like we're gonna investigate. Are you okay? That seems pretty benign. I don't think there's a major problem with that.
So then I'm curious, would you be opposed to like even before that of like mental health whatever going door to door whatever mental health professionals going to door?
Frogman at the bottom. That's
like some sort of curriculum of
what do you mean?
Like,
why
hey,
is Dewey here? Dewey is awesome. I don't know what Dewey's opinion is. I forget because they said like 4 words.
Wait, Corey. By the way, how is that practical? That sounds crazy. By the way, it was like a resource.
Dewey's here the whole.
But we teach
That's
sex
true.
ed. Do you think there's any correlation between like sex?
But having like just mental health professionals going door to door like that,
I don't know why Zach's chats are bigger than everyone else. But that's cool, I guess.
Like, what do you think the resource cost is on that? Food shops, not stamps, shops.
Like. All right, femboy. Okay, all right.
No!
Listen. Okay, all right. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Listen.
Now it's getting interesting. Hell yeah.
It's already so hard to get people to canvass for voting, okay? Like to get people to knock on the doors in a community to get people to vote for somebody, all right? How the heck are you gonna get people to like go door to door in every single community to like go and spread like mental health awareness and to talk to them about mental health awareness when like 99% of the people are not even gonna open them, and then pit bulls are gonna start attacking you. Like a pit bull has attacked me before. Like what the fuck? Like how are you're not gonna have a cop accompany you every single time. Like whenever like some motherfucker is gonna pull out like a gun in Florida. You know what I mean?
My understanding of the topic was what should the police do if a woman goes to the police and asks for a restraining order? Claiming that her boyfriend stuck a gun in her mouth. But now, I don't even know what they're arguing about. They're on like so many tangents right now. They're just talking about like how to reduce violence overall. And they're just like, guys, I think parents should probably tell their kids not to be violent.
Fuck you, like that. But yeah, they're happy to get a job. Like, giving them more opportunities, it's fine. They could have been doing something else. I mean, whatever.
Organizing events aligning with political candidates and then being in auditoriums and like giving speeches and stuff like that is like way better than just like doing something like that.
Do you think social workers do that? Do you think that's a
that would be a good start. Being with community leaders, being with community leaders, and being like in like these public community centers is like a good start. Yeah.
Being with community leaders. Why?
Like these. But what? You want to finish that sentence?
Arrest.
Yeah, I don't understand. I like.
Honestly,
so,
I don't know if they should arrest him immediately, but they should probably at least take his gun away, right? With like red flag laws, and then they could schedule a hearing to say, is this man okay to own a gun? That's probably where they should start.
What do you mean?
There's obviously going to be all sorts of mitigating factors, but that's probably where they should start.
Okay, so the one I remember she talked, it was because there was a hospital outreach, right? So you go to these patients who are unresponsive, like outpatient individuals.
What is Doobie doing?
Aren't like going to their appointments or anything like that. Or they have like a health plan that's been established, and maybe they're having trouble following it. So you go to them, you talk to them. Like maybe it's about nutrition, maybe it's about, I don't know, like taking medicine, whatever. And that intervention can be quite helpful. If someone comes to the home
fell
and,
asleep.
Maybe
That's probably
what's
true.
going on in the home, maybe having
okay, but at that
roadblocks,
point, why not just
and,
give the lady a gun and then whoever wins gets to
Wait,
live?
did you say
Survival of the
roadblocks?
fittest, literally awesome.
Yeah,
For real, if we just lived in a society where everybody had guns.
Maybe they play too much Roblox.
Roadblocks. Okay.
Blocking the road.
Okay,
blocking
all
the
right.
road.
What the fuck is Doobie? Listen, Doobie is awesome.
But anyway, so that's social worker.
Doobie is
having an
carrying the
intervention
stream right
as
now. If
someone,
Doobie wasn't there, I wouldn't be
right,
watching
like, They
this.
didn't have police powers to arrest them if they decide, I'm not going to do the doctor's orders or anything like that. That's fine. But they go to
Life is
maybe-
roadblocks.
Alright, I think that's fair.
Okay. All right. And we should triple their pay.
Okay. I'm sure we can meet a middle ground here. I think we should have like a system where we have women go from door to door offering free pussy and taking people's virginities. Okay.
True.
And, that's it. No one will ever be a virgin ever again. Everybody will become experienced, and that's
She
about
gets it.
Okay, cool.
I want to ask Corey a quick
Compromise,
question,
okay.
if I could.
This is a stupid
Go ahead.
panel. I expected this to be a lot better.
So let's just say, and I'm foreshadowing here a little bit.
They've said
Let's just
nothing.
say that I had evidence that demonstrated that people of more left-wing beliefs had a much higher rate of mental illness and a much higher rate of criminal involvement.
Because they have more reporting. Because they have higher reporting.
No. Corey, based on that, let's say I had data, let's say saved in multiple folders, like ready to go. If I had that data, then would you agree with me that being left wing is also an indicator of like criminal behavior that we need to be concerned about in the same way the mental
just because
things that you were talking
somebody
about before would be?
A group of people commits more crime. That's not an indicator of criminal behavior.
Happy to grapple with and answer because I think that shows.
An indicator of criminal behavior is like
that
violent
shows,
tendencies, right? That
let's say,
individual does.
I think I know the data that you're citing. In
all
terms of
data.
Yeah. So, and here is where
Hey
you
guys,
do
today
like
we'll be
nuance,
taking 1,000
because
people's
in terms
virginities.
of like
Mr.
predictors
Beast,
of
please do
violence
that
or criminal
video,
behavior,
please.
Like, so if you want to put under the category of anxiety and depression, do you think that's correlative to future criminal behavior? Because mental illness is a broad category. I mentioned something specific. I mentioned something specific in terms of communication patterns in your romantic relationship. I mentioned something specific in terms of anxious attachment and adult anxious attachment or attachment in general. Now, you want to talk about mental illness, this broad umbrella that includes everything from anxiety to depression to whatever, schizophrenia, and a whole host of other personality disorders.
And
you want to
cluster
correlate
B
that.
personality disorders,
sure.
bipolar.
So if you want to use pretty much a low resolution predictor of
Where's
behavior,
YouTube sleep emoji? I
then
think
I
Kick
would
has
advocate
one.
against that.
Go to
As opposed-
Kick,
I'm
make a
I'm
Kick
talking about
account just to
specific,
send sleep
just
emoji.
as what do you think the correlation is between alcohol and intimate partner violence? Do you think there's any correlation there?
Anus attachment.
Oh, for sure. There's probably a strong correlation.
Exactly.
And the point I'm trying to say though is that you're equally justified then, like, taking a look at alcohol, taking a look at people with like, certain thought processes, manipulative thought processes, like psychopaths, type A personality types, and also, cluster B, strong people with like strong personality indicators for violence or even for self-harm, right? And we also have data, or let's say if I did have data, to suggest that there was a strong correlation between criminal involvement and left-wing beliefs. I mean, that one's straightforward, right? So, I mean, under this thought process, we should be like, that is an indicator in itself. Should we put lefties on probation just for being lefties, or like a light probation, right?
I never advocated for anything like I said in terms of.
Wait, who advocated for that?
I specifically advocated for
You're right. Sorry, we should educate.
When we talk about indicators of violence, we should probably be talking about individual behavior.
The issue there, Lactoid, is just like it's not going to be causal, right? So what the Corey cares about is how do we reduce the rates of people being, how do we reduce the rates of intimate partner by violence, not like how do we reduce the.
My chat broken. I feel like those should have disappeared by now.
Intimate partner violence leads to you being, it leads to you being hurt. That wouldn't mean that we want to like teach people don't be hurt so that you don't get you don't have like intimate partner violence. We don't care about these things that are just correlates. We care about the things that are like causal, and we care about the direction of causality.
Well, if you
if you can show me data that, let's say, anxiety leads to criminal behavior or future criminal behavior as a predictor, then by all means, I'm open to it. I'm open to having that education in a curriculum, or even depression.
All I can show you is that there's left-wing political beliefs are a predictor of future criminal involvement. In the same way that you can show that the personality traits you're talking about, or the mental traits, I don't know what you want to call it, are a predictor of domestic violence moving forward. I don't know if you can establish causation for either.
Things around.
Damn, Lactoid actually has a base point.
I take your point. There would be degrees of
he said a few things. He has talked a lot more than Doobie.
Data or longitudinal data. But like, yes, there's a much stronger correlation. Just that there's a much stronger correlation between alcohol and intimate partner violence versus, let's say, anxiety or broad mental illness and future criminal behavior. If you want to talk about that, I'm more than happy to. But again, if you can show me something
that's even talking about
in terms of like anxiety or depression or schizophrenia,
I'm trying to find what the original panel topics were supposed to be.
I'm more than happy of that information being put out there and being educated on it.
Right, I have predictors of crime generally, and I've got studies on this too. That one of the theories here is that the locus of control as a mindset is a major predictor for a whole host of things in your life. And so like what locus of control is there's internal locus of control and external locus of control. If you have an internal locus of control, you're somebody who believes that you can shape your own destiny, that your work gets you ahead, that you like, it's up to you to fix your situation. Hold on. Right?
Shut up. What it was supposed to be about, Sylvia Lopez, a 15-year-old girl, was killed by her boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend. The motive seems to be her rejection of him. Lily's parents are saying that police failed to protect her child, even after filing reports that showed the teen was dangerous. In an earlier incident, he put a gun in Lily's mouth and threatened to kill her and her family if she left him. The police were aware of that and took no action against the teen. Were the police in the wrong here? Was this tragedy avoidable? Should we rethink our approach to domestic violence? They're sort of talking about this one, and if the police don't have enough powers to address that, would you be in favor of giving them more? This is the only one they're kind of talking about right now.
Like, figure that out when you're a kid. Like, are you blaming the system or are you blaming yourself? And we keep an eye on the people who are blaming the system because they are much more predictively, they are much more likely to like have all the bad outcomes happen, right?
So
right now it's in 10 minutes.
Everything that you said in terms of external and internal locus of control is correct. You're more or less just like talking about intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. I'm more than happy to actually have that type of information put in a curriculum
should have been a pretty straightforward debate. Well, apparently not, because they can't stay on topic, man.
The marshmallow experiment, as that seems to be somewhat of a good predictor of future academic achievement and achievement in a whole host of other things. So it's like, yes, that should be passed down and put in a curriculum and taught to children. Absolutely.
They're not even. So, what are they saying? Oh my god.
glad you guys.
Listen. Lactoid might be remedial sometimes, but he was based here. Okay, so I appreciate him for not being remedial. Thank you.
Honestly, I've never been able to give him higher praise. So let's go.
Oh my God.
Great so far. We have another topic, so we're gonna go to that. Next.
Oh, they're going to another topic. Thank God.
Hey all, if you've been enjoying this conversation so far, please consider helping out the channel by first of all following the channel. And then so yeah, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Also consider supporting the channel.
I'm glad police auto made it to
yeah,
I'll do cops.
If you're here on YouTube, or you can use your hype chat or super chat in YouTube or Twitch, because we read those messages. So if you want to say something to the panel, I saw a lot of you guys had something to say during the last topic here. But
okay, let's see what the second topic is, and let's see how well they can stay on topic.
Super chat or a hype chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, it supports the channel.
All right.
And
this one's awesome.
Whatever it was.
There's a new online subculture in which participants listen to subliminal videos in hopes of changing their race. In particular, most participants attempt to become Southeast Asian. They believe that listening to the videos will eventually change their DNA, and some claim they've already received minor results. Is this harmful for teenagers? Do you consider this the same as the Rachel, whatever situation? This has been compared to the trans movement. Is that fair?
Neither.
I wonder if my subliminal channel ever took off.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta check now.
Abby, no.
You know, I never thought, before this panel, I never thought lawyers could have a personality, but I love the lawyers on this panel so far, so I really appreciate them.
Guys, I don't think it's taken off. No new notifications.
I think your original hypothesis was correct. All right, let's get started. We will.
God damn it!
On that one, so that's one for B.
How many lifetime views? 135.
Yeah, it's kick or keep, clearly.
Let me go celebrate my doggo.
Let's get started. So next topic, and hopefully LSP doesn't freaking walk away.
Hold on, I'm gonna subscribe to my channel on this account.
Next topic. There is a new online subculture in which participants listen to subliminal videos.
This is the most remedial topic, I swear. It really
in the hopes of changing their race. In particular,
sorry.
Most participants attempt to become Southeast Asian. They believe that listening to the videos will eventually change their DNA, and some claim that they've already received.
How long are they even gonna be able to talk about this? Like, what is there to talk about with this?
Teenagers? Do you consider this the same as the Rachel Dolezal situation from way back when? And this has been compared to the trans movement, but is that fair? Okay, so I got to give you more context because
chronically online topic, not real. Nobody who goes outside is affected by this bullshit.
So,
listen, but
subliminal
going outside is not allowed.
I say
on this channel
because I don't think that's actually what they're.
We gotta learn about this.
Videos, that they're listening to. They're basically hypno videos. If you ever was on Tumblr. Tumblr was big with the hypno videos, right? Sith knows what I'm talking about.
Bro, I was on Tumblr back then too. All I drew was Lapidot Steven Universe fan art, bro.
So, but yeah, so they just repeat messages over and over again. And in this case, these messages are supposed to, according to the
they're real, they're gonna work.
Eventually, if you listen to them in your sleep, eventually change your DNA. So a white person with white features will eventually have East Asian features.
Sounds credible.
Chat agrees with me.
That's their goal. According to the article, there was they were interviewing some teenagers who were into this thing. Some of them said their hair got darker and the shape of their eyes changed.
It's real.
So, whatever. So that's the state of play here. I'm going to ask everyone's opinion. We'll start with LSP.
But Zach, you got to stick around because this panel is going to be awesome.
This to be equal to Rachel Dolezal. I think that transracialism actually is a thing. I think that there are cases where people who you could validly call transracial have been identified. People who suffered from some sort of actual dysphoria.
Oh boy, okay. It is a shit show.
This online trend is quite the same. In fact, it's a little bit of an insult to it. It's kind
Wait,
of like
who's
this
talking
idea
right
that you
now?
can transition to female from male by listening to
him.
Britney Spears and watching Barbie. It doesn't mesh well to me. Race is a social construct. There is not a real genetic basis to it.
That's
the
true.
article you linked cites several experts who even agree with this statement. Race is also malleable historically. What's been considered white has changed. It is very much defined by society.
No, Painting guy, you ruined it. Yeah.
Society's understanding of it is pretty much fixed in that you are the race of your parents. I don't think this is a good test case to say that one is transracial. Or I don't think this is a good story to support the transracial movement.
I'm gonna get Destiny to make my arguments for you.
Let's go
Or for
to
me.
our friend Corey, please.
Yeah. This I think, I don't know, Prime, it's like you chose this story specifically with me in mind, because like this story is like a personal affront to me as a biologist, where, yeah, you know, kids thinking that by watching video it's going to change their DNA or change their biology in any way is like, yeah, that's a personal affront to me. And going back to what I spoke about earlier in terms of failure, this is also a failure of the education system. We have kids out there or even teenagers thinking they can watch videos and alter their biology or actually alter their DNA.
Hold on, shut up.
So, over in Florida...
Okay, can I address this argument real quick? Okay.
I never have to think for myself.
Let me start with this, okay?
Every...
Oh, wait, hold on.
Wonder sometimes whether the left hears itself. So I said, well, you're 21. Why can't you be 60? Well, now people are actually doing this. They're actually claiming that they are trans.
I mean, this is me. I'm saying this.
I do wonder sometimes whether the left hears itself. So, over in Florida...
Okay, can I address this argument real quick? Okay. Let me start with this, okay? Every single person on the planet, every single person on this planet believes in trans age, okay? To start with. All of us think that trans age is real, okay?
Yeah, he'll start making sense a little later.
Just hold on. They don't actually use their brain when they're engaging with the question, and to be fair, people on the left has super muddied the water on what it means to be trans, okay? When we talk about what a trans person means, okay, hopefully, if we're still in the world of reality, okay, in the world of reality, a trans person's brain could be sexed differently than their body, right? So if that is the case, you're not just randomly identifying as something. There is a fact of the matter about the state of your brain, okay? When I talk about the trans age thing, when we talk about age is typically a signifier for other things in your life. For instance, when you hit a certain age, you have a certain amount of development. When you hit a certain
Destiny
age,
always does this. He because sometimes people join and he's just always in it. I don't know.
Then you're allotted a certain amount of rights when you get to the age of majority, right? So, for instance, at 18 years old, you have the right to own property, to go have sex, to go do whatever the fuck you want to do at 18 or 19 in some states. I think in Nebraska it's 19, right? However, in the United States, we recognize that some people's brains don't actually mature that way. In a way, we kind of treat people with severe mental disability as like trans-aged down to a younger age. We might treat somebody that has severe autism or crazy Down syndrome at 30 years old like they're only 6. You might actually do that. Or we might say this person is age 25, but because of a developmental disability, this person is treated essentially as a 15 or 16-year-old. Like this already happens in the United States where we revoke rights from people or we assign permanent guardians to somebody because their brain hasn't matured as much as like the age they have, the age that their actual body is. So when somebody's like, oh, like trans age, it's so stupid. We kind of do treat people as different ages based on like developmental delays or other sort of problems, okay? However, you can't just say that you identify as a different age, okay? Because that doesn't make sense, right? Age is typically, if it's not going to be a signifier for like actual like physical development, age is just it's just a number. Age is a it's an actual thing
that measures like how many times the Earth has gone around the sun while you exist on the planet. You can't just identify that away, right? I've been alive for 11 years. I can't identify as being alive for 30 years. It doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. It's like identifying somebody with 4 or 5 arms. You can't do that. But for a trans person, the argument is that their brain is actually sexed differently. Their brain is sexed differently than their body. So it's not just that they're identifying as trans, it's that they are trans. Now, whether or not you believe in trans people, that's fine. If you say, oh, well, I don't believe that trans people are real. I don't believe...
That's so true. Anyway, I got Destiny to make my arguments for you. Basically, it's a fact of the matter we're discussing. The fact of the matter we're discussing when we talk about race or age is how many times you've gone around the sun or how much melanin you have in your skin. The fact of the matter that we're talking about when we talk about gender is somebody's brain state, is what sex or gender identity their brain has. Anyway, would you say anti-traditionalist as in an idea that would have never been considered... Oh, wait, hold on. He's saying an idea coming from the left has become completely synonymous for anti-traditionalist with a lot of conservatives. Anti-traditional... Well, I mean, yeah. I hate leftists. They stupid, dumb, can't make good arguments.
Seems like comparable to astrology, and if we're going to panic to, or I guess treat with such distaste to astrology as
she just left.
Then I guess that's
she's
fair,
gone.
But I don't think that people really do. On the broader note, I do think it's actually completely fair to compare the transracial community with the transgender community.
Can I call
if
him?
you are in favor of having somebody to,
I want to make Destiny's
somebody have the ability to change their gender,
Shops isn't here
in the
to make
sense as they want to adopt the cultural expectations of a different group and be referred to as such, I don't see why that argument simply can't apply to race. Whether or not, I mean, unless, I'm expecting these aren't going to be the arguments that I hear, but unless you're going to accept that, well, if society views you as a man, then, like, you can't really be a woman, right? Or if society views you as a woman, you can't really be a man.
I felt disgusting, right?
That seems to fly in the face of how we see transgenderism today, which is more based on simply like personal identity, as opposed to whether or not other people consider you to be passing, right? And then the other part of this is whether or not transgender is independently some kind of medical phenomenon. Right? I don't think it is. I admit gender dysphoria maybe, but I don't think dysphoria is actually a necessary prerequisite to changing your gender or changing your race. Biological male and female is not socially constructed, but man and woman are. And this idea that, well, if we want to change cultural expectations around that, and it's
like when someone like Ben Shapiro says that trans age is being pushed by leftists, that's just the immediate jump he makes.
Yeah, it just seems that if you don't apply it to race, you're just being completely arbitrary.
I think Ben Shapiro knows he's lying, but he knows he can manipulate people like that. Yeah.
So I fully am on board with the kids changing their race to Southeast Asian.
Okay, thank you so much. Why don't we go back to food shops, and after that, DB.
Okay, awesome. All right, here's my take. Okay. Okay, very simple take. Okay. There's a kind of misconception when it comes to gender. It's that, okay, you're actually changing your gender or whatever like that, right? But in a way, it's sort of more like a kind of sex-related thing, okay? Because I'm going to tell you why, okay? Because even in a world without gender, why is it that still we want to, quote-unquote, mutilate our genitalia? Why is it in a way that we still want to alter and have boobs? Or why in a way where even if it's not clothing related, not anything gender construct related,
again, really
why do we want to do that, right? So this is where we draw the
problem
ultimate distinction between
it's a debate about language, about what we should call people, that right-wing people have framed as a debate about biology. No one is really arguing that, like, obviously no one thinks you can, like, fully change your sex. I mean, you can take hormone replacement therapy, right? It'll change what hormones you have in your body, obviously, to those of like the opposite sex. But no one is arguing like you can actually like fully change your sex.
Of gender constructs, because nobody ever taught them gender constructs, right?
But then for something like transracialism, the concept of like race and etc. is fundamentally a construct where it's like, okay, over time the meaning of white people have expanded over time to include Irish people and to include like Spanish people who look white passing. So it's like it expanded over time. So ultimately, if somebody is born like Spanish or whatever like that, they don't really have this kind of internal sense of race, if that makes sense, right? They don't have any body part on them that indicates, they don't have like a penis that indicates race. They don't really have a boob that indicates race, right? So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that perfectly makes sense, okay? So even with something like skin color, okay? Like even with skin color, you can find an incredibly white passing Asian person. You can find an incredibly black passing Japanese person, okay? So I'm just saying, like, this is exactly what's out there, okay? Ultimately, this is just how it is. Anyway, kaboom! Nobody can beat my argument. You guys suck donkey balls, okay? All right, anyway, that's it.
Just want to spot check. Prime, do you feel black?
He feels in tune with black culture, maybe, but nobody can really feel inherently black, if that makes sense.
I thought it was an interesting side there. That there isn't the penis indicates race. We'll leave it at that. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thank you. Give us your intro.
So it kind of reminds me of, do you guys know what gooning servers are?
Doobie's talking. Doobie.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know, imagine like a Discord server with like a voice channel with 15 to 20 people in it.
Doobie!
With their mics open, right, so you can hear them breathing and stuff. And they're all masturbating for like 5 hours straight.
What the fuck?
While listening to like sissy fempire, like ASMR, right?
What is Doobie
like,
talking
like forced
about?
feminization, like ASMR stuff. About sucking out their masculinity and making them like gay or some shit.
What is Doobie?
That's what a gooning server is, right? And that's kind of what these videos. I listen to some of these videos.
Man, Doobie is.
I don't
Doobie
feel any more
awesome.
Korean, but that is absolutely what it reminded me of. So yeah, I think it's obviously pretty fucking weird. I don't really see anything wrong with it. I guess like if people want to do weird shit like this, as long as they're not hurting anybody, I don't really care. It is pretty fucking weird, but I think I agree with Blackwood, and I think, I think food shops. I think I also agree with food shops. If food shops was saying that transracialism does seem to be a thing that people can have or like identify with or whatever, and if people want to live or identify as another racial group, I really don't have a problem with it.
Oh my god, why are they arguing this? I made their arguments for them. They could just read my chat and they win the debate. You don't have to accept transracial people to accept transgender people to do it.
Is transracialism a valid, real thing? And if it's not, how do you explain people like Rachel Dolezal? What are they?
If we have any empirics to support the idea that it's actually something that causes dysphoria, then I would move my position on it. But until then, I think it's reasonable to say that, like, no, it's you don't have transracial. Otherwise, having one example is not sufficient to prove the case, right? So here's another example of a social fiction.
I don't remember who this person is. I remember
to gender.
I've heard their names.
The law, socially constructed fiction. If you don't believe it's a fiction, you're gonna have to deny a bunch of like wacky shit. But obviously, whether or not you are or aren't guilty is part of a social construct. Saying I identify as not guilty, there's somebody out there who does that, doesn't mean that there are people who are trans.
I'm trans guilty.
Well, Synth, in your mind is dysphoria a prerequisite, like, to being trans? Let's say you're a trans woman and they had no dysphoria at all.
I think it's a prerequisite to us changing our definitions surrounding gender so that they can accommodate trans people. I think if there was no trans person with dysphoria, then it wouldn't matter at all, right? Then what we would do is you just be like, no, we're just keep it this way. Because what I care about at the end of the day is how do we make people's lives better, and that's why I adjust my definitions. I adjust my definitions for terms based on what makes people's lives better, not based on total random arbitrarity, right? I think
I actually somewhat agree with that.
What's utility matters.
Sure.
So I actually real quick. I actually somewhat agree with this in the sense of I think gender does have utility, but in circumstances,
I can't read it in time. I need to fix chat. By all means, the alt sophomore girl can use her brain power to believe she's Korean so she can feel more too much uncooked, but she's gonna have a real hard time finding people to agree.
who
Listen,
was arguing that
she doesn't really identifies with the Korean identity. You know, she's so dysphoric about not being in tune with BTS.
Like is there like a specific number in your head of like how many people you feel this way before?
Nope, just whatever is utility maximizing is all I care about here. So I just don't think it's the case that we have any good reason to believe it's utility maximizing in the case of
What's the negative utility? What's the negative utility?
So the negative utility is all of us putting the effort in to change our definitions. If there's nobody with dysphoria out there for it, it's not worth changing the definition for it. But in the case of transgender people, there's a huge group of individuals who have like wildly higher suicidality rates than the general population. And if you care about making sure that people don't kill themselves, changing your definition to accommodate people seems totally reasonable.
You shouldn't be arguing that like we should just change our definitions to accommodate people. You don't have to argue like that.
Met somebody who said,
oh my God, it's just that when we talk about whether or not someone is a woman or not, we're probably talking about like their brain state, like what they most identify with, what they present as, right?
You wouldn't agree with your logic.
Like we're not
just simply say, well, actually, I think
just adapting our definitions to
I disagree with the soundness of their logic, right? So the logic is
to accommodate trans people. It's just like if your definition of man, hold on, I've done this multiple times. If your definition of man includes this, it's probably not a very useful definition, right? Our definition should probably be useful.
You just be mistaken on the facts, right? So you'd have unsound logic.
Okay, so but like if let's say you had somebody who brought in a study saying like all the extra time that now everybody has to go through going through all these classes, like learning to make sure to say the correct pronouns, like all that extra time, all added up to more time lost.
They're not talking about the subliminal stuff anymore, really. It was just like that was just like a jumping off point to talk about transracialism.
Be against the trans community?
No, of course not. The only harms of gender as it currently exists are not just the fact that there is a suicide rate, right? That's one of the major harms. But there are other things like the fact that people are pushed to suicide by lives that are kind of miserable because of the fact that gender is pretty damaging to people. So there's a lot of other aspects to it than just the suicide rate. So that wouldn't be sufficient either.
Well, right, but somebody would in the paper point out, well, like the amount of misery that the rest of society is undergoing to I guess, accommodate this very small portion of the population is like so high that we don't want to do it and we shouldn't accept it. Because that's essentially the logic you're putting forward for the transracial people.
The transracial people, it's not clear that they even exist. It's not clear that a single person is actually transracial on the basis of dysphoria.
Rachel Dolezal, that's one example.
What's the evidence that Rachel Dolezal had, like, was transracial or had dysphoria?
She identified as a black woman. That's all that matters.
That her identifying as a black woman is not sufficient to say she's transracial.
But what would be sufficient?
Yeah. What would dysphoria? Racial dysphoria.
Dysphoria is sufficient. Like, so again, you think it's a prerequisite?
Is there any good evidence to believe for transracialism, if you want to recognize it as a category? Yes, right. If once you recognize it as a category, I told you, like I'm willing to change my definition of race, such that it's based on your identity, and then you can be transracial.
Why is he arguing?
But you're not transracial
he's doing so bad.
Of identity alone because you haven't changed your race.
It just seems like I understand what you're saying, but it seems like you've like very carefully constructed the rules here. So it's like, well, no, dysphoria is not a prerequisite unless there's enough dysphoria for society to actually care. And then once society cares, then they're going to recognize trans people, but including the ones without dysphoria, only because they've already passed the threshold to recognize that group.
It's a definitional change.
I don't understand.
You're confused.
I don't understand why we have to like. I don't understand why the definitional change requires dysphoria.
Okay, is Rachel Dolezal black?
Yes.
Rachel Dolezal is black. What does black mean?
Of course. What's a woman, right? Whatever black means is what she is.
Whatever black means is what she is?
Right.
So if Rachel Dolezal said,
"This is so painful. This is so painful. Just read my chat. Read my chat, and they know how to argue against this." Oh my God.
Yeah.
What are they identifying as?
Black.
So black is somebody who identifies as somebody who identifies as somebody who identifies as.
Yes. Yeah. So what's a woman, Synth? Right? Look, everybody's identity is defined by themselves.
Right? So yeah, a woman is somebody who identifies the feminine social archetype. It's not based on identifying as a woman. That's a stupid definition.
So argue about that.
The African social archetype that make it okay.
Yeah,
brain state is. Oh my God.
The African American. It would depend on the culture. The African American social archetype.
So you want to change the definition of black to whoever identifies as the African American.
I want the viewer, man.
No, we can go by your definition.
So Nigerians are black.
By your definition, Rachel Dolezal,
because they're not American.
Black people can't even agree on what black means. What the fuck?
What if Prime right now says? I don't know. I'm not that connected to being black. Do you think that Prime is no longer black?
Oh shit!
Do you think that Prime is no longer black?
I want to identify as black.
That's fine.
If Prime wanted to identify as a white guy, it's not the hypothetical I posited. I didn't say that Prime says I identify as white. I said Prime says I don't feel that connected to being black. Is Prime no longer black?
He might be racially like what's a non-binary for race? We need to find like some.
Oh my god! Can I call in?
Sure. So most people don't use definitions the way that you do. Tell me why I, as a person, use the definition.
You don't have to argue any of this. Oh my god! You should just say our definitions should probably be the most useful definitions,
right? Why should I change my definition just to accommodate identity?
You don't have to. You don't have to. Oh my god. Our definitions should be useful.
Obviously, people identify as plenty of things that aren't.
We should probably base our definitions based on what is most useful. It's not very useful to have a definition of man or woman strictly based on chromosomes, right? Because we all recognize that there's some aspect of gender that exists only in your brain. When we're talking about woman and man, we should probably take somebody's brain state into account when we're talking about that, right? We shouldn't base it strictly on chromosomes. So it's a much more useful definition of woman to base it on somebody's brain state rather than basing it strictly on their chromosomes. We're talking about race. First of all, race. There's no aspect of race that exists in your brain. There's like various like cultural aspects, right? Because racial groups tend to coincide with, you know, national borders, right? So there's obviously various cultural aspects about it, but but your brain state has no factor in your race, but your brain state does have a factor in gender.
But that's not how language works. Most people are using language in a totally different way.
We gotta let some other people in, and we'll go back to Lactoid. But I think this is amazing because I think the conservatives.
I like how Food Shops doesn't care anymore. She's just opening packages. What kind of race are they even talking about anymore? Is it the culture or the physical traits that tend to come with them? They probably couldn't agree on that. Look at that dog though; it's a pretty cool dog.
Just by your metric sense,
I think no one ever defined race in this, so yeah, I don't even know what they're talking about.
Your audio
cut out.
Fuck me. What is
you identify as having McDonald's Wi-Fi right now?
Seriously.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh shoot, I haven't been recording, so I'm gonna have to download this screen. God damn it.
I think it's the noise gate.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Okay, well, I plugged in my headphones. Is that helping? You don't hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You sound beautiful. Go for it.
Tell me if this sounds like this for you. Understanding how miseducation about race and the cultural boundaries and codes that have been put into place in American society might conflict with my true nature. I decided the most honest and real way for me to live
I identify with Joe. That's so true.
Reservations, apologies, or room for negotiation. It took me so many years to finally embrace who
McDonald.
I was and love myself that I didn't want my understandings of myself to be muddled by other people's perceptions, misunderstandings.
That sounds like it would be possible for this person to have race before it, but it doesn't sound sufficient.
Well, that just sounds like this person just has stereotypes of black people, and then just like, oh
how
yeah.
She adequately expressed
Teaching cis people that trans people exist was a mistake.
Yeah, seriously, she's saying this is who she is.
That's so true.
Wait, but it's true.
Real. So if that's not adequate, what else does it require?
Yeah, so a sufficient condition for dysphoria is the fact that she's caused some great psychological distress or harm by being identified as a way different than the one that she really wants to be identified as.
What? Enough to change her entire physical appearance.
What you've just done is she changed her appearance, right? That's not the same thing as having dysphoria. So for example, there are plenty of trans people who don't have dysphoria, but they do transition, right? We agree with that.
Okay, she changed her appearance.
Can you answer my question? Do you agree with that? Sorry, can you answer my question? Do you agree with what I just said?
Repeat your question.
Yeah, sure. My question was, there are plenty of people who are trans, they transition, and they don't have dysphoria. Do we agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. I think you need to have some underlying dysphoria in order to transition. I don't think you go through the process of transitioning unless you are somewhat dysphoric about your gender identity.
Maybe you just take dysphoria as something different than the psychological literature does.
Yeah, I think it's extreme distress with your current
extreme distress. So not just any distress, extreme distress.
Yes, extreme distress.
Okay, so clear, there are people who don't have extreme distress and still transition, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
I don't think you know that, so you don't know either way. You don't know if it is or isn't the case.
No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you would do that. I don't think you would go through the process of transitioning unless you were experiencing some extreme distress. Now, you can answer my question now.
Yeah, what was your question?
My question is, does this if this doesn't adequately describe dysphoria, and if her transitioning to be
so
more
much.
black, as she describes her true self, isn't emblematic of dysphoria, then what would be racial dysphoria?
It's something emblematic of extreme distress, not some amounts of distress. No, it's not.
Permanently changing your skin color.
You're having an extreme reaction to distress is not the same as having extreme distress.
What would that look like?
You can be the kind. Excuse me. Hold on. Right. So you can.
I don't think there's any evidence of people having
just because somebody has
distress
large
based on the color of their skin.
Does not mean the distress is actually extreme. So there are plenty of people who have. There are plenty of people who go
afterwards?
about.
Sorry,
Yeah, sure.
I just want to say.
So there are plenty of people.
I don't like the painting guy anymore.
Distress
is it because he's not painting anymore?
Way, but that distress is not extreme.
I still like Doobie.
Doobie's
awesome.
So plenty of people, for example, undergo plastic surgery who don't have extreme distress because of the way they look, but instead would just like to have bigger tits. They don't have tit dysphoria. They just want bigger tits.
Okay.
True.
This is simply a semantic debate. If that level of distress that you pigmentation, immerse yourself in this community, work for fucking NAACP, isn't extreme enough for you, nothing will be extreme. This
what do you
seems
take
extreme.
A semantic dispute to be?
A dispute about the definitions of words. So you're
obviously it's a semantic dispute. Holy shit! Of course it's a semantic dispute.
The entire point is they're arguing about the definition of stuff.
That's all your argument is a semantic dispute. You want me to call her black? That's all you have.
He should have never put down that thrust.
Both of our arguments are. We're arguing over words.
Man was like happy.
What do you think your argument's not about the definitions of
life,
words?
And now he's been dragged into this.
Then it's semantic.
My argument is about the concept of transracialism itself, whether or not it exists. And your idea of it existing is hinged on extreme
the concept
distress.
of transracialism being.
Sure, she can have distress.
Sorry, the concept of transracialism being
that a person can identify with a different race than what they outwardly appear.
Identify as a different race.
Being that race being a social construct handed down by history that denotes some people as belonging to one racial category, such as Negroid, or another category, such as Caucasoid.
Hold on. So you agree she's not black?
I agree that she's
currently black. Actually,
nice.
Yeah,
okay.
She's black. She's dyed her skin. She's gone through the transition.
Do you think that people identify her as black?
Do you
think that people identify her as black?
The fuck,
yes,
dude?
Until people knew that she was white, people did identify.
No, not until. I'm asking currently, do people identify as black?
Yes.
People identify her right now as black. They don't see her and be like, oh, that's a fake black person. She's pretending to be black. No, we all agree. Holy shit. Every normal person who knows who Rachel Dolezal is thinks she pretends to be black.
He did say cop.
She could though.
There's no gatekeeping. You're just not understanding basic concepts. You're not understanding basic shit.
Moving goalposts.
Can she say the
N-word? Name the goalpost. Where did it move to?
Can she say that?
Your goalpost has moved from the standard of dysphoria to extreme dysphoria, and then your standard moved from.
Nope, there was no move from that goalpost. Dysphoria for me is defined as extreme distress. I never said extreme dysphoria.
Okay, how would it be?
There was no, just for the record, there was no goalpost move there. Before we move on, there was no goalpost move there.
Is Michael Jackson white?
How would
I don't know. I would probably define like dysphoria based on like whether or not someone's like brain state doesn't match with their body, right? I just don't think that's possible with race. Your brain state of being black cannot not match with your body because you're white, because you don't have a brain state of being black.
How would that manifest?
How would extreme dysphoria or distress manifest?
Yeah, in a way that the four examples given, in a way that doesn't meet them.
Yeah,
what
sure.
would extreme look like?
What extreme dysphoria would manifest as is we have some kind of psychometric that we go in and you ask the person, hey, have you for example been suicidal because of this? Have you tried to kill yourself because of this? Have you had suicidal ideation because of this? And questions like these
he's not arguing very good. You don't have to like argue like levels of distress for it to be considered valid.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
So
I don't.
How do you spell dysphoria?
So before, let's take suicide off the table because I'm guessing you're
not.
No,
let's not take it off the table.
No, I'm taking off the table because I'm guessing you're not saying that they need to attempt suicide or think about suicide before having dysphoria.
No, that's one way it can manifest.
That's one way.
So we're not taking it off the table. Put it right back on the table. Put it back where it belongs, on the fucking table.
I'm taking it off the table in the sense of
I'm putting it back.
That in of itself is not a requirement. Okay.
You keep pushing it off the table like a cat. I'm picking it back and putting it right back.
That in of itself is not a prerequisite. It's not a requirement.
It's a sufficient, not a necessary.
Yeah, it can be sufficient. I don't disagree with you. If somebody says I'm going to kill myself unless I do this, I agree. That's like an indicator that they have extreme, like they have dysphoria, right? They have extreme.
Go to Aiden Ross stream.
I think clearly there's people with dysphoria who haven't attempted suicide or don't think about suicide, but they still have dysphoria. And so my question for you would be, like, how does non-suicidal dysphoria manifest?
If you're asking for non-suicidal dysphoria, another sufficient condition
we
for
watched
dysphoria
Reverse 2K
would be somebody's
play
life being
Fortnite
damagingly impacted enough
I
they're
don't,
not able to perform basic
don't
functions.
want to do that,
This
man.
is just the normal way that it's used in
This
psychology.
is interesting
Okay,
now.
the same account that we give for what dysphoria is in the same account we give for what dysphoria is in the DSM-5. We do that same account for gender dysphoria, for racial dysphoria. And if we saw that there's a huge group of people, like maybe like 1% or more of the population who has that, then we'd be like, wow, this is a really big problem that needs to be addressed, probably through a definitional change and moving our language use to accommodate these people.
Last
if we
question.
don't, then I'm
Oh
sorry,
my God.
stop. So we're not going to do transracial people.
Last question.
Can I
so
go?
You would, for dysphoria, you would use the exact same like testing mechanism that we use to
Oh,
diagnose
what's this guy? I can't
dysphoria
read this
in
guy's
transgender
name
people,
because
as with
her shit,
transracial people.
her Discord
if the
server is covering
transracial
it up.
people marked all the boxes, then you would agree they had dysphoria, right?
They would have dysphoria, and if enough people have dysphoria, then we can warrant
What's the number?
language usage.
What's the number?
Whatever is utility maximizing.
What
depends on
would
things like
that
that.
be?
Can I
What would
go?
that be? I'm curious.
We gotta
Just
go.
let us
We gotta
spitball
go.
it.
We gotta go. Sorry,
Can I
sorry,
go,
sorry.
my
please?
God.
Food, yeah, food shops
Alright.
and doobie.
All right. This is like literally the most useless. I have been sitting here patiently, okay, listening to you guys cook, okay, listening to you guys cook. All right, and I've heard this same debate 50,000 times before. Okay, all right. All I'm gonna say is probably nobody listened to my opening statement, but I'll probably say my opening statement again, okay? But so far nobody has been able to disprove it, okay? But all I'm gonna say is you guys do not really understand where dysphoria
Hold on, I
manifests.
can't find
okay?
his stream. I don't
Dysphoria
think he's
does
streaming.
not manifest from gender. Dysphoria manifests from sex, okay? All right, that's
True.
where dysphoria manifests from. Okay?
Did she read my
this
chat?
Is
Holy
why
shit.
when
I hate
people
everybody
refer
here
with
except
dysphoria
Doobie.
from race, when it comes from transracialism, that's why it doesn't really make any sense at all. Okay, when you associate dysphoria with transracialism, where is the sex aspect of transracialism? There is no sex aspect of transracialism. Race is equivalent to gender because both gender and race are social constructs.
I hate
okay?
Doobie, especially Doobie's awesome.
But gender derivates from sex. Okay, does that make sense? But sex is associated corely at its core with dysphoria. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense. Should I plot MS Paint or something like that so then it makes sense?
I know what you're trying.
I don't think that makes
sense
sense at all.
I know what you're trying to get at, but I know there's a miscommunication here. So the things which are dysphoria inducing, at least for me personally, like the things that are going to be dysphoria inducing are going to be things which are sometimes correlates with sex, but to say that they're disconnected from gender, it's not possible, right? Gender is derived from sex.
I'm saying
right?
I'm saying at its core. I'm saying at its core. Obviously, I'm gonna wear more pretty clothing or more feminine clothing, right? More feminine clothing that would match up, like, because sex and gender are like correlated in our society. It's like, not correlated, associated in our society, right?
God, this
or
is
whatever,
painful.
like, because they
This is
match up,
painful.
causal, like, it's like a Venn diagram. Does that make sense, right? It's a Venn diagram, right? So except t-shirts are like
one circle's inside the other one.
Right. No. T-shirts are like in the middle, in between, right?
Oh, I know. You're saying that, like, gender roles are.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying gender was.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying, right? I'm saying
Can I
is
change
that
my race right now?
ultimately
Hold
this
on, I'm
goes
gonna
back
look
to the
up.
bubble example, right? If a person grows up in the
become
bubble, turns out to be transgender,
Korean,
then it is
subliminal,
possible to be
powerful.
transgender if you're growing up in a vacuum away from society, okay? And
Hold
they
on.
want to.
I'm done with this. I'm just trying to become Korean now. It's unisex. Look up what race I am quiz. I can feel it. I'm becoming Korean right now. Can my webcam go down more? Can you take a race quiz? I'll look up a race quiz after this.
Like,
Well, I'll look it up now. We'll take it after.
Like,
Oh,
so
sorry.
the
I just.
article-
Oh, wait. Hold on. I want to define real quick, okay? I only recognize transgender individuals as people with dysphoria, okay? So I am a trans medicalist.
What do you? That doesn't make any sense.
But,
How did
but,
you?
hold on, but I get that. That's
oh my
fine.
god!
That's
the left-wing people are gonna be infighting.
If you created
This
some
is what
sort of
ethnicity am I?
social
I want to know
bubble,
what race am
right?
I?
Like kept them out, a social void, and that like translationalism wouldn't like bubble up from there. Like that's the part I'm talking about. Like even within our society, if people having this
my skull's
that's
pretty
the only thing that would matter,
thin.
not whether it would exist in some void that we can't create any which way. So that's why I was responding.
I don't know.
Also,
I think
about race, as pointed out to the article.
I think my legs are kind of longer.
The article said it doesn't have a genetic basis, but that's like
Hold
not
on,
entirely true.
I have to look at my.
Like we have like phenotypes, like a whole list of phenotypical markers, and then what we do is we group them together in society, and say, well, this equals.
This is
black.
asking what race I am.
That this equals black.
I'm pale.
That equals white, and so on. So like, it's not random that I came out of my mother's womb looking at like this, right? Like if you go back to the generation,
I don't know.
like that because,
Chat, what do you think? How big's my nose bridge?
Passed down from to each other. So
wait, I should have clicked on that. How black are you quiz? I wanted to know that. God damn it.
That like, since that is based on a real thing. I just want to make that point. I guess I don't have to go farther than that. So you can respond.
I don't know. I was gonna say normal.
I want to go to Davey.
So if I get your point correctly, you're saying that like, for example, there is a kind of sex equivalent to race,
a short
right?
skull.
And that sex equivalent to race is like the genes. It's the DNA that determines your melanin level, your whatever, your race, your pink tone 53, your pink tone 53 in your skin in your character creation menu, right? Wrong. Okay. All right. And I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. It's because, like I said before, the sexual characteristics ultimately manifest in actual things that you can see. For example, right? One of these things
is race.
Like okay. But with things
doesn't see race. He said it before.
I guess I found it. Remember when they're talking about what's the non-binary for race? I found it. I'm the non-binary for race.
Right? There's an entire
Hi Ness. I just took a what race am I quiz.
There's an entire scale when it comes to that.
Like a literal tone.
You can see my brown skin, right? You can see my brown skin. You can see my hair.
If I refresh it, is it?
Not necessarily,
it's just gonna have me retake
because if we look at white people, right? Eventually, more and more people got accepted into like the white people category. Previously,
okay. Well, I guess I'm moving. How black are you, quiz?
The white people category, right? I'm not arguing that race isn't a social construct.
God fucking damn it!
It has links to biology.
Yeah, to biology.
I have a question.
We are identifying.
How racist am I? Oh, I gotta figure that out.
Certain groups, right? And then we were doing a very
Ness, I have a question.
And then trying to isolate that. And
what was I gonna ask? What's the non-binary equivalent for race?
Now that doesn't make sense for a whole list of reasons, but that's what we do.
All right. Do you consider yourself? Hold on. How do I? Okay, start.
Something from Synth and Mike Changer.
That's where here. I ask you this first. What's your opinion on transracial people?
Well, no, it's fine. I was just gonna.
Do you have a first impression? Sometimes, sure.
Kind of a side question, but
is there a particular race you don't like?
I hate taking up Doobie's time. He's always so.
That's. I'm just. They're talking about it on the panel, but we got distracted. Do you make? Oh, jokingly though. That's jokingly. Do you have friends who belong to a different race? I guess, yeah.
Doobie,
what's your opinion on interracial relationships?
Earlier when I pointed out that like other people did accept Rachel Dolezal until it was revealed that
good
she
for
was
them.
in fact white, that she was born white.
Do you deny?
Only normal, normal
do you
people
deny what?
Do
you deny to involve in other people's?
No, normal people don't. Under this construct,
I mean,
the vast majority of normal.
I just don't go to festivals.
Transgenders.
How will you react if you see an act of racism? I probably wouldn't say anything, honestly.
It's not the same thing.
Do you like this quiz? I hate this quiz.
Yeah, there's an adjustment to definitions.
I'm not a racist, guys. It's official.
Don't fit the definition. So there's justification for why we've changed the definition.
Anyway, are they still talking about the same stupid shit?
I'm telling you, there's not a justification for changing the definition for transracial people. There is for
God.
transgender people. And on top of this, we can then analyze what do people view this person as.
Hey, Ness.
Race, and if you think that race is defined based on how people identify you, then obviously your race is just
okay.
how people identify you and whatever people identify
what
you
did you ask me earlier?
I agree that
What's your opinion on transracial people?
Just a second. We agree that you're...
Very quick. Can I say a slur?
Because thank you, someone for sending in a super chat.
How bad is it?
All they say is, trans,
It's the R word.
That's the
Yeah, you can say that.
For the $10.
It's retarded.
If you want to get a message read on the channel, use a super chat or use the hype chat.
These people on this panel are so stupid.
There's a justification.
They don't know how to argue.
Are they debating like for transracial people?
How other people identify you. And however other people identify you.
No, nobody's arguing for them, but there's some people arguing like, if you can be transgender, why can't you be transracial? And then there's and then the people
and they like don't know how to debate.
Well, yeah, the people trying to defend why you can't be transracial just aren't debating very well.
But we both agree that gender is not defined that way.
I want to call in. Let me call in.
We don't agree with that.
You don't? You think gender is defined by how other people identify you?
Yeah, I think that's a large component of it.
If this bitch would just read my chat.
Hey, I like to that question so simply. It's just because race isn't a social construct, and gender is.
Race is a social construct.
It is to a degree.
I mean,
it is to a degree, but
the answer is that when we talk about like
let me talk.
Gender, right? There's a fact of the matter we're talking about. Let's start with age. When we talk about age, there's a fact of the matter we're talking about. How many times we've gone around the sun? When you talk about gender, there is also a fact of the matter you're talking about. It's somebody's brain state, because we all recognize there is some aspect of gender that takes place in your brain. And when you talk about gender, you're talking about someone's brain state. There still is a fact of the matter you're talking about. When you talk about race, there is no aspect of race that like takes place in your brain. It's sort of just a fact of the matter of how much melanin.
If I'm Mexican and I want to eat Chinese food all the time, I can be transracial and eat Chinese food.
You have to be transracial to eat Chinese food.
True.
Oh my god. These people are driving me insane.
And it is outwardly identified by others. Barack Obama, who is half black, half white, is regularly identified as black. How other people identify
How long have you been watching this stream?
Is part of the equation here.
So that has nothing to do with the question I asked you. The question I asked you is what makes you truly
a
woman.
But before they were talking about something else, except they got completely off topic and didn't talk about it. The debate was supposed to be, what should the police do if somebody goes to them and says, my boyfriend put a gun in my mouth and threatened to kill me, can I file a restraining order? That was what the debate was supposed to be about, but then it started talking about random like shit, like male loneliness and stuff. Like I don't like it was so unrelated.
How you are identified by others.
It didn't make any sense.
Yes or no?
Incorrect.
I don't know, because they're stupid.
A woman is defined by both an internal feeling of feminine identities, right? So what we socially identify as feminine identities, and the way
I don't know what they're talking about.
So yeah, you can have an internal sense.
I don't either.
It's not a contradiction, right?
No, it is not.
Look, no, it's not. Hey, let me answer.
No, let me answer. I get to interrupt people.
A woman is a person who possesses or wishes to possess characteristics
or
traits
associated
with feminine or female.
A
person can have
this is so true.
As a white Latino, loads food spring rolls are pretty good. Therefore, at least 20% East Asian.
Category of woman. Now, all you gotta do
as a white
change this argument is substitute the noun
who
woman
works at a Chinese restaurant,
the noun race.
I can confirm.
It would be contradictory then. Great, you have two bad arguments. So the argument you just gave is not at all what a woman is. You can't say a woman is both defined by how other people identify you, and also you're included in the category of woman.
What is the non-binary of race mixed people? Did I figure it out?
No, wait, we have to
Hang on, repeat your question. I'm writing down.
Somebody was like, "What's the non-binary equivalent for transracial people?" I want the answer to that.
Is a person a woman if everybody else thinks they're not, but they
white
identify
people
as one?
because it's the default.
True.
So trans women who don't pass aren't women.
Yeah, in a social sense, they're not.
That's a joke, by the way.
In a social sense, in the definition of the word woman.
So the reason I have to give you
not.
Have you heard that
the ontological question
in Indian schools they like teach that Indians are their like default and proper race because they say God was making people like people make bread and he put white people in the oven and he took them out too soon and that's why they're white, and he put black people in the oven and took them out too late and that's why they're black. And then he put Indian people in the oven and took them out at just the right time, and that's why they're brown.
That is so true.
And that's what I believe.
That's not ontology, dummy.
My mom used to joke that I cooked in her oven too long.
If you say what is a woman,
awesome.
If you say what is a woman,
wait, because
then ontologically
because you're darker, or just because
yeah. Well, I used to be really dark, and then I stopped going outside, and then I got really pale.
Socially, just normally. The definition of the word excludes those people.
Why would you ever go outside?
I don't know what you mean.
You got it.
Could you elaborate?
This stuff inside is awesome.
If there's a by your definition, it's
that's what I'm saying. I think having access to the internet at like age 11 kind of ruined me.
So it's a ontological. You have to have both.
Yeah.
Because instead of being like a normal child, I would spend 5 hours of my day playing fucking Animal Jam.
But not both parts of the conjunct.
I mean, I don't know. I probably would have been a more well-rounded person if I didn't get a phone at like 5 years old. Or not 5. I got a phone at 9 years old. And then I never played sports ever again.
We've heard Ellis.
You're such a dumb fuck. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I was always bad at sports, but that's because I'm a girl.
Well, I was bad at them. Actually, Zach's in the chat right now, right?
So
Zach,
you're
remember...
a girl, is what I'm hearing?
No,
so you're a girl?
No.
So you're a girl and you have a vagina?
No.
Is this what I'm hearing right now?
No, that's not true.
Like a trans woman would be. Like, how would you answer that question?
If Zach's in the chat right now, he can tell you that we used to play t-ball, and we would just sit in the outfield picking at the grass because we were really bad at t-ball, so they just put us in the outfield.
Okay, but it doesn't
no one would
require
ever hit
that
it
person
into
to have
the
any kind
outfield
of
because it was t-ball.
dysphoria or any kind of medical condition whatsoever, right? Okay.
Of course not.
I used to play softball,
based on dysphoria.
but I sucked at it, and I played one game and then I quit.
We were changing because of the
fact that
I
played flag football for a season.
There's a justification for a change in definition, and then we can recognize
if I had to choose between a path of life being either
Okay,
everyone
so
in the
basically,
stream or
my understanding is
hunter-gatherers
there
with
was
modern
some kind of
Mayan
evidence that these
territory
people were
that hunt with
extreme distress,
monkeys with blow darts, it
their
wouldn't be a
racial
difficult
identity.
choice.
And this is transitioning or attempting to transition to another race or to present as another race,
God,
and identifying themselves as that other racial archetype, whatever it is. At that point, you would consider transracialism to be like a legitimate thing.
Yeah, of course. If somebody gave actual.
Oh my God, this guy is so he's just arguing like. Okay, one of the people arguing against transracialism is just basically saying there's not enough you know, people that are transracial to justify changing the definition of race. When that isn't what we should be arguing. You should just say that there's an aspect of gender that revolves around somebody's brain state. There's no aspect of race that revolves around somebody's brain state. There's obviously like
Okay, well, I'm Puerto Rican and I really like Indian food. So
Yeah, I know.
I would argue that that's a state in your brain.
True. There's obviously like aspects of like culture and stuff that tend to coincide with race, because race tends to coincide with like national borders in like certain cities and stuff.
Well, at the end of the day, I think I've had
what did you fucking send me, Jared?
What are you confused about? I sent you something awesome.
What is this?
On Twitch, right? Okay.
What are you confused about?
Well, but in a derogatory way. Okay, so I've had literally like a 4-hour.
This is so true.
Debate or some shit like that on my stream, but like, but like we were like, oh, what is a woman? But at the end of the day, like we can only go off of like vibes. You know what I mean? Like we can go
Jared,
like, okay,
can you take my shift tomorrow?
Like, we can go like, okay, this is like a gender construct, right?
No, I have to stream.
This is like sex with a gender construct.
Oh, okay. Sex, my bad.
Ultimately, this is like trickling down to like gender constructs. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I guess if like hips are there, then we can give it 6 points. But then if the hips are big enough, then we can give it 7.5 points. But then if we give like face, then we can get 6 points or whatever like that, right? But then at the same time, it's like basically it's just yeah, because
I heard hips and I'm hooked.
People, though, right? Like, there's gonna be plenty of
people
who
just
pass the vibe
dysphoric trans people.
Yeah, they're gonna be people who pass the vibe check for looking like and embodying all these things that you think are important for being part of the vibe of a woman.
Well, the only
who
problem,
are gonna be assigned male at birth,
the only problem I have with the issue of like non-dysphoric, like transgender people, like it's just that, like the utility of it, right? Because when I think of like transgender people, it's just that we just need a way of differentiating between people with dysphoria and people without dysphoria, and I would just like prefer
this
to
is so
refer
painful.
to like, okay, people with dysphoria.
Dude, okay, I hate when people say like non-dysphoric. Because that just
vibes check or a totally inconsistent. If you just have an inconsistent definition,
okay,
that's gonna be a
like,
lot worse for the utility concern.
Wait, what was
obviously
your definition again?
Somebody identifies the feminist
gender dysphoria to be trans, because dysphoria is defined as like any disconnect
somebody who identifies
with
like
your gender expression
your brain
to
state and your
sex.
No contradiction.
Even if they look
And
like
so
a
it's like
man?
Yep, you do be a woman, yeah.
A lot of the people who like use this argument like
I don't think that's a shock.
use like medical gender dysphoria like with a diagnosis, but at the end of the day, dysphoria is just any disconnect from your gender to your sex.
Hold on.
You're just it's like you're too low IQ to see that you just make the same issue over and over and over again.
The issue
you certainly can't. You're drunk or something, right?
Okay, so wait, knock it off. Blue shops go and Lactoid. I haven't forgotten about you.
I guess
I just noticed there's a fucking
argument, right? Is that
what is this frog doing here?
Right?
That's Doobie.
Ultimately, when I think of a woman, this kind of like vague picture forms in my mind. It's not a face. It's not really whatever we think of. Like
who is that?
Not shark.
Doobie. I don't know. Doobie said like 2 sentences this whole debate.
We don't think of like a
and
man.
one of them was about people in a Discord call
features.
masturbating together.
Like very distinctly womanly features. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The term woman refers specifically utility-wise as like, sure, you can argue that it's a social construct, right? At the end of the day, you can argue that it's a social construct, but in the end, it doesn't mean that it's meaningless. It does have meaning behind it, right? But when you say that even like somebody who looks like a man can identify as a woman, it loses the meaning behind it. Does that make sense?
Who is this person talking? Why are they so dumb?
So ultimately, I just said like one word, Jesus. So the
one talking
because of the fact you just
they have names, like you can see their name.
I don't know.
Yeah, so if you're saying that I have this mental idea of what a woman looks like when I imagine a woman, and the definition should.
I only have YouTube open right now, so I can look at chat.
Right. So if I asked you, in the case of a definition of a rich person, when you imagine a rich person in your mind, what does a rich person look like? Well, there's a way that a rich person looks. Maybe if you're like, if you're kind of young, you imagine a person with a top hat with a monocle and like a little cane or whatever. Maybe if you're older, you imagine like some particular rich person. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you imagine some particular rich person, but none of those have anything to do with the definition of a rich person. You can be a rich person and look homeless, right? A rich person is somebody who has a lot of income. So our definition of a term should not just correspond with however we mentally
you imagine a rich person, you don't imagine your aesthetic, you imagine his features like has money.
I think that's just where we disagree, because that's exactly where the utility of words should come from, right? That's the whole point of linguistics, is that when we
imagine
we should have
Monopoly
a vague
guy
picture in our mind that corresponds to it. That's the whole point of linguistics. Otherwise, words are completely meaningless. That's the whole point. When I think of a rich person, I think of a rich person. When
Did you hear Pee Wee Herman died today?
When I think of a guy, I think of a guy. When if it comes to the point where I think of a girl and
Pee Wee Herman?
If I think of a guy,
you don't know who Pee Wee Herman is? What the fuck?
Oh, this guy. I know who this guy is.
An androgynous kind of person, then words are completely meaningless at that point. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's not his real name, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know his real name.
How'd he die?
But he, cancer.
There doesn't have to be a corresponding picture. That, like,
he was 70.
He voiced what was his name?
Concept, right? The concept.
Ivor on Minecraft Story Mode.
Yeah, awesome.
Definition in itself.
That's definitely what he's most known for.
Definitely.
When I think of that word, I form a mental picture in my mind.
Yeah, no.
He's not talking.
I remember I got so excited when I found out that Ivor and Pee Wee Herman was the same person.
Associate with whatever you want, right? Like you're free to do that, but like that is separate from the actual concept. I believe that's what you're trying to say, Sin.
Yeah, you're basically spot on. Yeah, like I just think the definitions of terms go deeper than the looks of the things that we're describing. Like some things don't have a look to them, right? Like what is like if I asked you what is if I asked you like what does guilty look like, right? Like you could say like you have an association in your mind, but you never say that's what makes somebody guilty. Is the fact they look guilty.
This sucks.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Why? Who's
Can we stop watching
Oh,
this?
what the fuck?
No, I gotta watch it.
I would just like to comment. What makes you guilty is other
This is my job now. This is my job.
Your mic.
I got
Can you upload
some gotcha.
No, but like I said, it's not even necessarily a picture,
I will.
right?
I've
Because
just
even when
been
it comes
lazy,
to the
and when
ideas that
I need
you
to
have
figure
said,
out
right? Like even then you associate certain ideas
I
and
need to figure out
linkages
something
to it.
to
It's similar
put
to like a picture, right? You
on
sort
the
of
screen.
have this kind of vague
Because
linkages.
it's kind of weird
and
to
stuff
have my
connected to it.
webcam
And he's talking about the
while you're
concepts,
talking, and then
and
Subway
not that
Surfers.
he's like-
Subway Surfers.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably, I
You
don't
can
might.
have necessary and sufficient conditions.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You don't have to have like. Just sorry,
Lactoid.
go ahead.
All right,
Lactoid.
South Park
I got some
clips.
gotcha questions I want to get through real quick.
That's why I say vibes. Okay.
You asked LSP. Is a person a woman if everyone else in society thinks they are not a woman? My question for you is, if everyone agrees this person isn't a woman, isn't this woman not part of a group large enough for it to be utility maximizing to recognize her as a woman anyway, and so we shouldn't recognize her as a woman?
I think this guy just got
there's like actually no connection to that. It's just a non-sequitur.
fucking
right? So like saying that like most people
trapped
recognize this
because
person
he's
as
basing.
something
Oh
different than they are.
my god.
Yeah, you could say that everyone.
He's
recognizes
basing
something
whether or
different
not
than they are.
someone is a
You just don't
woman
have the
based
facts
on
of the
like.
matter available to them, right? Like in the same case of Rachel Dolezal, everyone.
Okay, how do I phrase this? He's basing, like I said, he's basing his definition based on just how many people are trans.
Most people who you tell all of the aspects of Rachel Dolezal to, they'll think, oh wow, this person
Someone's stupid.
They're actually not black.
No, Seth, you're missing it. So I'm saying like you have a society in which their definition of woman is like all like adult human females except for Amy. That's like their working definition. So Amy's not a woman.
By that definition, Amy wouldn't be a woman. I'm asking. I'm saying we should change the definition of woman to correspond with what's utility maximizing.
Right. But the definition of woman.
Oh my god, he's just saying we should change the definition of woman because it's like utility maximizing to change the definition of woman to accommodate people who are trans. You shouldn't argue that. You should just argue it's a more useful definition of woman to take into account somebody's brain state, somebody's gender identity, rather than just like their chromosomes. Because like I said, if your definition of man includes Blair White, it's probably not a very useful definition.
Different than the people in the society mean when they speak this different language. They speak a different version of English.
Hold on, I
right?
made
Where
the same
woman
point
means
like
something
500 times.
Wait, what's
but
a feminine social archetype then?
Hold on, wait.
if your definition of man includes this,
that answer made no sense.
I can't
to me,
copy the
okay?
picture.
So let me ask the question again, right? If Amy's a trans woman,
includes
and
this
it's one
bitch,
person in a whole
it's
society,
not very
I think
useful.
Beforehand, you said that if like the level of the population of trans people was like comparative to that of transracial people, then your position would be the same. And
Why is it so blurry?
Everybody else in
I don't know.
does not like recognize Amy as a woman, then
I just
you would
clicked on the
agree
first picture of her in a
that Amy's
bikini
not a woman,
because
right?
she got boobs.
I would agree that Amy, we should change her
She
definition.
got boobs and butt.
Right? We shouldn't change her definition.
Blurry.
Of woman.
Does she have a vagina yet?
As the society we currently live in, I have changed my definition. Of woman, and so Amy fits the category.
Maybe.
I haven't
Why
kept
did
up with
you change your
Blair
definition?
White lore
Because
in
it's
a
utility
in a while.
Okay, in an
Why would it be utility maximizing?
In an alternative, stop, hold on. In an alternative world where the
Blair
facts were
White.
different, it could have been the case that it wasn't utility maximizing to change my definition of woman to include people like Amy. In that case, Amy wouldn't fit the definition I used in that world, but would fit the definition of woman I used in this world. And so the statement "Amy is a woman" is true.
Perfect. So if you go back to
Lame.
1960, when gender dysphoria and trans people were exceedingly rare, like we're talking incredibly rare, that's going up now with acceptance. Was there a point in the past in which the population of trans
This is
people
so painful.
was so small that at that time society should have not accepted trans people?
See, I think he just got fucking
the population of trans
trapped.
people, even though it has grown over time, it's not grown significantly enough so that it's like moving past the threshold or whatever. The population of like people who are.
How long is this gonna go on for? I want to play Fortnite.
Do you even have Fortnite
Throughout
downloaded?
history, we've had more than that number of.
I can re-download it.
So,
Oh my God.
Wait. So there's a historical disagreement there because in 1920,
Listen, this
1910,
is my
1950,
job.
The
I'm
amount of
watching
trans
this.
people was as a
I
percentage
got
of
it.
the
Yeah,
population
how much
was,
do you get
like,
paid for this?
ridiculously small.
What
Now
percentage?
I guess yeah. So I mean, let's say it was like 5 people. Then you would agree that in
Okay, of
1950
course. I wouldn't have thought we had reason to change your definition for 5 people. That
Well,
would
hold
be
on.
silly activism.
Okay, but at the time when it was 5 people, at that time, you would agree that group is not sufficiently large enough to accept trans people.
If it was just 5 people, I disagree that it was 5 people at the time, right? But assuming it's 5 people, then yeah, it would be silly activism to change your definition of a woman to include those people. Yeah, of course.
Great. So we see the transgender population like exploding, like when you look at the overall rates compared to 1950.
Constant explosion.
Yeah, you do. You can look.
No,
at
you
the
don't.
graphs.
What empiricism? Cite a source. Cite a source.
Yeah,
one.
After this, I'll cite a source.
Okay.
For you. So my question for you is, if it's possible that with more acceptance, we're going to see kind of like a similar increase in the transracial people and like racial dysphoria.
Yeah, he actually just fucked himself.
Is that sufficiently? Does that justify accepting them now, or could there hit a certain point down the line if there's more and more acceptance of transracialism that we have enough transracial people, then finally that you would accept it?
Yeah, of course. I think that if it's the case that there'd be enough.
Oh my God! He actually just fucked himself. He actually just fucking made himself look horrible. Oh my God! You don't have to argue this. You don't have to argue that like your definition just relies on how many people are a thing and whether or not you have to accommodate them.
And what if
he's literally just arguing? Well, I think if changing the definition accommodates enough people, we should probably change the definition.
I don't think
that's true.
That's so give me any kind of argument.
Just argue that there is something about gender that takes place in your brain. Your brain state affects your gender. Your brain state does not affect your race because there is no brain state of being white. There is no brain state of being black. We literally have studies on the differences between like trans people's brains and cis people's brains. Nothing like that exists.
Sure. Yeah,
for transracial people.
Before the 1850s, we've had transgender people throughout almost all of human history.
Yeah, right. Just say.
To be fair, who the hell would report their transgender?
On the percentage, you have the documentation on the percentage of the U.S. population that was transgender in 1850.
No, we have documentation that trans people have existed since before 1850. What we have documentation on is we can take a look at a trend line of how many transgender people there are currently, and we can project backwards and assume that there's not been some like weird, random, unmeasurable explosion that you can't cite.
Can't cite, bro. We're in the middle of a conversation, and like, I first of all, I thought this would just be accepted that like, because I was googling shit before this. I thought it would just be accepted that yeah, like transgender like ideas weren't really a big thing in the 1950s or the 1850s. Okay, but I want to posit though. I want to posit the arbitrariness of the system because. Whether it be 0.01%, whether it be 0.001%, I'm going to posit that in 1850, the percent of transgender people, or at the very least, people diagnosed with gender dysphoria, not even sure that existed as a concept in the time, the percentage of those people is either non-existent because they don't have those words, or we're talking exceedingly low percentages, right? Exceedingly. Let me finish.
You're just so semantically confused.
Oh my God, he's getting fucking destroyed right now. This is so painful.
And if we transplanted your argument to then, like if we were suddenly there, the argument would be, well, there's like 5 of them. There's such a small percentage, it's 0.001. Like from a utility perspective, which a lot of people are fighting about that now, whether or not it's like on a utility basis worth it. In 1850, they're going to be arguing, well, on a utility basis, it is much more disadvantageous from a utility perspective to recognize transgender people in 1850, and they're going to use the exact same arguments that you're using to show that it's disadvantageous from a utility perspective to recognize transracial people today.
Yeah, if they were using the exact same arguments I was using, I'd hope to God the fucking trans activists wouldn't be using the arguments that you're using. The idea that gender dysphoria only exists because the term exists? Yeah, I'm giving you one. So the idea that gender dysphoria has only existed as long as the term has existed is a silly argument.
I'm going to jump off a bridge.
To do the discussion, right? So saying that like, but the term didn't exist in the past. So
well, we couldn't measure it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? If you're saying the term didn't exist in the past, so people didn't have the phenomenon the term describes, that's silly.
I'm not. I have the stream muted, so I don't know what they're saying.
If you go far enough backwards,
they're saying a bunch of stupid shit.
Trees didn't exist because the word tree didn't exist.
I understand, but there's.
I can imagine
that like you're saying, you made the claim, right? That you're saying like, well, well, no, like we have documentation that this was existing back then, and like
he's
I'm
actually
not
getting
that at
fucking
the time,
assured.
how would you possibly measure at what percentage of the population had gender dysphoria? There's no way you could measure that.
Yes, you could. you just take account. You just talk to these people. Holy shit, you talk to individuals.
In the 1850s,
yes.
Find out today,
Holy
but the
shit.
1850s.
You talk to individuals who've transitioned. You'd be like, hey, what's your motivation for this?
No,
they'll be like,
today,
oh,
how are you going to find out people in the 1850s?
Holy shit. Do you think there weren't trans people in the 1850s?
The percentages, I would put it at lower.
It doesn't matter if the percentage is low.
0.01%.
Does it matter if the a 0.01%? You think you couldn't find people with 0.01% of the population? You found people with fucking birth defects that are far rarer than 0.01%.
You could probably find me like a couple examples from the 1850s. I'm not denying that. In the same way, we can find you examples of transracial people today. But there's also going to be like a whole bunch of other indicators that you're just ignoring, right? Skin lightening cream all over the third world, right? Does that indicate that maybe some people in the third world have dysphoria? Well, I guess we don't know for sure, right? Because we don't have fucking psychologists there to measure it.
No, it doesn't.
There's probably a reason they're buying skin lightening cream.
It indicates they feel bad about how they look because of racial stereotypes. Like fucking people in
they feel better about how they look because they want society to view them.
That's not what dysphoria is. Dysphoria isn't. Nope, not just like trans people. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Dysphoria is not when you feel kind of bad about how you look.
Okay. So
no, it's when you feel really bad how you look, and then what's really bad is whatever you define it as.
No, it's not about how you look alone. If you were like, it's about fucking whether you're feminine or masculine.
Whoa, hold on.
How you present.
Hold on. And Simp, everyone's going to be talking to you in which way, so you'll be able to talk again. In any case, right, like, we should be careful in the West talking about skin lightening creams because we tend to like not know exactly why they do that and get that wrong often. I've done it before myself, so let's just be careful on that one. Let's go to our friend.
This is so painful. I hate this so much.
Me? Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that if we were to use Synth's metric here, I think that Synth would be correct, right? So far as I'm aware, there is no study, there's no research to show that.
Oh, Doobie's talking. I love Doobie.
Pre getting the skin dyed or whatever the fuck they did, right? But I think that there's enough smoke there to think that there might be a fire, right? If somebody is undergoing surgery to permanently like change their skin color, and they're stating like repeatedly in interviews that the reason they did this and the reason they're identifying this way is because they felt like they weren't living as who they truly are, because they don't identify as a race they were born as, and they identify as this other thing or this other archetype, then I think there should be research done. Right, and I think that if we did do the research based on what these people, the lengths at which these people are going to change their appearance to identify as this new race, I would be very surprised if we didn't find the kind of like distress it would meet since like barrier.
Yeah, we don't even see rates of people being transracial at anywhere close to historical trans population. So I don't understand why we'd expect this.
You don't know, why are they even talking about rates of people being transracial right now? You don't have to debate that. Oh my god, I'm gonna jump off a bridge. If I was just streaming on Kick right now and not also on YouTube, I'd say something worse.
So what matters is not just how bad they feel, but also how many people there are. We want to multiply those things together.
Why are you arguing that? Why are you arguing that? Why are you arguing that? Oh my god, stop, please.
There's even like this other factor that like makes this like even more strugglesome as a definition to change, which is that we have a wildly different social relation regarding race than we do regarding sex or regarding gender. So it's just like a whole slew of
like what would be your cutoff? Like how many people do you think
it's not an exact amount of people. It's not an exact amount of people. It's context dependent. It's whatever utility maximizing. It's not some exact count, right? It's just like a continuum fallacy.
What negative utility is there in recognizing these people as transracial?
The amount of effort it takes to change our definition is the negative utility. The fact that we've lost communicability with other people is a disutility.
Wait, how?
What have we lost?
We haven't really lost anything. I mean, we understand
we lose communicability. Yeah, we do. The other people don't understand what you're talking about.
Trans activists have done a ton of work to teach people that, hey, these social constructs are fluid, and you can identify as a woman if you identify with that archetype. So given the work that's been done by transgender activists, I don't think it'd be a stretch for people to accept that, yeah, some people might feel this way about their body too. They might, just as some people might be transgender, there might be some people that are transracial.
Did you hear the thing that I just said at all? Like you're just talking, you're just some different argument. I'm saying we lose communicability. You asked how do we lose that, and then you went off on this like tangent about but trans activists did a lot to change our fluid or whatever.
You said that we still lose communicability, but like how?
Yeah, because other people understand the word black as meaning a different thing than how you use it to mean.
Wait, that's the same thing for woman. Like, what do you mean?
Yes, that is the same thing for woman. You asked me what's an issue with changing our definitions. I'm telling you, here's one downside of changing our definition. Now we can weigh and balance what are the other downsides of not doing it. I feel like I'm talking to fucking like. How is this hard to track? We weigh and balance two fucking factors.
It seems like every argument that you make against the transracial thing could be like throwing
Some of them, yeah. The downsides of changing your definitions apply to both. The disutility of not changing your definition are different for both.
Yeah.
So then why wouldn't you agree with
the cost at some point? That's
yes.
Okay, then why wouldn't you agree with Lactoid then if you were transported to like 1850 or some shit or
because I think the
earlier,
benefits outweigh the costs.
You'd be opposed to recognizing trans people.
No, I would not. I've told you why I'm not.
Doobie's so fucking goofy. I can't think anything Doobie says seriously.
Because you believe that pre-1850.
What is he saying?
There was evidence of trans people.
He's saying
pre even the definition.
The problem is Doobie is like right, but Doobie isn't right about trans people in general. He's just right about like with the way Simp is phrasing this argument.
Identifying as other racial archetypes.
He's saying like, oh,
is there a single person out there?
If you were transported back to 1850 when there were so few trans people that it was never even talked about, like, wouldn't you not be in favor of changing the definition of woman then? And the problem is, Doobie in that case is right, because Simp's argument probably would mean that, but that doesn't have any bearing on the actual or what the argument should be.
You keep asking for a population number, then I say, hey, what's the population number you're looking for? So there's no population number, just whatever's utility maximizing.
Currently, your count is nothing,
like, what
right?
The fuck are you
far beyond that, far beyond nothing, right? It's somewhere between
nothing
and where we are for trans people. Somewhere
it's
between
not nothing. Right?
You get nothing.
These people, so just because what's the name, Martina Biggs or Rachel Dolezal or was it Ollie London or any of these people, or the kids attempting to change their skull shape with fucking like subliminal messaging.
Yep.
Just because they haven't.
I forgot this debate started with subliminals.
Been diagnosed with dysphoria of some type doesn't mean they don't have it.
That's what's your opinion on subliminals?
Like, what are you talking about? Hey, is it just the fucking argument?
Could I say the R word again?
Just give evidence they have dysphoria. Not that they've been diagnosed with it.
R word
is retarded.
Show me one fucking person who's suicidal. Listen.
Maybe, hopefully, as long as you're not being too mean about it.
Who you're saying is, show me one person who's suicidal because of the fact they're fucking not able to be the fucking race they are.
You said earlier,
talk about that.
I won't call anyone the R word, but I will say it to describe objects.
All you're fucking doing is like invoking continuum fallacies. No, you hold on. All you're doing is invoking the same continuum fallacy over and over and over again.
It's fine.
Well, where's the specific magic fucking number? There is not a magic number for this. There's not a fucking number for it. What we have to do is you examine the data and see is it utility maximizing.
Not a single person has come into my kick stream at any point.
DB, finish up your point.
Earlier.
Well, I haven't heard of Kick
whether or not they were suicidal.
until you started saying that you were streaming on Kick.
Right, so
really,
if that's not the
thing,
no,
I didn't say it doesn't matter.
You didn't hear that, like,
you are not tracking. I never at any point said it doesn't matter. I said it's a sufficient condition. And
Aiden Ross.
I told you what are the markers of extreme distress.
Oh, I know who Aiden Ross is.
No, go ahead and quote me back where I said that.
Did they move there for the free speech?
Might be experiencing some kind of dysphoria about their appearance.
Sorry, you want to just move away from your claim that I said that suicidality doesn't matter?
As much stuff about Jewish people as you want.
Never have I ever said in this conversation suicidality doesn't matter.
Speaking of, have you talked about the Pearl Davis video on stream yet?
No, I don't have anything to say about it. She's insane. Like, I don't know how to. Anyone of a rational brain can see that.
Dude, okay, the story I put up a couple hours ago, that was about her. The Pierce Morgan thing.
Oh, yeah.
When did that interview happen? Because I saw it on like the fucking Reddit After Dark TikTok account.
Wait, what interview?
Where you can't live a normal fucking
the Pearl Davis and Pierce Morgan interview. Like, he brought up the video, like, of her. How old? Well, first of all, how old is that video
It's
of her
like,
singing?
It's got to be 2 weeks old. I think. Or no more than 2 weeks old.
Okay, so then that interview must have happened recently.
Yeah.
Why is
no? That's one example of a way in which somebody cannot be able to fucking live a normal, healthy life. Saying the person wants to change how they look is not the same thing as somebody not being
You're
able
moving
to
the
go
goalpost again. You're moving the goalpost again.
I haven't moved the goalpost at all.
You just
this is
did,
the
like,
second
2
time.
times.
This is the second time a brain
Why
damage
is
dump fuck
Hassan
has accused me
trending
of
on
moving the
Twitter?
goalpost, and you're gonna walk it back the
You
same way
just
he
did
did.
it 2
What was the
times.
goalpost
We're
moved to
off
and
the
from?
suicidality.
Did he say something stupid again?
We're off in that.
What was it
He
moved to
wouldn't.
and from?
So what other sufficient?
What was it moved to and from?
So from suicidality.
Hassan
off
is
to suicidality.
mostly
Nope, it was
based,
moved off to suicidality.
minus the fact that
Then you
he's
moved it-
like
then you moved it to
a
not being
tanky.
able to work or
Yeah.
like live a normal
Sorry,
life.
you're already
I
wrong.
don't- I
didn't
can't
move
tell
it
why.
off to
Which is
suicidality. That's a
unfortunate.
sufficient condition. Still, there's no move.
Okay, but there are other sufficient conditions, are there?
There are other sufficient conditions. I said that from the
Okay.
onset. There wasn't a
Well,
goalpost
then
move.
what is the minimum sufficient?
Sorry, hold on, no.
What
we're
did
not gonna
Anthony
move off this.
Fantano
What
get
is the
sued for?
What was the goalpost moved to and from?
What is the minimum
Basically, he made the it's enough slices sound.
That's the question. Doobie, let him
Yeah.
answer the question. Come on.
Basically, he made that sound and he uploaded
don't
it
move off
to like
this. What is the
TikTok's
fucking goalpost
commercial
moved to?
licensing
No,
thing,
answer
so like
the
anyone
question
could use it,
after you
right?
answer mine.
Can I
Mhm.
go?
Zero goalposts. What is it?
Yeah,
But
I
then
was exactly wrong.
Activision
This
used
is
it
the
and he
other
said
person.
you
What is
can't
the
use
goalpost
it, and then
moved to?
Activision said
The
yes we
minimum
can,
sufficient
and
condition.
and sued him for that.
What?
Okay, all right.
Oh.
The minimum sufficient. Yeah, sure.
Isn't Activision the fucking company that made Skylanders?
Something we can use our intuition to pump and figure out where the fucking track line is. You invoking a continuum fallacy
Yeah.
over and over again, and be like, oh, where's the specific line? That's not how any words work, right? We don't use fucking.
What would they be using it for? Nobody plays Skylanders.
Specific line.
They were using it for
You never be able to tell me that question.
Dangerous is gonna differ.
Well, their only game
I
is
never
Skylanders,
used
so
Can I go?
True.
I said we can't use our fucking.
No,
You just
we
said
have
that
a
we
lot
can't
of people
use
on.
vibe
We
chips
can almost
for
like
intuitions earlier.
Yeah,
After
vibes are
that,
different than
LSP.
intuition. Having an intuition for a fucking threshold
okay.
is different than having a vibe.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna ask a question, and then I'm gonna record the LSP. Hopefully, we can do this in a reasonable amount of time.
Wait,
right?
Prime, can I go? Please?
No, dude, I'm sorry. We have a list. We have a list of people.
Oh
gotta
my
go,
God.
Right? But then after LSP, you can. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you this. You said feminine archetype. I wanted you to clear this up, and hopefully you can do this very quickly. You said a woman is a person who subscribes to like a feminine archetype. Okay, right? Like, what do you mean by feminine archetype? Do you mean they behave in a feminine manner, as it's like commonly understood? Because
This is
women,
painful.
as you know, don't do that. Now they're not trans men, but they behave in a very masculine, quote unquote, manner, and mannerisms. But they're still women, I think you would say. But go ahead.
Yep. So the identifying as part of the feminine social archetype does not mean that you embody all of the traits of the feminine social archetype, right? So like identifying as like a janitor doesn't mean that you're like really good at cleaning, right? Like you could just be bad at cleaning and be a janitor. So there's an archetype, there's like a job role, right? You can say like a socially constructed job role associated with your sex. Those socially constructed job roles, we can call them genders, right? And you can say like one is the woman gender, or the feminine social archetype, and one is the man gender. We can call it the masculine social archetype. Then we can say you're a woman based on your identity is one, and a man based on your identity is the other. And there's no circularity in your definition, and you don't have anything that's like stupid or inconsistent or like something that you actually can't apply.
Okay, so like there is, at what point do you do you not subscribe to enough feminine traits to not be a woman? Even
Zero.
Zero.
No. So like you're not made a
Now
man
he's
or a woman.
arguing the whole like, oh, you have to have enough feminine traits to be a woman when you should just be arguing your brain state is what makes you a woman, because we all have an internal sense of gender, and that internal sense of gender probably plays a role in what gender you are. Oh my God.
A law person or something. A law person is whoever identifies as a lawyer, right? There's no circularity there because a law person is somebody who identifies as a lawyer. I identify as a lawyer, therefore I'm a law person.
Okay, I don't have enough time to run this down.
Synth, why do you go through all this trouble
Let's go to. We gotta go to. I'm sorry.
To not have a contradictory position.
Waiting. Corey, LSP, then food shops.
Oh my.
Yeah. I'll try to be quick. And also, like, in defense of Synth, where, you know, it seems like there's, like, pushback when he's bringing up, like, you know, effect on health or, like, your quality of life. I would encourage anybody to look up how substance use disorder is diagnosed.
Oh my God.
Pretty subjective in terms of, like, it's just you're giving up on activities type of thing. But to Lactoid, to understand, let's say, your position better, even though I know you mentioned before in multiple previous panels, you don't see race. But in your mind, in your mental construct, how do you view, let's say, Michael Jackson? Are they black or
Now they're
Caucasian,
talking
then you're
about Michael Jackson. That's awesome.
I love Michael Jackson.
I would assume that Michael
Yeah, I
Jackson
can-
identified as black, but I mean, I think
If
the
you
one of the
really
reasons I
wanna-
hold this position
that's not what I
is
asked.
because I don't
You
see
wanna
the
learn
race.
about Michael
That's not
Jackson?
no, that's not what I asked. I asked you specifically.
They're white
and
passing. So yes, I would see them as white.
Oh, thank you for streaming
Okay,
this so I can
I
hear them.
I would disagree, and I think there's this. I don't think
I
it's
don't
been spoken
know
about.
how
but I'll just throw
insistent
in,
you're gonna
let's say,
be in this, 'cause it's
you know,
really
how
painful.
Race or being black is tied to the black experience, and let's say, yeah, I'll just leave it there for now.
Wait, but Michael Jackson identified as black, so wouldn't you say he's black?
I would say he's black.
Oh, they're using this as the
Okay, so he's
stupid
black and
fucking
he's white.
transracial argument.
Black.
Yeah.
No.
And what's your
this is
opinion?
important.
Do you
That's why
think
he made
Michael
that
Jackson is
song.
black or
No,
white?
this is important. So
He's
if he
black.
identifies as black, if he identifies as black, I would
What
say
the
he's black.
fuck kind of
Even though if I
question
met
is
him on the
that?
street, like my mind would be like, oh,
You don't
that's
know
a white
that,
guy.
bro.
I've met plenty
It's
of
just-
trans women.
Dude, I do
where my
fucking know
mind
that.
goes,
He had
"That's a
fucking,
man," and they introduce themselves
vitiligo.
with she/her pronouns.
Yeah, he
and
had
I just switch over
vitiligo.
because
Like,
at the end of the day,
having
this
fucking
shit, like,
vitiligo doesn't
it
make you
doesn't
not
matter.
black.
I don't care if people don't want
Well,
to
it'd
identify
be
as
kind of like
Based.
it'd be kind of like Jewish people, right? So like, some
And it,
people
and it wasn't his
identify as
choice.
Jewish, you
It
look at
wasn't
them
his
and they just
fucking
look
choice
white.
to have
Yeah, I know.
vitiligo.
If you call them white,
Yeah.
they're gonna tell you that they're Jewish.
They're
which
mistaken.
which they consider to be
So
different for some reason.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a subcategory. Like it's just gonna be like a subcategory of white. They're gonna be Jews who are white. They're gonna be Jews who are not white. It's just not. It's not gonna be like a contradictory category. It's just a different one. You can't. I think most of us would agree that being white and black at the same time would be a contradiction, unless you're mixed or something, right? You should be mixed.
Gray.
And like, if you're
Well, hold
saying
on,
that
like-
Michael
That is
Jackson-
so fucking
stupid.
I think seeing his white passing makes sense. Like, I posted that picture of Sammy Sosa in our group DM. And if I saw him
Being
on the
white
street,
and
I'd
black
think he's
at
a
the
white
same
guy.
time is
I would-
impossible
you
unless
think
you're
he's a white
mixed.
guy.
But he wouldn't be a white.
Fucking
guy.
He
obviously.
identifies as
Yeah.
a white guy. And
These
looks
are
like
some
a white guy.
groundbreaking
Why wouldn't I
revelations
just say
here.
he's a white
This
guy?
is
And he looks like
these
a
are
white
the
guy?
best
Yes,
Fucking
philosophers
crazy
of
that
our
he has
time.
to state
Wait.
that.
Yeah, I think if he
This is
looks like a white guy, and
extremely
identifies-
depressing
my
that
thing
this is
they
what
do
the
need to
people of our
identify
generation
and
are
look alike.
arguing about right
So I'm
now.
not going to say that a trans woman who looks like a man, speaks like a man, dresses like a man, behaves like a man is a woman. I'm just not.
Okay, so for you, it
Oh
has
my
to be
God.
both. So if somebody
Behaves
say-
like a
if
man.
Please,
What does that
somebody
entail?
say the
Be
word
racist,
brain
not be
state
racist.
just one time. That's
Yeah,
the
I'm
whole
fine with calling them
debate.
aracial.
Just say
if that's what they
brain
want.
state.
They,
Oh
they
my
don't want
God.
that either. They're just like, I don't feel like
Please.
And they can
connected.
be an alien. They want to be like an alien.
They don't
want to
be like,
that's
they don't want to be that.
I just
either. They just don't
I
feel
don't,
like
I don't really
connected to
like
black
give a
or
fuck
white.
about like race in general. So I would just like not racialize them. That's fine.
So every single white person out there who's like, I don't know, I just don't feel that connected to my race. I don't feel like I don't it doesn't feel like that big of a deal if I'm white or whatever. Every single white person who says that you say they're now not white.
Yeah, well, I would typically like the way that, at least the way that I've seen these people identified, it'd be like much more with like their nationality, right? So someone from
the
like
answer to that
Canada,
question
we
is
don't
yes
say
or no?
we don't say that's a white person. We say that's a Canadian, right? And he happens to his skin color happens to be white.
So the answer to my question is no, those people aren't white. Every single white person who doesn't identify as white, they're just like, I don't care. I don't feel like they're no longer white.
We can't-
What does that even
like,
mean?
what about non-binary?
I don't know.
That's
I don't know.
That's all we want. The
Everyone
entire
shut up.
panel.
Whoa! I don't care. I don't care. LSP.
It is
LSP
contradictory.
and then food shops.
What's the contradiction?
Oh my God! They keep not letting food shops go.
There are people out there who struggle.
Even
with
though
their
I'm in her
racial
chat right now, so
Now,
she will have
race-
the best
Go
arguments
faster.
because I'm here.
Much like I'm not on speed. Race, much like sex, also has a. I'm sorry, much like gender, also has a social archetype associated. Now, it's been established by Synth that identifying with feminine social archetypes does not mean you possess all the traits of social archetypes. Sorry.
What the fuck?
I had phasmophobia running in the background because I was like playing.
Oh my God!
Identifying with the feminine social archetype.
This
I'm sorry,
debate is an
identifying with it doesn't
actual
mean you possess
fucking
all the traits.
mess.
So you can look like a beefy, manly dude with a rugged beard, but you could still be a woman if you identify as one. To Synth, this is not circular somehow, even though it can be reduced quite simply to you're a woman if you identify as a woman.
No.
Okay.
He
you're free
should
to
just
explain
be
how that's not
arguing
circular.
brain.
Yeah,
Please
that
turn
thing that
this
you
into
just
a 2-hour
said
debate.
would be circular. That would be circular. My position is not a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. It's a woman is somebody who identifies as the feminine social archetype. If I thought a feminine social archetype was the same as a woman, I would just say a woman is the feminine social
Just
archetype. That's a different definition. There's no circularity. You're just fucking stupid. Thank you.
Okay. Food
This
shops.
sucks.
Okay, all right. Synth, okay? I love you. I respect you. You're wonderful. You're beautiful, okay? All right? But with all due
Oh,
respect,
yes, come on.
all due respect, why do you go through all this trouble to try to disprove transracialism when you can just literally just say, oh, the scientific and medical community just simply haven't reached a conclusion yet on whether transracialism is like a real thing.
No.
Or like, oh, we haven't determined yet on whether transracialism, like, why can't you defer to that instead from the very beginning instead of going down this entire rhetoric?
Am I the only one here who tracks arguments? I fucking said that at the onset. If there's fucking empirics for it, I'll say if they're fucking right.
You're the smartest person.
Yeah, but you never stayed on it. But you never stayed on it. You literally never stayed on it. Instead, you went on it. And not only that, okay? And not only that, why is the vibes argument bad? Why is it bad? Instead, it has stayed from the very beginning. When we, the whole entire, listen, okay, Simp, I promise you I'm speaking from an area of perfect good faith, okay? I promise you, okay? I've done who knows how many, God knows how many gender arguments at this point, okay? All right, when I think about what is a woman, an idea has to form in my mind in order for utility to work in the first place, okay? All right, otherwise when I think, because when we go to the woman's, like, clothing section, okay, I don't expect to find men's clothing there, okay? I expect to find women's clothing there, okay? I don't want to find men's clothing in the women's clothing section, okay? Because I formed this idea in my mind.
Okay, the only distinction between men and women's clothing is like sizing differences.
Okay,
that is it.
Doesn't make any sense to me, alright? When you say, oh yeah, this is...
Yeah, that's what I just said, sizing differences.
Because you're just gonna go into a 2-hour, oh, you're so stupid and mentally retarded.
But even then, if we just use the unisex system more frequently, it wouldn't be an issue.
Why? I don't want you defending people like me. I don't want you defending Jack shit.
I'm not defending you.
You are so ridiculous. You are actually so ridiculous. You should defend yourself, okay? You have room temperature IQ.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, take off your stupid cap and pull the boogers out of your mouth. Okay? Oh my god. You have downs as well. Oh my god.
You learned the term remedial like a week ago and you've been using it all fucking day.
This is epic. This is what I've been waiting for.
Literally receding. You are molding this entire
Christ, you're retarded. You're literally retarded.
Literally the most retarded piece
you are
of
somehow
shit.
the only person who can hop on a fucking panel with Ross the fucking
eyebrows, I don't like your nose, I don't like your lips, I don't like your tongue, I don't like your mom, I don't like your dad, I don't like your bald hair. Okay, alright, you need to stop watching Made in Abyss, you need to stop reading the alphabet and stop reading Hungry Hungry Caterpillar. Okay, alright, listen, okay, listen.
The
whole point, okay? Alright?
Alright, that was weird.
Can I answer the question she asked? I want to actually explain to her.
Go, but I have to respond afterwards, okay?
Sure. You can respond afterwards, and you can like rant again about some stupid shit or whatever.
Sure,
for stamps. But like the reason your argument's really fucking dumb is because if you say that a woman is defined as hold on, if you say a woman is defined as somebody who looks like a woman, somebody who has like the traits of looking like a woman, and you also say that you can't be trans unless you have dysphoria, there are going to be some people who look like a woman and thus would fit your definition of a woman, but didn't look like a woman when they were born. People who are AMAP, who are assigned male at birth, and then end up looking like a woman down the line. Those people, by your definition, would be not trans and trans. They would have been people who transitioned from man to woman and also are not trans, which is fucking stupid. Like, that's why your argument's dumb.
Wait, can you repeat that?
They would be trans, they wouldn't be a woman.
Hold on, can you repeat that?
No, they would be a woman. You didn't track LSP because you're also fucking stupid. They would be a woman.
That?
I know, we're all stupid and you're the smartest person there
just you and food stamps. Just you and food stamps. I don't think everyone's stupid.
Why do people keep saying food stamp? What do I...
Change your name, it's food stamps now.
Okay, hold on. Wait, what's your argument again? Can you repeat that?
No.
Okay, anyway, right? So here's the thing, okay? When we think of woman, okay, the whole point of, okay, like, it's like, what is the point of language if language doesn't even mean anything anymore, right? The whole point of language is to have definitions, right? What's the point of even having a dictionary if we can't even have definitions for words, right? Like, I don't know if that makes sense to you. Does that make
dictionaries
sense?
Never change, ever.
No, it obviously changes over time, right? But I'm talking to Synth here, right? Why are you trying to sabotage me? I thought you disagreed with Synth.
No, I'm pretty much more or less. I'd use a different argument, but I'm more or less on board with Synth.
Oh, okay, all right, you're remedial too. Okay, whatever. Okay, anyway, okay.
Remedial. Look, you just say the fucking real R word. Say the
okay,
real
retarded. Okay, retarded. I like the.
Let's go.
I like the term.
Classic. Back to the OG.
I like the term remedial because it just sounds very satisfying. That's why. Okay, all right. Because it has this kind of flow in my face. It's like the cursive version of retarded.
Wait, can you give me the dictionary definition of remedial? You're big on dictionaries. What is it?
It's like stupid.
Can you spell remedial?
I rest my case.
Remedial.
Oh no.
I want to ask a question.
Wait, is that not how you spell remedial?
No, you swap the A and the I. No.
Remedial.
There you go.
Wait, that's how I spelled it from the beginning.
No, you said A first. No, you fucked up.
No, I said
it's recorded. You have to take it back.
It's not going to do a side conversation.
This is on topic.
She spelled remedial wrong.
Hold on. Okay. So basically, right, when we think of a woman, right, the whole point of dictionary is that we have words have definitions. Sure, definitions evolve over time. I can understand that, right? But as of right now, as of the current moment, as if we live in this layer of the timeline, okay, we have a certain idea in our minds when we think of a specific subject or word. Or maybe if you're not really like a picturesque person, we can think of ideas or linkages associated with them. You know what I mean? Like a blueprint kind of thing. Okay, okay, Prime, you better have not muted me. Okay. Okay, so basically, right?
You have a certain amount of development.
When we think of woman, okay, we think of a shadow of
issue that these people
have.
Okay. All right, so
well, folks, as you know, there's a clip of me that once went viral,
think of
all about me asking,
or whatever like that, right? So we think of these kinds of things, and then they layer upon each other, sort of
couldn't be 60. She was arguing
the average man
viral,
face,
all
or
about
the
me
average
asking
woman face, or like the average woman body, or the average man.
Young woman.
Basically, we
why
think
should be 60?
That's it.
Who's this Ben Shapiro guy?
What are you doing? Sure, there's exceptions. Sure, there's outliers,
the clip where Destiny,
we're not referring to outliers and exceptions. That's why we call them outliers. That's why we
they
call
just
them
played
exceptions.
this Destiny clip, the argument would be over. It'd at least get past this point.
I don't know about the average.
She's busting.
Man. I mean, I don't really know about extraordinary.
She was arguing, of course, that a man could be a woman. So I said, well, you're 21. Why can't you be 60?
This is like audio overload. What is
I think the critical.
I am very overstimulated.
21. Why can't you be 60?
What is like the minimum requirement for dysphoria? And your answer was.
No, because I'm on iPhone, and I have to listen to the Ben Shapiro, and then the debate, and then you two.
As in all of us, which is what I think we're
and
doing.
And then my room is hot.
Saying that, to us, intuitively, the minimum bar that we set for a trans person, is easily exceeded by
Is Ben Shapiro coming from?
The argument doesn't work at all because all we're using dysphoria to describe is a phenomenon that actually exists.
All about me asking
that's going to be non-arbitrary.
Young woman why she couldn't be 60. She was arguing for
I didn't even get to review my Taylor Swift album today.
Well, you're 21. Why can't you be 60?
No.
But she did that already.
No, not today. I have to do it tomorrow.
Well, no. So what I said was the minimum. So what Doobie asked you, what's the minimum cutoff?
I did one yesterday.
We're all saying the minimum cutoff for dysphoria.
Carowinds, August 3rd.
At Carowinds, I can try.
Is intuitively exceeded
I'll
by
do it
some
in
of the
the car.
transracial examples that we've given you.
I'm gonna scream the whole
time.
Outside
of Snoopy Town.
Person out there,
oh,
okay. Your person
it might be a little
nothing to do with the argument we're having.
Inconvenient.
We're live here at Snoopy Town.
We should debate kids and Snoopy Town.
You can just use it every fucking part of the sentence, and you can say that's the same argument or whatever. Right?
We'll walk up to a fucking 5-year-old and be like, "What's your opinion on capital punishment?"
And we're using dysphoria to say, here is a difference between these two people. I got a different cutoff line than you on using this word to describe describe something different than you, you understand that there's clearly some cutoff line somewhere. There's not going to include the vast majority of transracial people, but will include the vast majority of trans people.
Y'all really still doing this shit?
Yeah.
I might be at a disagreement with a lot of people here because I don't think that dysphoria is a prerequisite for recognizing whatever any individual wants to identify as personally. But I think the point here is
what are you doing?
Can we play Fortnite now?
This is Fortnite. This is the new Fortnite update.
I really like for utility, but for the rest of society, there's really no like negative utility when we're like.
Okay, cool.
I know. I don't see there. Right, but I don't see
Big
any
win.
on society
Finally.
to recognize Rachel Dolezal as black. I don't see any negative utility whatsoever.
Okay, so what about the ones identified
earlier?
And
then no Fortnite. You're like Pavlov in me. I don't like it.
What about the ones identified?
Sorry. I'll stop.
The lack of communicability that you gain when you have some difference in definitions between you and another person.
Did that happen with Rachel Dolezal?
If you change your definition of black to include Rachel Dolezal, it does.
I don't think it does.
Okay, you don't think that other people will interpret the word black differently than you do?
I think that if we just include Rachel Dolezal as black,
this is so fucking stupid.
I think that some people might disagree, but they're free to have their opinion. Personally, like there's no negative utility to me, and there's really no negative utility to them.
Please answer my question.
I don't. She's
what? What was your question?
Like old too.
My question was, do you think that other people will interpret the word black differently than what you're using?
She might be
dead.
dead.
Definition of black to encompass Rachel
No, she's not dead. She's 45.
Okay, then there is a lack of communicability. You lose.
Hold on, this is like the only prominent trans-racial person.
Could I then argue though that the utility gained by actually having a consistent standard of self-identification?
I've seen a lot of TikToks of like people going on like transracial Discord servers.
Because there's no inconsistency in the alternative.
I'm gonna do that.
Well, no, but
subliminals are also pretty important in the transracial community.
I would imagine that's what this debate is about.
Like big enough to justify all the.
That's what the debate is about.
People to start like referring.
That's what it's supposed to be about.
When we talk about Rachel Dolezal, everybody thought she was.
Remember how the first debate was supposed to be about what should the cops do if somebody tries to file a restraining order claiming their boyfriend put a gun in their mouth, but they never actually talked about that.
Yeah, did they get anywhere with that?
No, not at all.
Maybe you.
I thought she's involved in the NAACP. What are you talking about?
I agree that there are going to be places where people are going to think she's fucking black. I'm not saying nobody thought that, right? Jesus, fuck. So point being is right. Like, so one is you said there was no way in which I identified a negative utility. We've agreed that there is in fact negative utility now. But the other argument you said there was an inconsistency, and I asked you what's the contradiction. I want you to please point out the contradiction.
The inconsistency, and it comes to when you have somebody who is identifying as a different race.
It's a recent
why that is
why
not recognizing that is inconsistent with recognizing somebody of a
I
different gender.
don't think there's any recent news article about it.
My position.
Yeah,
Not
it's
a super relevant
You have
topic.
somebody who's arbitrarily identifying with a social construct, and you're saying is one is justified and one's not, and the reason that you're using for one being justified is that there is other people, not necessarily this person, but other people who have a sufficient level of dysphoria where you care about them.
No, the point is not they have a sufficient level of dysphoria. I'm saying one maximizes utility. This is the reason why it maximizes utility. This is not all it is to it, right? That's not all it is to it. So I'm asking you, and you didn't answer the question, right?
They've gone in circles for like
you said something you thought was inconsistency. You didn't identify any contradiction, right?
In food shops, has only been able to talk like 2 times.
I want to give the negation of that same proposition. Those have to both be things I believe. Right, that's the contradiction. Right, go ahead.
I'll accept this. I'll accept this. Under the concept that based on your intuition, you think one has more utility than the other, and ultimately your system is based on maximizing utility as you see it. I take back what I said about you being inconsistent if that's the ultimate thing that you're saying. Okay.
Yep.
But I would argue 2 things. I would argue that for any kind of non-utilitarian, this is facially inconsistent, blatantly inconsistent, and for a utilitarian, I think you're just factually incorrect that it's really going to be a great burden on people to recognize transracial people compared to the benefit that comes with breaking down these racial definitions.
Synth isn't even streaming. If he was, I'd go in his chat and I'd yell at him.
Which I think this actually does.
So if you want to say that like there's actually a positive utility on
chat, can we go harass this guy?
Make that argument, right? But you haven't made that argument yet. The positive utility.
Is there anyone in chat?
No. Kick says I have 2 viewers, but I just don't.
I want to die.
Oh yeah, I looked at your kick stream. There was some guy.
41% time.
Talking a lot about something.
Oh wait, this guy, yeah. Oh wait, that's when I said no one joined my kick stream before. I lied. One person has. What?
You reposted my favorite short.
The wife
so you
swap
didn't.
one?
Hold on, I'm gonna do my impression of you.
No, don't do that.
First of all, the U.S. doesn't get to say shit about Saddam
Oh
Hussein.
really? Oh, that's
We
crazy.
made Saddam Hussein.
We're gonna have more content coming for you in the open.
That one's my favorite because it's the one I've watched the most times.
Imagine somebody has something to say about all.
Is it because you're in it?
That's a place where you.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
In the audience.
He almost like completely
however,
cut you off
guys, if you
in one of the
enjoyed this,
edits, and I told him not to do that because it makes it look stupid.
Moving. Holy crap, you guys!
True. Which clip
things to
was
say
it?
About this, right? If you enjoyed
That one.
it was fun, useful, or frustrating.
Originally, I just cut it off when I was done talking because I had another clip of me talking that I wanted to put in, and if I kept you talking, it was gonna make the short over 60 seconds, and I was like, I don't need Ness to talk. And I cut it out.
What the heck, man?
That's not cool.
Gifting subs. If you're on Twitch,
that's what I'm saying.
Goes a long way. If you got Amazon Prime,
is this over? I think it's over now.
Here on this
making my way downtown, guy. That's his name on Kick, and he started talking about.
You had thoughts,
Russia,
right?
or something.
Yeah, I don't even know what he was trying to say, really.
You weren't engaging with him like at all.
I was a bit. That's why you talked about stuff. I was like, "What are you trying to say?"
He just kind of randomly goes. He goes. I got shit to expose about Russia, and then he writes 6, 7, 8 paragraphs.
Holy shit! Did you guys see that fucking Tom Hanks is playing Martin Luther King in this fucking Netflix special?
Yeah.
Let's go to our friend LSP.
I bet.
Did you not see?
A conversation here.
I
bet. LSP, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
True.
I could have thoughts.
I
in the
found it on TikTok.
I'm gonna be time. I can just post my GoFundMe.
The caption says this is a joke. But
help me out.
That's crazy.
I don't know.
That's kind of why I've been doing these panels again. I've been trying to
shouldn't
show
believe anything you read on the internet. So
basic healthcare costs kind of fucked me in the ass not so long ago. So anything you guys can give, love you guys, appreciate you all. It was a fun panel. No, it was a cancerous panel, but
it was not a fun panel.
I don't see a difference between those two statements. But anyway, yeah, please support our friend LSP who's having a tough time. I checked out his GoFundMe link.
Support Doobie. Don't go to Doobie's YouTube channel or whatever you got going on.
Do you think Doobie's channel is just him like reacting to stuff with that stupid frog avatar?
I feel like I'm doing this wrong.
I hope it is.
My God.
I hope it's like the fake Vegeta person, but instead of being Vegeta.
What do you have copied in your
what the fuck? Nah, bro.
Spiral balls.
What the fuck? Nah, bro.
No
Cotton 4K Prime. What the fuck? Don't pretend. You know exactly what that is.
I don't know spiral balls.
It's the GoFundMe link. You just copy like the end of
it. Is it the Go? Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh, they use random words.
I don't know. I've seen Sense before. He's I don't know. I've seen him around food shops. I found food shops last night.
You know how Twitch
and I was like, and she was like, I'm gonna do a panel, and I'm like, I'm gonna watch that panel on my stream and leech off of you.
Like for that clip.
And she was like, okay, this shout me out. So this is a shout out to food shops chat.
All right, you caught me. If you can tell me what the fuck were spiral balls.
She has 14 more viewers than me.
I'm not risking that, Google.
I'll tell you guys.
Kick says I have 4 viewers right now, but I know that's not true.
Left out the prefix.
Okay.
Kick chat.
No.
Kick chat.
Kick chat works a lot better. If I type kick right now, it like it's already on my stream. It goes on my stream immediately.
Shout out to anyone who does is so kind as to support.
YouTube chat takes forever. I don't know why.
All right, we're gonna have to leave that alone. Thank you. Thank you, Corey, for also being here. And
I guess they'll sign up for Kick.
Yeah. As always, super grateful to be here.
I would do that, but I don't feel like it.
Entertaining panel at the very least.
You don't
and
have
also,
to. I don't know.
Going back to like
I don't
first
know
topic,
how
what,
well
like,
this
LSP
Kick thing
brought
is
up
going
with
to
the
work
meta
out.
conversation.
I'm
You know,
only
I
doing
wish,
it because I figured
we were
because
able to
you
have
can
that meta
stream on
conversation,
Kick
but I
and
understand
YouTube
why
at the
it's a
same
difficult
time.
conversation,
Twitch made it
to
so you
have,
can't.
where, yeah, it's so
You're not
interesting to
supposed to
me.
stream on
I'm not
YouTube
saying
and
this is what
Twitch at
actually
the
occurred on the
same
panel
time.
or anyone has like this position, but you
That
know,
is really
when
fucking
talking about,
dumb.
let's say, police and police violence, or when
But
it
you
comes to police
can
violence, how do we
be a
address
Kick
that?
affiliate and
People
get
that will advocate like we need
donations and like
massive reform,
subs if you
a
had
totally different approach to
75
policing,
followers and
going
have
so far as
streamed
like
for 5
abolish the
hours.
police.
And that
And then, you know,
may
maybe
not be
somewhat
super
tangentially
hard.
linked to like domestic violence or intimate partner violence. There's some relationship there between, you know, police violence or policing.
I bet
but
someone
like,
would
I say we need
something.
massive reform there, or we need to really rethink,
someone
and
would
really
something.
communicate to people from an early age of like what a
the
healthy
hell
relationship
did
looks like. We get caught up on like, well, you know,
the
maybe
YouTube short
confiscating
that
the
I
gun a
saw
little bit
about
earlier,
adding a
and those
plus
details,
to your
or like, you
email?
know, maybe psychological checks
Did they lie
after
to
the
me?
fact
It's
when a
not
gun is
working.
put in their mouth.
What do you mean adding
Where
a
it's like,
plus to your
yeah,
email?
those are steps in the right direction,
Like if
but
you
I don't think
if
that
you
prevents
like your
getting the gun put in
username
their
for your
mouth.
email, if you add
But yeah,
plus
super
and
great
then
with me as
whatever you
always.
want
You
to
can
it,
find me
it's
on
like
Twitch, twitch.tv/coreCam94.
it's
I'm
an
a biochemist with
extension.
science research
So
news. And you can find me
they'll
on
use
Twitter,
that
Instagram, literally
extension
just
and
Core
you
Campbell.
can know
And Doobie,
like
food, shops,
whatever the
Blackwood,
company
Synth,
does
LLC.
with
Always a
your
pleasure, and love you, Prime.
email, you'll know because it's got the extension that you put on it.
Yeah.
But it's not letting me put it on. So I think you might have been lying.
Today, right? Look,
He
we've
would
all
never
been
lie.
there before. I've certainly been here. Where
Oh,
the
it's
entire
True.
panel
I'm pretty
is
sure.
against me, but since
I
think
bet
you,
if I
put
refresh
yourself
this
well
Kick
in these situations,
stream thing, I bet
yeah,
I
thank
still
you.
have 4 viewers and not 2.
I enjoyed the panel.
I still have
I know
4,
that it was
but I don't
it was
actually have
cancer, but it's
4.
kind of fun. Those are the best kind of panels. If I know that like maybe there's some EA people from my community.
Why
or
are you
my
being
audience
such a
are watching.
negative
If you
Nancy?
are, you should definitely. throw
If
your
I
money
had
down to
any,
LSP's GoFundMe
if I had
to
4
be effective
viewers, at
cause,
least
and
one of them would
people who
type
don't
in
know where I
chat a
am,
single time.
YouTube.com/SINTH.
No.
Also,
Or follow me.
You
Maybe
will never
they're
be a black
nervous.
person to any of the trans races watching.
I don't think that's true.
I mean,
Alright.
Jared, you have social anxiety. You should understand.
Yeah, I'm not worried about typing in a Kick chat.
Thank you.
I would be.
Thank you, friend. It's been great,
Yeah.
honestly. I
Give
really enjoyed
your
having you
viewers the
around.
benefit of the
It's
doubt.
when they
I
jump
also
in,
don't
it's
know
gonna
if
be an
my
interesting
alerts are working.
conversation.
I
It
can
certainly
test
was
them
today.
and it works.
Let's go
but
to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah,
Not
that
at
is a
the
little
top
sketchy
of the
that they made it to where you can't add
but,
the plus
this isn't
address
because he's
to
fallen out of disfavor, right?
when you sign up for
It
Kick
couldn't be
because
that
it
like he
says
hasn't like
no symbols or
subbed to my
nothing.
channel.
Awesome.
But
and I mean
the
that's
at
certainly
is
not
a
why he's
symbol.
not the top spot. This is not like a ranking or
So
anything, right?
sign
If
up
that was
normal.
LSP, someone would be there. But
it's
They
worth
better
it.
not.
It's so worth it.
but
They better not
Lactoid,
sell my info or
still,
nothing.
Somebody
this is your
subscribe to
privilege,
me.
as always.
Thank you, Prime.
That's
Oh, you
Thank you so
real.
much for having me on Prime.
No, on Kick.
I
Somebody
wanted to say
sub.
last
Look,
couple
guys.
things.
Somebody
I'd be
followed
careful
me.
if you pronounce that what you just
No
said
way.
too much more.
Crazy.
You could lose your job in
Guys,
20
watch
years
this. Someone's
when
gonna
they go
donate to
back
me.
through the VODs and find you saying that.
This is a
When the
test
cultures
Oh, no
change,
way.
you're going to be ruining the fact that you said those
$1.
words. So just, I would
true.
stop talking about that going forward. You know.
You got $1?
I got
We are
$1.
still
It's
cancel
real.
culture. But if you like what I had to say,
I got $1
you
in
can,
tips
find me
yesterday.
at Lactoid TV on
Thanks
Twitch,
for the $1. This is a
X,
test.
Twitter,
Thanks for the
and
$1.
YouTube. Yeah, I didn't stream this time around just because of technical issues. Normally the setup's a little bit better than this, so I really appreciate everybody who bore with me on that.
This is so painful.
And I thought you all were great. Thank you.
I did not think you all were great.
His, community was denied because of lack of gigahertz. He'll
No way you
receive those
followed it. I hope it
gigahertz,
pops up.
again,
Oh, you
next
did.
week. And shout out to Lactoid's community. Honestly, they're great.
When he's
I'll
back
be
in
right
Canada.
back.
Yeah, when he's back in Canada.
Is it money?
So,
Yeah, and also you can't because I don't have a sub button.
TV, right?
Okay.
Please, everyone, go check him out. Link is in chat and be a part of his community, his Discord.
I need a drink.
I mean,
Go to food stamps.
yeah, there's 357 followers on politics on Kick.
I am sure of that.
Because
we love to
No,
have you
I was
guys.
a minor
basically the only
actor,
reason
okay,
Kick
because
exists
Sims
is
took
for
up
people
80%
like
of the
Aiden
time.
and
I'm
Ross
kidding, no, I'm
and all
kidding, I
that.
love you, Sim.
They don't tend to do
All right,
politics.
so basically, if Simp gets
Food Chops
canceled
is
in
the
the future
biggest
because of the
political
takes
viewer
that he has given,
streamer right now
I just
on
want to
Kick.
go ahead and say
that
good job, food stamps.
I would get canceled alongside with my brother Synth because
There's a Red Pill Gang TV.
I have given some takes on pedophilia, lolicon, and the N-word.
What?
That
what are they talking
listen,
about?
all right. I think together we will get canceled together, and we will go out as brothers. Okay, all right, we go out together. Okay, and listen,
brothers.
All right, we go out as brothers. Exactly. I don't care. Dude, okay.
What does that mean? Are we gonna wear the community?
Listen. Do you know who Karantos is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I actually birthed out the Karantos Discord server, and they say the N-word of the hard R like every 5 seconds. Okay, so listen, you have to understand that I came from a really edgy environment. Okay, like the old days of the internet kind of shit. Okay, but at the same time, I also volunteer for extremely progressive Democrat people. Like I'm talking about like leftist kind of shit, So I'm saying it's like, that's what it is, right? So here's the thing.
Stupid face.
Check me out at kick.com/foodchops. You can find me on YouTube at foodchops, okay, if you want to check out my pedophilia and lolicon takes, okay, and simulated 3D just like real life child pornography takes, okay, all right, and listen, all right, unlike other streamers, this is why I'm growing so fast, okay, is that I invite any audience member to come on and shit on me, okay, and I will also shit on you back, okay. Together we will shit on each other, and listen, Prime, if you want me back on your panel, feed me. I will feed you back, and I'll make good content for you, okay? On every single one of your panels, all right? And as long as my audience is growing because of your panels, I'll keep coming back, all right? It is what it is. And all of you streamers on here, on this panel right now, come to my Discord server. We will have a bloodbath there, unlike the world has ever witnessed. Okay, all right, it is what it is.
Can we please stop watching this?
No. And listen, okay?
Well, you guys can. I'm not.
Discord server, you can always go there. I actually tried to post a Discord server. I'll send. I'll send in the group chat. Okay, I'll send the Discord server link, all my socials in the group chat. It can already be found on my Discord profile. It is what it is, and I am not afraid to have the hard conversations. I'm here to show you guys that you can talk to a transgender chick without getting canceled, okay? You can say whatever the fuck slurs you want at me, and I will not cancel you, not even one bit, okay? Yeah, anyway, that is it. I'm here to have the honest conversation, okay? That is it.
Everyone else will cancel you, after they listen to that conversation, apparently.
I don't care.
Still stay up 4 viewers.
Look, it seems like you and
since I have 2 again.
Was like,
even though if I really did have 2 when you joined, it should have gone to 3. But whatever.
The takes that you've had in the past.
I was not on this.
No. My takes were not that. Okay.
No, they're different. No, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying they're different. But they're treading on interesting ground.
Just adjacent.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like
nothing to do with it.
Here. But okay. Anyway, thank you so much. And last but absolutely not least, we have my man Doobie. Shout out to Doobie. He's always trying to help
No, don't shout out Doobie. Doobie sucks.
New guy Ross.
Boo!
Doobie,
I'm muting stream.
Server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. This
This was so painful. Oh my god!
And not sleep through it like last time. We remember that. But That still hurts, honestly. But yeah, Xwitch with Doobie in chat gives you the link to his Discord community. Check it out, and you'll find great debates, like 24/7 debates happening. But sometimes he sets up something special. So let's go and support our friend Scott, support our friend Casimir.
Go watch one of the other politics streams.
Being here.
See what they gotta say. Go collab with someone real quick.
Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Expediting your time,
gun control on the road to tyranny,
and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate just as much as I do. Have a good one.
Take care. Always a pleasure.
How are these people getting debates with so little viewers?
Lactoid.
What's up, bro?
I contacted people and they said I need 10K subs to debate them, even though they only have 400.
Which I think I'm familiar with the data that you're referring to. But the question I would ask...
You're talking about internal locus of control, external locus of control?
Before that, of like whatever, left wing or left leaning, etc., etc.
Hey.
So do you have anything in terms
when
of...
I asked if you wanted to play Valorant and you said no, were you being serious or was that a joke?
Or like whatever, predictive, because again...
So you don't want to play Valorant?
Broad of a term.
No,
also, I'm not streaming, by the way.
Oh shit!
But,
okay,
I'll what about in 1 minute?
I don't want to record you.
I don't really care.
No.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make it no. But
okay, what about in 2 minutes?
So
I'll play.
Because yeah, you use broad terms. You use like mental illness and you use criminal behavior.
Probably can't run Valorant.
Now,
how do you know?
Most interested.
Garrett's computer couldn't run Valorant.
Well, that's true.
Anyway.
So like, do you have anything that shows like, okay, this mental illness is correlated with this specific criminal behavior?
Wait, so
like,
Jared, what about in 2 minutes?
Based off of the data that you're seeing, like mental illness, and that can be correlated with, let's say, cannabis possession or use.
No.
That's criminal, right?
The opposite.
So what about in 3 minutes?
The study I have,
that's
Destiny
talking right now.
Wait, Destiny
included drug dealing, but it didn't include drug possession.
What?
Say hi to Destiny, guys.
So like it was only like a set amount of times that. Like,
I don't think Destiny's talking right now.
For, which is pretty encompassing, right? But it didn't. I think intentionally.
Hey guys, it's me, Destiny.
Hey guys, it's me, Steven Destiny.
Probably don't even think that's.
I'm the real Destiny.
I don't know.
I'll be on Valorant until.
I don't know how much the criminality and the mental illness are connected. And I also don't have it broken down by specific mental illness. All I have it as, generally speaking, like diagnosis of a mental illness is strongly correlated with left-wing beliefs. Unhappiness is correlated with left-wing beliefs.
I believe that's generally broken down as anxiety and depression.
So anxiety and depression are, well, I guess an anxiety disorder and like a depressive disorder are like included in the mental illness category. But like the differences are so.
This is horrible.
All right.
Is that the stream doing that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I might be able to get on her stream.
How do you feel you did in that, Food Jobs? I feel like I could have done better in some parts.
If I do
but
get
I think overall I trolled and did my points fairly well. Yeah, it was okay. It was okay. Like I said before, right? Yeah, no. Like I don't really have like that sinking feeling like I did after Destiny's appearance. I just think I had a kind of
Destiny's like
the only point where I thought, oh my god, they felt like they sort of got me was the vacuum example.
Destiny's
the part where they said, oh,
the
skin color, you look at the skin color, you can feel dysphoria there. But then at that point, I would go back to, okay, but there's no like scientific consensus on that, right? But then it would feel like I'm backtracking, you know, my point that I was making all along.
Should have paid at least a wait.
That would be my
this
issue
is
there, right?
No, that's not Doobie.
Okay, but
other than that, I think I did pretty good. Pretty fairly good, I would say. Yeah, the best I could in that scenario. And you have to keep in mind that I went into that panel after exiting from another 2-hour panel. Specifically, well, to be fair,
I want to find Doobie.
it was alright.
That's his Discord server.
Yeah.
What the
He
fuck
owns
does that
discord.gg/politics.
I'm seeing who Synth is.
Apparently.
He's like the politics guy over there.
I want discord.gg/politics. Ness, have I you know how like Destiny calls his fans DGGers and Vosh calls his fans VGGers? Oh, you don't know that? Well, you know how Vosh has Vosh.gg?
How would anyone know that?
No, why would I know that?
You guys just don't.
Yeah,
You're just not online enough.
Yeah.
Interesting. Synth is an interesting person. Other than that, holy shit, that was a fucking debate marathon, guys. Holy shit.
Yeah,
a marathon?
The entire time I was also trying to find like the silver
marathon.
chain to this costume that came in.
It was
I thought it was lost in the mail,
was
but it
6
turns out it
hours
wasn't
in total.
lost in the mail. So
you would expect to get things
that was
done
nuts,
in a marathon.
I guess.
And like
Yeah, I would consider that a breezy stroll.
for 6 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, you're not gonna get much out of that.
That was a
I would consider that doing
not gonna lie.
one long
Pretty fucking
drawn
wild,
out
right?
lap around a
Pretty
pond.
wild. Yeah.
And now's your chance.
I would
Ask
love
for
to
a collab.
continue talking to Synth though, because I don't think
did.
Synth
But I don't
gets
know.
it.
She just said, lol, oh what? And I said, that was painful. And she said, I know. And then a crying face.
I want to see if I can continue talking to Synth.
I want to talk to Synth.
What did Synth say?
Synth said, I don't know.
He was the guy that really liked changing his
He was like,
definitions.
We should change definitions based on how many people are or are not trans. It was, I don't know. It was horrible.
Are you good? Yeah, of course I'm good. You look
said the
glazed,
word
bro.
burn state a single time.
I
Oh,
just
Synth
went through
just
5
joined its
hours of
server.
debate panels.
This server?
Yeah.
I went through 5
Yeah, this
hours
server. He's right. He's
of
here.
debate panels. It was insanity.
You're joking.
Just insanity.
Um.
I hope you realize
No.
that, right?
Following food shops.
You didn't see? Oh my god, I still have to watch King of Cock? Fuck.
What?
Oh my god. Dude, it was exhausting. It was exhausting, all right? Yeah. Right. That was horrible. I feel like I just shaved like 10 years off of my life. What do you think of Sim's arguments? I just disagree with them. Dave,
No, you're supposed
were
to
you
say, I
watching?
think he's stupid and
Synth
he should die.
Synth is
Exactly.
about to come in here. I think we're about to have a separate debate or
Oh my
conversation.
god.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, so you better so you
I
better
missed my chance. I should have
not
asked
interrupt,
again.
okay, if you're
but
gonna
I
be
didn't
in
want
here.
to keep asking.
You are in the yeah.
Were you watching?
Scared. You gotta put yourself out there.
No, I've been working on documentation all day.
Okay, alright, okay.
I'm probably gonna, I'm probably just gonna bounce after saying hi because I think I'm gonna be pulling another 16-hour
kick banner
thing. So.
Okay.
Did
all
you
right.
edit your kick banner?
Okay. Yeah. Streaming marathon going well though.
Okay, alright, I'll see ya. Bye bye.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Yep, bye. What the fuck?
Date offline banner image? Oh.
Brain state to synth, he turned to dust. What's brain state? What does that mean?
Uh-oh, I mistyped.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean? That's not a word, man.
I meant brain state.
I don't even know. I
Not
don't even
brain
know what that
state.
means, bro.
You kind of ruined it, man.
I did ruin it.
You're never gonna get that collab now.
God damn it. God fucking damn it. It's over.
Okay, so LSP is in there. Corey. Alright. Doobie. Lactoid.
All you gotta do is be like a really active member of the food stamps community.
I do.
Human.
That's
For
my.
at
That's
least
what
a
I'm
few
doing.
months.
I am intentionally. That's.
Then maybe you'll get a chance. No, you're not doing enough, though.
I'm making my stream just a react stream to her stream.
Lambs.
She looks very tired and sad.
What are you doing? What's cooking?
Yeah.
Good looking.
I just exhausted myself after 5 hours of debate panels.
5 and they
Wait,
got.
actually, are you still alive or
It
not?
was those
I
two
am still alive.
questions or those two
Gotcha. No
topics
N-words.
about the
Okay.
Yeah, no N-words.
Oh wait,
the teenage girl who died and the.
you were on a panel just now?
and the-
Question mark.
Yeah, it
I
was.
was
thing?
just
That was
I was
it.
just on a panel, now I'm off the panel.
Well, that was supposed to be.
Damn. Was it the Prime Kai thing?
Yes, it was the Prime Kai panel. I used your argument.
Let's go. What was the context?
What is a woman? And I said vibes.
True. Base.
And
There's just a womanly feel, you know. And
I
when you
had
get
I
it,
had
you
I
know,
had 2 debate panels in a row.
I would actually call myself.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I had
YouTube
I
rep.
had
I didn't say that.
Can't do it.
yeah, so I had two debate panels in a row, and
Seem like
I'm just my brain is
gives you much of
feel
a
like my brain is
push,
just-
even
it's
if you're
just,
streaming
you know?
like a lot per day.
feel me?
Yeah, YouTube
I
doesn't
feel
care.
you, Ko. I'm feeling you up.
You gotta do
Yes.
more though. Can't just do stupid
Why you
shorts.
say pause to yourself?
I love shorts.
Or at least the same shorts over and
Also,
over again.
one of the people who was on the debate panel named Synth, he has 1,000 subscribers or so. He's about to come on to this room, and
Okay.
we're gonna
Let
all
me
be in
in.
here
Let
together.
me in. Let me in.
It's gonna be fun, okay?
Oh, is it cool if I just chill in here, or
Yeah.
am I obligated to get the fuck out for
Can I
content?
chill in
No,
here
you're
and do
not.
nothing like Doobie?
I think it's just gonna be a chill chat. That's all, you know.
Sure.
Because I'm sure when we were in the panel, like we're obligated to shit on each other.
Mhm.
But I think now we're off the channel. We're just gonna, Netsy chill. You know.
So who is this guy? Give me like the rundown.
I think it's like a Vosh adjacent person who said if you identify as a woman, then you're a woman, even if you're like a masculine man. And I'm just
That's
like,
not
bro.
The only thing
vibes,
he was
bro.
saying. That's not the part
And
I
he's like,
completely disagree with.
Disagree, and then we fought
It
off
is a
of that.
vibe, bro.
And now I feel traumatized.
It's okay. I will fight in your honor because it is my argument, and I can probably make it real good. You know.
Well, I mean, it's your, it's like I said, it's your honor, right? So it's like,
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I became a gender agnostic because I think there's
dude.
faults even with that
You're
argument. But
losing
but you know, the thing is,
Die,
my argument
lambs,
is closer
die.
to reality than the fucking self-ID bullshit. You know.
well, yeah. Here's the thing: you will agree more with me than probably with Synth, right?
True. I will probably.
I feel like I've lost like 10 years off of my life. I feel like I've been transphobically violated.
You've been violated, bro.
I've been violated, yeah. BIO. You know? Oh, also, like, I said so many edgy jokes on the panel. I think I'm gonna get Prime banned off of Twitch.
Oh, hell no.
I said, since he
wait, was that the girl?
Since he was black,
that kept
since he's black,
saying
right?
that
And he
she
has
was
blue
like
lighting,
having
I
brain
said
blast.
he's black and blues. He looks like a bruise.
What the fuck?
That mean?
At the
Like
point
Jimmy
that
Neutron.
yeah, like what Jimmy Neutron says every time he gets
so
an
is this guy
idea.
like a commie though?
He's not a commie. He's like a femboy.
What's the difference?
Huh?
And there was another point in the debate where she said,
No, he's not black. He's like
where she said instead of like that she believes in rehabilitation,
No, Prime
she said she
K is
believes
the
in
only black
anime
person.
redemption arcs.
But we all know he's black anyway.
He black.
It was so
Honestly, he
fucking
has a big ass fucking
stupid.
head, so he might be Somali.
And then 2 seconds later, she was like, "I haven't seen
oh,
One
wait,
Piece,
did you-
guys.
were
Guys,
you
I haven't
thinking of-
seen One Piece."
Caught
Fuck no.
today.
No. I'm kind of over that thing, you know. I'm
Aiden Ross
contemplating maybe
doing.
next week, you know. But the thing
Dude,
is,
fuck Aiden Ross. I don't want to watch this shit.
And it's just not very fun.
This is
you
not
know?
white
Like,
music. Bro, y'all
thing
are
is,
so...
Oh,
like,
followers
I'm
only? I'm not following
just
you.
like
Because
as
any
an
views at all.
to people, you'll come across like better topics and better fucking convos than on
he's
that fucking
gambling.
show because it's just like
That's his thing.
I'm not watching this shit.
Violent, bro.
Bro, and
I'm not forcing you to.
Chicken McBacon. I don't know why I keep saying that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
you guys
know
are
why you
talking
keep saying
about
that,
it, and I
honestly.
feel left
Like in
out.
that specific way.
I might have to piss, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I pulled a
too.
fucking.
You guys seen?
fucking sleep schedule?
You guys
is
seen?
absolutely demolished right now.
Oh my
It's over.
Why is this thing here? Oh my god,
Yo,
it's
Ayo, Ka was good. I'm just
What's
showing
up?
here.
Hey, turn on your cam, Sim.
I can't. I got my fucking light.
Kyle, did you hear
Oh,
Pee Wee
okay,
Herman died?
It's okay.
I'm
Sim.
sorry.
What?
You can
okay,
turn
Sim.
it on.
No, no, don't
Don't be
force him.
lazy.
Don't for-
Did you
no,
hear that Pee Wee
Lance.
Herman died?
Sorry, I'm being
Oh my
toxic for no
god.
reason. Please
No, oh my god. What the fuck?
It's on the stream.
I just don't want you guys.
You
to think I'm
didn't
wearing,
hear?
Wearing blackface.
No.
No, dude.
5
No,
hours.
listen,
Oh,
this
yeah,
is a
he died
blackface
today.
friendly stream, okay?
True.
Can't say.
Simp, how are you?
Pretty good. What's up?
He was 70. I never realized he was so old.
I don't know. I just wanted to
That
so
was from like the
He
80s.
can't. He couldn't have been that old.
on the
I
panel.
mean, he voiced
I
Ivor
just
in
want
Minecraft
to like
story
sort of
mode.
pick at your brain a little bit. Just want to get your positions further.
Okay.
What do you?
Please say brain
you
state.
on stream?
Please say brain state.
No, I'm not on stream.
Oh, okay. You're on stream right now, by the way.
Okay, I'll stop. I won't say
This
it
shit.
anymore.
This broken.
Okay. But so yeah, this is just a chill chat, you know. I mean, of course we'll disagree, but you know, what I always do is I always start off with, you know, just chatting, right? But basically, what do you think is like the purpose of language if it not is utility or descriptive, right? Like
What? I think it is utility, but I think what I mean when I say utility is just like I care about, like, I guess you could say the pleasure minus suffering.
I don't think I
overall
gotta know what you
aggregate.
mean.
And I think you should do the actions which correspond to what brings about the most.
I might
pleasure
just
minus
think you
suffering
really
or utility.
get off from hearing
and
the
I think
phrase
with-
brain
wait,
state.
hold on. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
hold
I
on.
don't think anyone's been paying
Slow down
attention
a
much.
little bit.
Sure.
What?
It can't move that fast. So
Hold on now.
Just-
Why? Okay.
just-
This shit's broken. YouTube or fucking my browser does that sometimes, and I hate it.
Windows 11.
True.
Speaking of, is there a way if I got a Dell laptop
Kidding is
and
to
it just
get
so
items.
happens
Let's
to
just
come
put another way to keep
pre-installed
moving.
Yeah.
So what's the
with
point of
the
getting a laptop?
cafe? How do I
I mean,
like
there's various reasons why you could communicate.
get
with
rid of
people. It could be
everything
to achieve a common goal. It could be to fucking,
and maybe
you
put a
know,
Windows 10 on it
do
instead?
things,
There-
you know,
there are various
relate to
reasons.
people.
Yep,
There are various
reasons.
reasons, yeah.
Yeah, and then there are reasons for doing all of those
You could
things.
take the hard
And what it's
drive
gonna
out,
come down to is, like,
put
either
it in
you're
your
acting
computer,
morally, right? So the thing
and
you're
then
doing is
from
you're
your
doing
computer
what's good.
completely wipe it,
Alternatively, you're not acting
and then put it
morally,
back in the
which is
laptop, and you
By
gotta
the
do
way,
the
I just want
Windows
to clarify, Lamps
USB
is the
install
original
thing.
architect of the Vibes.
Yeah, because the reset PC doesn't
So
work
I took
because
the
it said
Vibes.
it.
I took
It
the
only gets rid of things
Vibes
that
talking
didn't come
point
with the
from Lem.
PC.
Yeah, I went 2 debate panels back to back. My brain's fucking.
So it won't
Anyway,
boot off of the Windows it's on, the SSD, but
I said is there any response you got to the thing that I just said?
is it just gonna like be
I mean,
there
you
and
could
I
say
can
that,
like delete it? Is it the only
ultimate
way to
goal
do
of
it?
everything is to make us feel good or whatever the fuck, but
The
like,
Windows on
at the end of the day,
the laptop.
No, you
use language to communicate.
delete
shit,
everything
bro.
from it.
That's just how it is.
From
Like,
your
I don't know what to
computer.
tell you.
And then once you put the SSD back in the laptop, you guys just do a
Well, according to your
Windows
worldview, I
install
should
with
be
like a
communicating
USB
false
stick.
ideas if it makes people feel good instead of like true ideas, right?
But do I have to wipe it first?
You should
Yeah,
lie.
that's why you put it in your computer
Should
so
I
you
then?
can wipe it.
Of course. What's wrong with lying in that context?
You know.
I don't know if it's in
Nah.
NVMe or whatnot.
But it's also like,
But that's cool that I gotta do all that. Just to not
Let's
have
think
the
of an
cafe
example, okay?
try and rebuild itself if
the
I
thing
try
is,
and
for
delete
like
it.
society to work,
There might be another way.
you need, like,
but I don't
fuck,
know.
Bro, I'm pulling an all-nighter.
Because I might need to just find a way to wipe it.
Let me
'cause
organize my thoughts. I'm Eastern European.
When
I
you're
can't
building
think.
a new one, you just kind of put it in because there's
Okay.
nothing in it.
For society to
They put
function,
McAfee
you need
in it,
like
and I don't like
language
that
to
they
be
did that.
fucking accurate to mean things across, all people, the same shit, so that they can communicate with each other, or more or less the same shit, maybe with some wiggle room, right? You can't have, adjustments of language based on feelings rather than, communicating accurate information just based on like the emotions of people, or else society just sort of, gets fucked.
So in what way would society be fucked with the language changes I propose?
Well, in general, right, we need to like communicate, and when we communicate, we try to communicate accurate information for the sake of some goals, right? So if our
Like
language gets to a point where it can no longer communicate accurate information and instead just communicates things that make us feel good, then it's pretty hard to reach those goals, right?
Wait, sorry, it doesn't seem like those are mutually exclusive. It seems like making a
I'm
communicating
gonna
a way
go
that
eat a
maximizes
cookie or
utility,
something.
makes everyone overall feel the most good. It's going to be the way that's
Try harder
conducive
next time.
to make sure society is functional, and that's going to be a way that's
You guys,
conducive to your beliefs and people.
they have to step up their game. If
Let me
you were
ask
there,
you
you'd be
another
like,
thing, okay?
you'd be
Let's take this away
Ben
from language.
Shapiro.
True.
They're awesome.
Let me. I'm gonna spam at her and say, let me.
The libs.
When you see
If you get in, are you gonna have to leave this call?
non-passing trans person,
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
You'd have to watch the
do you
kick
actually
stream.
think it's a woman?
Be
No.
kicked
Hold
to
on.
the sideline.
So, like, what the fuck do you think is going on there, then?
Camera party.
Like, you say that they're women.
I just want to make sure the
feel
camera
good,
to work
but, like,
without
in your
breaking
heart, you don't
OBS's
feel that
camera.
way, you know?
Just in case I do get in.
No, like they're going to be trans people. Who don't
I said
know.
non-passing trans person, non-passing trans
Yeah,
woman.
exactly. They're a
whatever.
non-passing trans people.
Camera party.
That's a
I
semantic
quit.
thing, but you
Can
know,
you
you know what I
use
meant.
OBS
You know what I was
virtual
asking.
camera,
You're
like,
playing
as-
little tricks, you know,
There's a
setting
little
little
debate package
traps.
that
Can you
Okay, on
just
the
put it?
ESL
You,
guy. Okay,
you
I
like
see how it
any
is.
screen
You
on
see a
it?
non-passing
I
trans
forgive you
woman.
for
Do you
doing
think
ESL.
it's
Yeah.
actually a woman?
Yeah.
On some real shit.
How do I do that?
On some real shit.
Yeah.
What? You have to open
Why?
OBS.
When I'm saying
It's open.
those people are included.
But the thing
Hit
is,
start
I don't
virtual
believe you.
cam.
Yeah, you don't believe me?
No.
What's the counter argument?
I think that when you look at a fucking non-passing trans woman on your instinctual level, you feel that you're looking at a man, and then for ideological reasons, you convince yourself that you're looking at a woman.
Yeah, that's your claim. I asked you what's the argument for your claim. Just repeating the claim is not going to be an argument.
I feel that way.
You feel okay? So the argument is you feel that way.
Yeah, and I think you feel
Okay.
that way.
No,
I
don't feel that way.
empathize with you.
Nope.
I
You're not
cannot
empathizing with
conceive
me
of a
because
world in which you
all you're
unironically
saying
feel
is,
that
like, I
way.
feel that. Okay, if you can't
I
conceive
do.
of the world, you got like you're cognitively limited. You're just like
Yes.
There's no help, right? So if all you're gonna say is like I don't know, feels like you think that way to me, right? This is
well,
just
why
kind of
do we
like,
have
this
the
is
different?
It
Let's.
kind of reminds me. You
Okay,
know, hold on.
No, let's think about this, right?
Stop. Wait.
No, let's. No, I can expand on the
Wait,
argument.
just a
No,
second.
no,
Let me
no.
finish
You
my
wanted me to
sentence.
expand on the
No, I
argument.
didn't
Please
ask you to
allow me.
expand on the
Please allow
argument.
me.
No, I didn't ask
Please
you to
allow
expand on
me.
the argument.
You
Please,
did
just a
ask me to
second.
expand on the
Let
argument.
me
You
finish
asked me
my
to
sentence.
provide
What
an
is wrong
argument,
with you?
and then
What
you
are
were
you
mad that
saying?
I said that is how I feel. Okay, let me
Look,
explain
yeah,
why I
look,
feel
you
that
already
way.
said that's how you feel.
Let
Let me
me.
go
No,
ahead and
no,
finish
no.
my
I will
sentence,
give
so
you
then
the
you can
argument.
jump in
Please just give me
afterwards. Look,
5
Patrick,
minutes of
calm
speak
down,
time.
calm
3
down.
seconds of speak time.
No, not 5 minutes
3
of speak time.
seconds.
It's my turn.
3 seconds. Give me
Okay,
3 seconds.
wait. Simf will speak
trans woman.
first. Wait, Simf will speak first, and then Lems can respond afterwards. Okay, Simf, you can go first. Okay, but you cannot ramble for 5 minutes. Okay,
I don't plan.
Go.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
plan.
go.
That
Yeah,
fucking
go.
5 minutes thing was what Lynn said.
Okay, go.
Yeah, go. I'm going. Shut up. Oh my god. Holy shit, you are a woman. You talk way too much. So
Wait, I'm letting you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Bro.
So yeah, Limbs. I'm not sure if you know who like Mr. Girl is, but you're kind of doing the same thing he does, where you just
Yeah,
like,
that
assume
was
everyone
exactly
else,
the reference I did when I said I think you're lying to me.
Jesus, stop talking! Fuck!
Okay, I mean, you asked me if I know him. I answered. I know, shrimp was that.
No, I said you do know him. I said anybody who knows him, like fucking if anybody who knows
doing
like,
his
Mr. Girl,
thing, yeah.
anybody who knows Mr. Girl, like, and it's kind of like the same idea, right? So
Okay.
you're just doing. Stop talking. You're doing this
Oh,
thing where
it's
you like
stupid. I hate it.
assume the other
Everyone
person has the
grew
same
up.
like retarded cognitive state that you do.
So maybe
No, other
food
people don't have the
stamps.
same retarded
I don't know what
cognitive
she's
state that you do.
saying.
We've got like different
So,
ideas.
okay.
I don't know
I
what
understand that
anyone's
like
saying at
when I'm
this
thinking,
point. I'm
is this
overstimulated.
person
I
part of this
got
category? I
I'm
think,
streaming
what makes
on
this
2
person part
different
of the category?
platforms. I got
And then
so
if they
many
fit the
things
category,
open
I'm
my
like, yeah, that
monitor,
person is that
hearing
thing.
so many
I
different
don't like have
things.
this weird intuitive
Making me
understanding of
stim
woman,
so
that's
bad,
it. And I'll be
man.
like, oh, woman is
Can't
just
take it.
whatever feels like a woman to me. Like I have actual definitions that I use for words.
Okay, the thing is, let's think about how categories arise in the world, right? As humans, we interact with things, and they leave a certain impression of us, right? So if I was an ancient man, you
Who
know,
is this guy?
living fucking 2 million years ago,
I don't
right?
know, that's Lems,
I would
apparently.
have encountered 2 kinds of people, right? One that looks one way and one that looks another way, right? And I would feel differently about these people. And from my difference about those feelings, you know, maybe one makes my dick hard and one doesn't because I'm a
Making it
heterosexual
big.
caveman.
You could be the
I
biggest.
construct the
Are
categories
we
of man
having
and
a
woman,
camera
right?
party or not?
The categories are linked
My
to our
camera's on
internal
stream.
feelings. The reason
There's
those
no point
of
categories
me turning my
exist
camera
are
on.
because they make us feel meaningfully different. If they didn't, then it would be just humans.
It's just a circular argument.
Yeah.
Look, what I mean by man
It's
and
not
woman
a
is not
circular
the,
argument.
Your camera's
I mean
not
by
even on, it's just
yeah,
the
it is. I'll
OBS
tell you
thing.
why, right? What I mean by man and woman is not the sex. Are you saying,
It's
but look,
broken.
over here you'd feel different about the sexes, therefore you'd feel different about man and woman? Like it's
Proof.
circular because you're just begging the question against my view. Not the case that I hold the view that sex is what defines you being a man or woman.
But the thing is, nobody in this world feels gender. That's the thing. That's why the concept of passing and non-passing exists, right? It's because one average person who is not infected by leftist trans ideology looks at a non-passing
What's
trans
that about?
person. They see somebody
Wait,
who
is
looks
this-
like a guy.
You're
That's why
doing?
they don't actually pass as a woman. That's where the
What's
fucking
the argument for this like random ass claim you're making?
It's jumping, dude. You see that?
I guess you just don't follow the
Yeah.
conversation.
That's crazy, bro.
I just did.
No, you just made a claim. You're like super low IQ. You're like brain dead.
Oh my god, it's like a really long
You're like doing this like scholars post.
He's
I
like
just
a
made
jump
the
rope.
argument.
I just
That's
jumped-
my master
I'm
practice to
jumping
make
right now.
random claims. To justify nothing. What's wrong?
Lems, he's destroying you. You gotta come back from this, Lems.
The problem is
The problem is that you look like an anime villain.
The problem is you're
It's
not in
jiggling.
touch with your emotions.
I can make it jiggle.
So true. That's like a really zesty thing to say.
This is awesome.
Like super zesty.
Wait, what happens if you put
you
it
ever
on
gone
my
to
stream
therapy?
and then I put...
Yes.
How are you not in touch with your emotions? Like,
I don't know what the
click
argument
on
here
my
is.
stream
You're not
and
in
then
touch enough
I
with your
click on
emotions.
my
You need to get in touch with your
stream.
feminine
No,
side.
but not
I think you
not
do.
my
Like,
kick
giving you,
stream,
like,
like
these-
my Discord stream.
Bro's trying to seduce me into hating trans people.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate trans people. I think they're based and valid.
You think they're
because
based
they
and valid?
Yeah, because when I look at a girl who has a dick, I feel like it's a girl with a dick.
You feel like it's a girl with a dick?
Yeah.
Do you feel like their sex is male or female?
Oh, right. It's not
I
streaming
feel like
my
they make
screen,
me
it's
feel
just
like they're a
streaming my-
girl.
That's what I asked.
Never mind, I'm lying.
I'm in touch with my emotions.
That's what I asked. They make you feel like you're a real woman.
Stupid.
Like, just give me an answer to my question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
Because like when I look at them and I'm like, this is a girl, you know, it's just like an emotional thing.
I didn't ask that. I asked you if you feel like they're a female.
I mean, they're not.
They're not a female?
No,
So
but
the
they feel like a girl.
No.
but they feel like
the
a
reason
girl.
you were dodging the question is because the answer is no.
I'm not talking about sex here.
Okay, so we agree. Sex is not the same as gender. Thank you.
True, I do agree.
Oh
with
Okay,
wait,
yeah, I don't
can
know.
I just
You made this like a caveman argument, like
hold
but
on.
you'll feel differently
I have
about
an
sex
idea.
and about the different sexes. Like yes,
You
you
will.
will. Yeah, you don't feel like you feel like they're a different sex than a female. You don't feel like they're a female. So you feel differently.
True. You
Okay,
will.
but that doesn't mean that they're not a woman. So clearly the argument doesn't follow.
Well, the
Is he
category of
playing
woman is
Family
also
Guy?
an emotional thing.
No,
Category of woman is also an emotional
that's
thing.
your favorite show.
Yeah.
Okay, what is a woman?
What's your favorite show
It's
right
whatever
now?
makes me feel like it's a woman.
Okay, so your argument's
South
circular.
Park.
Just a circular definition.
That's
But
when I
whatever you
look
mean
at it. Okay, let me expand. Okay.
Mhm.
It's when I look at somebody
Awesome.
and I assume that they have a pussy, and if they pull down
I
their
can't
pants
see
and
your
they have a
camera.
dick, they make me feel like they should have a pussy, even though they don't.
You should have a pussy. By should you mean?
Oh.
Your camera says unstable
mean?
internet.
That's
That
a new
isn't
one.
South Park.
I don't mean they should cut their
That
dick
is
off. I
not
feel
South
like
Park.
I expect it to be there, even though it's not.
Okay, by you mean expected. So
Can you
what
play
if they're
top
like, hey,
10
I got
Butters
a dick. Would you
moments?
still expect to have a pussy?
I feel like it would still make me feel like they should
Probably
have a
should.
pussy, even if they don't.
So by should you don't mean expect. What do you mean?
Top 109 Butters
If you don't get
moments.
it, you just couldn't
Yes, please.
grasp. I feel like you're being obtuse.
I feel like
13.
I just feel like you're conceptually impoverished. I don't feel like there's any help for you.
I don't
feel
think
your
I
brain
need to
just doesn't- you
define
can't, like, do
everything.
semantic analysis. I'm just
Like
asking
either
you
you
to find
either you
out.
get it or you don't. This is the problem with you people who live in the computer and who are like so into these like
that's not what I meant.
logic tables and nerd shit like that. It's like you're so out of touch with your emotions that you can't even fucking comprehend the things that I'm telling you, right? You can't even communicate with another human who doesn't think in like fucking X equals
Really
Y.
quick,
You know?
What's a logic table?
I can't
I don't
hear
care
it.
what's a logic table.
Yeah, I guess it's his
Muted right
camera.
now.
He's not screaming it.
Yeah, but what's the point of watching South Park funny moments if I can't hear it?
I just don't
Okay.
understand how your definitions.
It's just like, bro, it's like imagine you're a heterosexual man, right? You're probably not. I'm just assuming that.
Oh,
But like
pop it
imagine
out.
you are, right?
Of course I'm not.
And imagine if you were, right?
Okay.
And you look at a
we'll
trans
both imagine,
woman.
What if both of us
Okay,
are heterosexual?
let's just imagine you're a
You really don't
heterosexual
want me
man,
to
and you
pop
look
it
at a
out.
trans
It's
woman,
weird.
right? And she tells you, "I have a dick," right? But then she fucking busts out her
Jared,
fat fucking
please
double
take
D
my
tits.
shift
They're still gonna get
tomorrow.
hard, even though you
I'm
know
gonna
she
be
has a
streaming
dick.
and
That has
editing
nothing to do with
tomorrow.
like, you know,
At 4 o'clock.
because it still feels like she would have.
I'll
a
probably be
dick, even
sleeping
if
at
you know
4
she
o'clock.
doesn't.
No, no.
Yeah,
Like on
I
an
was gonna
emotional
say.
level, she looks
if
like
so-
a female.
If some heterosexual man is like,
I
into trans
know you're
stuff,
not
right, and that
busy,
person
Dad.
just like see the dick and be like, damn, that dick is really hot, but I would never fuck a dick, right? So there's the heterosexual men who are like this.
I really
either you
don't
get
want to
it or
go to
you don't.
work.
Why?
What was your
Whoa,
mouse
I thought you were
doing?
progressive.
That's where you're wrong. Look, I happen to be on the left.
You see this?
I'm with that
It's
gay shit.
trippy.
You with that gay shit?
Just because I'm Eastern European doesn't mean I'm not with that gay shit, bro.
You seem like you're not even down low. You're like up high. You're like super
Yeah,
gay.
bro. Yeah, bro.
Okay, well look, I don't get the concept you're referring to, because it doesn't seem there's any difference in your concept of man and concept of woman, and it doesn't seem like you get the concept you're referring to either, because you're not able to give an account.
Okay, let's think about this, right? Let's just look at my screen, okay? We're gonna
Close your gay
pull
porn
up.
tab.
What are
We're
you
gonna pull
doing?
up pictures until you understand.
You see
okay?
it gone?
Okay,
No,
look,
how do you do
I guess
that?
screenshots don't. If you're
Throwing it.
streaming on Twitch,
I'm throwing my
don't say that,
mouse
because-
into
No,
the
there will
abyss.
be nothing NSFW.
No,
don't
it's
What
say.
kick,
the
it's
heck?
kick, it's kick, it's kick.
Okay, so you can pull it.
Why would you do
No,
that?
no dicks. There won't be any dicks.
No, there
It's-
will be no dicks, nothing like that. Okay, just look
I
at
thought
the
you were
screen.
gonna say
That
there
is
will be
not a
dicks. There will be
baseball.
dicks.
Stop throwing
look
the
at the screen.
mouse.
True, I'm looking at the screen. Yes, yeah.
Good go.
What do you think this
You're
person's
not
sex is?
supposed to do that.
I would assume female.
That's supposed to do that.
If I told you she has a
Brandon,
dick,
how do
would
I
you
get
still
it to
feel?
be?
Would you suddenly start feeling
How
male,
do
or
I get
would
it
you
to be
still
like
feel
as
like you're
broken
looking
as
at a
yours was
female?
that one time?
She's not biologically
But
female.
would you feel like you're looking at a female?
I would feel like if you told me that, I would be like, yeah, I'm not looking at a female anymore.
Yeah.
Would you
Infinite
feel like it's a
mess.
female?
Would I feel like it's no? I would feel
I
like
don't
that would
think
be
so.
incorrect.
Emotionally, when you look
Please
at this image,
do.
whether there's a dick or not, do you not feel like you're looking
Why
at
Can I
a
can't
make a
you
female?
Windows
make it?
Do I
capture
feel like I'm looking
Make
at a
it-
female?
of
No, I
Ovia?
don't. If the person has a dick, then I don't feel
Make
like I'm looking at a female.
You're autistic.
Maybe.
It's over.
You
You
have
don't
Down
have
syndrome.
emotions.
Look, you don't have to be like an
Probably not gonna
autistic
let me.
savant to figure this out. This is
No,
not
either
complicated.
you
You're
are
just down,
either
you've got
you
Down
are in
syndrome. You're
touch
just
with your
retarded.
emotions and you know what I'm saying, or you have autism. There's like no way around this.
I
bro.
don't think I did look at.
Like I hate to break this to you. Like I think you need to spend some time
Ooh.
meditating on like how women make
I
you
think you need to
feel.
spend less time meditating. I think you've spent enough time meditating.
Okay.
Bro, you need to
Well, I
shut your
guess
nerd
this
up.
is
Spend enough
funny.
You see that fucking armchair over
Yes.
there on
Oh
my
my
screen?
God,
That's
this
where
is
I sit
horrible.
down and I think about like what
You
makes my
meditate.
dick hard and like if it makes my
This is a disaster.
It is. Kick merch.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do you think I'd get views if I bought the Kick green t-shirt?
No.
I'm getting on Valorant.
You know what would get you views?
What?
If you went to Japan and you went into a suicide forest
True.
and you filmed the dead bodies that are hung on the tree.
That would probably get some views. I don't know.
All
if I
views
want
are
that.
good views. All you
All
gotta do,
publicity is good publicity.
throw away your ethical like lists that you've accumulated.
If
over the
there's
years.
one thing that we as a collective society,
Like lists that you've accumulated. over
if
the
there's
years.
one thing that we as a collective society have learned from Colleen Ballinger is that all publicity is good publicity.
True.
Why does no one say Miranda sings?
Because
I feel like it'd be
No,
like more
yeah,
effective
everybody-
if all the news articles said Miranda sings outed as pedophile instead of calling. No one knows who
She's
Colleen
like-
Ballinger.
she's so uptight about that. Like, she's so insistent that like she's her own person outside of the Miranda character.
No one
She's-
cares.
No, dude. Okay, she was on Broadway for a short period of time, and she met a fan after the show who couldn't have been more than like 12 years old, by the way. And the girl was like, "Oh my God, Miranda sings," and she was like, "Actually, my name is Colleen. I need you to call me Colleen. Don't call me Miranda."
She just kind of looks like a shriveled up old version of Miranda sings.
Because that's what she is.
Hey, Carter isn't even on Valorant. Guys,
Not
watch
yet.
this really cool Valorant gameplay. Oops.
On YouTube or on Discord?
Well, I'm gonna stream it on Discord because the stream's a little delayed.
Okay.
Oh wait, Carter is on.
I haven't.
He's on. He's busy though. I have time to play. I have time to warm up.
Guys, can I get on Valorant?
You can try. Is Valorant even on Mac? It probably is.
I don't know. Is it on Switch?
Oh,
Match
no,
found.
it doesn't officially support Mac even.
Boo. When are they going to accommodate me? I'm sick and tired of this.
Your computer could not even run it even if it was on Mac.
How do I change the resolution of a window capture? I'm asking if I can put it really low.
I'm doing good. What about you?
Well, it's pretty low to begin with, I guess.
It is kind of low.
Camera party.
Camera party.
I can't believe you're actually
Nintendo.
doing that.
Can you put back on 109 Butters moments?
Put on 109 Butters moments. But I don't know how to not full screen it. Let me get another window cap. How do you get like a YouTube YouTube video?
Are you actually playing Mario Kart 64?
I got it for
what do you mean?
I got it for free.
Oh, I thought he just like pulled up a video of gameplay of it.
No. Why would I do that?
I don't know. If you're playing the game, I'll watch it.
How do I like? I know you can. Well, it doesn't want me to for whatever reason. It might be because it's copyrighted, but I can't like pop out this Butter's best moments YouTube
I can
video.
watch Butter's best moments on my own time.
But this is important. This is important. Can I like I can do theater mode, I guess.
Butter, I gotta wait for the game to load till I can leave.
Wait, did you see my chat though? My text?
Can I crop
Jared?
Can I crop a Windows capture?
Did you see mine?
You saw me say, no, I said, okay, so Valorant, but not apparently. You said, you was in a game. I said, I wish I could send emojis, but I'll send slurs instead. And then I said, you fucking gay ass. And then it censored it.
I don't think I got any of those. Well, I'm on a loading screen, so I can't check.
Yeah. But the joke was, well, not really a joke so much as it is just like how I feel. But I hate that I can't send emojis because I want to send an eye roll emoji. But I can't send the eye roll emoji, so I just have to say slurs. It's really unfortunate.
Thank you, Kyle.
I want to see what it looks like. Oh, it's reversed.
Now I get.
Do I have to reverse it? No.
No, it's not reversed on my screen. It's fine.
It's reversed on my camera.
Not on mine. It's fine. Leave it alone.
If you're not lying.
Now I get to watch 109 best Butters moments, Mario Kart, and Valorant.
So I see you ignoring. Yeah, you can't leave. No. You'll get banned. You'll get banned. Here, you will get banned if you leave. Just play the game.
I'll get banned?
Sorry.
No, not permaban, but they'll suspend your account for longer than the game even takes place. If you exit desktop. It's like they'll ban you for an hour if you leave. Just
That's awesome. That is really stupid.
Carter, what did you say?
It'll take a short amount of time. You know that Butter said the N-word?
Yeah.
He did do that.
So you're...
It was really funny.
You're the equivalent of, Who's like a famous person that said the N-word? Yeah, there's someone right there. There's someone right there.
Chris Rock?
No, but... No.
Butters is black. I don't know what the issue is.
Okay, sick.
So Jared, I was watching that. So, what the hell did you think you were doing?
What do you mean? Thought I was gonna.
Why did you do that? Yeah, what do you think suppressing does?
Spike planted.
Stop them from using their abilities.
Yeah, but not they gun.
Yeah.
So they're still gonna fucking shoot you, dumbass.
I thought they weren't gonna one-shot me.
Okay, you're kind of bad at this game.
Saw them.
This track sucks. It's just a circle.
Okay, so Jared, let me explain to you.
If
you ever want to peek an angle that you know an enemy is watching, since you're playing Kaio, you can flashbang them.
I didn't have any. I didn't buy them.
Okay, well you're fucking stupid. You didn't buy anything. Did you hold tab? You have 800 credits. You didn't pay. You didn't pay for anything.
Of course.
I'm gonna.
Just buy full utility. Like,
78 grenades left.
buy all flashbangs and all fucking frags.
I want it.
That's fine.
You are so far behind first place, Kyle.
Where's Peach? Peach isn't.
But yes, but yes, but yes. But yeah,
What is
wait,
remake
no.
do?
No, do not, no, don't vote no, vote no, vote no.
I'm looking at the map, and she's like way ahead of everyone.
I said vote no, you fucking idiot. It's just gonna take longer now.
I don't know what remake
Fucking
does.
idiot. Oh my god, they
30
just restarted.
seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Okay, humans, now you can swim.
You should have told me what it does.
I told you it did, no.
Hey, I love this.
Yeah, but I'm
Butters
gonna do
moment.
the opposite of what.
What is Butters
You have to join.
Where he gets queefed on.
Right. Well, now we have to wait in a way longer queue, like 30 minutes longer, but we're fine.
I need red shell. Oh,
Why?
Okay,
What?
where'd my, okay.
Is you
don't know where my
remade.
red shell.
What does that mean?
It resets. Okay, so it's based on queue time. So if you remake a game, that means that you're saying I will be put at the end of the queue. So it's like we're at the very end of a very long queue.
I got third.
I'm just lying to you. I have no
don't
idea
know
what
how
a
I'm
remake
supposed
does.
to
I don't know why didn't it
do
just say
anything about
forfeit or
that.
like draw, but you're fine. We're good. I'm
Can
just
I-
lying to you, but
Why is my ping so high?
oh yeah, it is. That's just
Yeah,
how
it's
Valorant
red.
is. Yeah.
Yours isn't like that.
Oh no, mine is like that.
Okay.
Doesn't say it. I can see, Carter. It's not.
Do you notice how what does it say my lowest ping is
Match
for you?
found.
32.
Okay, look at it in game. Because it will be 32, but you can watch it go to 100 and then go back down to 32. I have ping spikes. I have the message in the top right.
Kyle, my Valorant is like you Fortnite.
Oh.
Carter, what time are we leaving on Thursday?
8 in the morning.
God fucking damn it.
Is that what time we left last time, Jared?
Yeah.
I don't. Well,
That's what time we left each.
we gotta be there at 9, right? Or
Oh,
10.
so earlier than that?
Well, the park
I
doesn't
thought it was
open
10, yeah.
until 10.
10.
Yeah.
So yeah, 10.
So we leave at 8. It's
why
like a 2.5.
would you do
It's like a
that?
2-hour drive. It's like an hour and a half or something.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That
It's an hour and
still
a
like-
half from my house.
Still like an hour drive for me.
The park, and
You
then
have to
we have to
do
show
that.
up to the parks
Is that
early
really-
so we can buy funnel cakes.
I don't
Really?
fucking want funnel cake.
Well, they're gonna go out of stock fast, so we have to
I
get there
want
early.
Panda Express.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. We have to order at least 10 funnel cakes.
At least 10.
Boy.
Well, I'm gonna get in trouble if we don't.
Yeah,
Can
it's
I get a
2-hour
candy
drive.
apple
We
instead?
want to be there a little bit before 10 because they let you in the park before 10. You just gotta stand.
Yeah, but you have to
where
wait
the ops
in the
are.
park. It's fucking stupid. Oh my
Well,
god,
but
this
it-
Sage, I'm gonna fucking shoot you.
You guys think the Fury's gonna be open?
Yeah, so I'm gonna
No.
need the spike. It's like my
Carter, it's
character,
not gonna
the
be
whole thing
open.
with it. The Fury?
Yeah,
That really sucks.
but they'll
But
be
night
letting
window-
people there probably.
This is good. Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, I mean, if you said Copperhead Strike wasn't gonna be there, I would say I'm not going. But it'll be fine.
Can we go to
Guys, I'm rubber
Scarewinds?
banding really hard.
Scarewinds is the biggest waste of money I've ever played.
I
or
don't
I've ever
want.
held.
I don't understand.
It's so expensive, and you just get worse outcomes.
No. I've never been. I want to go.
You don't need
I'm
to
blind.
go in stupid dum-dum town.
I want to go.
I've never been either. I
Kyle,
no
if I
intention
was
to go.
Glad
playing
it's
it,
like
I would be. You would be in the dust, man. Because I would be in first place.
I don't know why I'm so bad. I played
Are
this
gridlock
since
stupid?
I was like 8. They had it at the dentist or the eye doctor office. And I beat my brother every
Okay,
time.
I don't like this.
What kind of eye
they're
doctor
fucking
are
in
you
our spawn,
going to
dude.
that they have Mario Kart?
Well, it was a long time ago. It was in Florida. They probably have Mario Kart at every Florida dentist.
At the dentist?
Or not the dentist, the eye doctor.
Yeah, I don't know about that. My dentist only has the B-movie game.
Let's hear it.
Jared, Fine. You don't have spike.
But yeah, if your eye doctor doesn't have Mario,
or maybe Deadlock. I don't know your character's name. I need the spike.
Dude, my eye doctor has like
Okay,
they have
so my
Fraggle
character
Rock.
has a cool
They
thing.
have like one
where I,
Fraggle Rock DVD
know
that's
my little
just
guy
loose.
plants for us.
Okay.
But your character doesn't have that.
Cardi,
Yeah, so
seems
like,
like
why
a
is he
consistent
taking
30.
it though?
Why?
Mine's
Why?
mine's
Let
at
me go
100.
forward.
All right, let's see it.
No escape.
You're right for right now, but it does actually. It can be.
Targets.
Kaio, do you have the South Park game?
Enemy spotted B.
Oh, better fucking protect me.
What's that on? It's on the. There's a Nintendo 64 stuff.
They're all here.
Isn't there?
Yes.
They cancel that. Yeah, I might be able to get it.
Okay.
Awesome.
They are all up here. Two of them are
I
on.
missed every shot.
Fucking heaven.
I'm rage quitting Mario Kart.
This
64.
fucking bitch! I swear to God.
Kaio, get on Animal Crossing.
No, we got this though.
Affirmative.
I hate Animal Crossing so much. $60 for a game of fucking misery and hatred.
Player standing.
I love Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Cause you're a girl. That's a girl's game.
One enemy remaining. We're down.
Free.
Ryuten couldn't kill me. What chance did
Yeah,
they have?
free carry.
Exactly.
Down. Rebuild. Back in it.
No. They're gonna fucking try and take it from me every round, and they shouldn't, because I just am better with Spike.
Okay, I got high average ping and network problem.
I got one of those things.
My high average ping is red now. Oh, it went back. Now I just have high average ping.
Let's get this win.
Yeah.
Do you see our fucking our Sage though, Jared?
What do you mean?
No
They have 200 ping constant.
That's awesome.
South Park Butters Moments isn't playing anymore.
I'm very surprised you did anything for Jared.
You're welcome.
What's that?
One suppressed.
Phoenix is dead.
Blocking movement.
This
Problem solved.
there's no fucking way this gridlock is so or this deadlock is so stupid. There's one behind.
Reloading.
There's an op. I don't want you to grab it, but I need to.
One enemy remaining.
Serves you right. Gun here.
Jared, pick this up. Jared, pick this up.
I don't want the op.
Oh, you already had it.
That's the Marshall.
Not the op, dude. Oh my god, this fucking bitch.
I'm
What?
sorry, Sage. She didn't mean it.
Gridlock keeps taking, or Deadlock keeps taking the fucking spike.
Reloading.
Hey, can I have the spike?
I don't want this.
Negative.
Why not?
Dude, I'm getting so pissed off at
Negative.
this stupid fucking bitch.
I'm really good though.
Negative.
Nuh-uh.
Affirmative.
When you ace. Believe me, Kale. Go ace.
Time to hunt.
Prison.
Here. Here. Throwing net.
See ya. Rash is ready.
Flashbang.
One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Weapon here. Make them regret their choice of profession.
I'm gonna shoot this fucking bitch.
Hey, can I have the spike? Why not though?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Negative.
Pretty please.
What the heck?
I
Negative.
didn't mean to do that.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't actually want the spike, but
The video
Tide Pod Turtle
restarted.
probably had the spike because he has a wingman that can plant for us.
Negative.
That's just an objective fact.
Joke's over. You're
Play a
dead.
new video.
Negative.
That's the best, funniest moments.
Reloading.
South Park World.
Oh my god, I am rubber banding so hard. This game sucks.
That is South Park OC in the corner.
Begins.
It's got 250,000 subs.
Yeah, so if I had Spike, we could have played it.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out. Gun here.
Flawless.
In the words of our Sova, the pack survives.
Nah, this is light work. We're chilling.
Asshole, I'm so tired of this bitch's bullshit.
Y'all need a gun? I'll spot you.
No one even needs a gun.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Such a cunt. I didn't want it.
I didn't. Oh, this gun has a skin on it.
Which gun? Your pistol?
Oh my god, I am rubber banding. This game is so bad.
Reloading.
Flashbang.
Got him.
Wingman's planting.
Hold on, excuse us real quick.
I'm on Instagram, so I can't see.
Reloading.
Flash.
I just had to equip my thing 3 times. This game is horrible. What the fuck? I have really bad aim.
One enemy remaining.
No crash. I understand how another person thinks.
Y'all need a gun? I'll spot you.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
What the hell are you
Y'all
on,
need a gun?
Kyle?
I'll spot you.
What?
Who is Jacob Heller?
That.
Hey, what was that? Go back to that.
No escape. Target spotted mid.
God, this sucks.
Oh, not this clip. I'm scared.
No, you going down here.
Thank you.
Carter, I'm uninstalling this game.
Plant the spike, Wings.
This game's
Is this sun or
You're just
moon?
realizing that it's kind of on you.
This is moon.
It's so laggy. It's so broken.
Last player standing.
I love that clip.
Nope, it's not done yet.
Wait, Kyle,
It's
can I
not-
see it? I want to see
No.
it. You guys don't have to look, but I want to see it.
I've seen it so many times.
Why? What didn't I want to see it? I wanted to see it.
Oh shit! Hold on, let me find it.
It's really good gameplay. Oh, I broke again.
Which is fucking one, because they don't know what they're doing.
How?
Clutch.
I don't know how they didn't
She threw it
defuse.
down, and yeah. She
Oh,
forgot
she
to
threw the
walk through it.
fucking... Yeah, the... Your bitch, but enemy team, your bitch. What's it
Oh yeah, I found
Deadlock?
Jared. I found the clip.
I'm so. What's wrong with it?
Watch it, and you'll find out.
Am I gonna get banned for showing this?
Maybe I don't
Just
know. You might get
anal probe?
you might get
Yeah, I'm streaming.
copyright strike before you.
But I said
before
the
you
F
get
slur.
banned.
Come on, little homies.
And I'm a straight
Doesn't
male.
matter.
Are you on kick?
I'm on Kick and YouTube. This is not that
YouTube.
bad.
What do you mean?
It's funny. Kaio didn't want to see it.
Yeah, because you're
I'm not that.
Sage, peek this with you, fucking asshole. Oh my god, the Sage.
Spike down A.
I'm blind.
Sage is
I don't know. But I want to play this.
Is it fun or me?
Right idea, really bad execution.
Nuh-uh.
True.
Uh-oh.
I
I hate it. This game is so laggy. I can't spectating people in the rubber band.
Healing. Hawk out. Blinded.
Oh, now I remember it. I rage quit. So I couldn't figure out how to get past these person. Who's in my team? And go fight something.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Dude,
That's quick.
these fucking
One
guys
enemy
don't
remaining.
understand how
Last
the game.
player standing.
Nice job.
I have a polyrath, I
I
guess.
keep watching these Sky players throw the bird behind someone's head and then detonate it.
That's awesome.
That's true.
No, it doesn't do anything.
Kaio, can you just stream this? It's like really difficult to watch.
Why?
But he can only stream one of them. He can't stream both.
I want to watch him play Pokemon. I'm okay with not watching Butter's funniest moments.
Wait, I'm gonna stop.
was the wrong option of it,
It's
too.
using my too much of my resources.
I have a good frame rate. Okay, I guess.
This Sage is just gonna get shot. I mean,
Begins.
okay.
I can have both going on.
Okay.
Okay.
If I can get past this one first, I'll be happy.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Right there. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
No, don't do that.
Wait. Can you have South Park on your camera and then have Pokemon on the screen?
I guess I can do that.
One enemy remaining.
They're on side. They're defusing.
An hour one. That's 10 minutes.
I said
Tell me when I
defuse.
have to
I
do
blame
the
this.
next video.
So,
True.
do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk.
Thank you.
I'm gonna use ult.
This is really
I'm gonna use
complicated. I don't know what Pokemon.
What's your alt do?
It sends this
Alright,
little guy.
Why'd
He
you name
runs towards someone, and then when he hits them, they can't do anything but like move at
Why
like,
is his name Dog?
like very
Oh,
very
I'm not-
slowly.
Yeah.
And they can jump.
That is
really
not a
is my
dog.
That's my dog.
There's a
don't do that.
cat. You named it Dog.
Okay, I'm gonna use ult. Someone rush fucking that Phoenix. Go.
It said what the dog doing.
You go. Shoot.
And the crazy dog too.
I need a revive.
Wingman's planting.
Name it Dog number 2.
Guys, I need a revive, guys.
I will come get you. Is anyone there?
We're gonna run out of time. Doesn't matter. But
How far are you in the game?
Not very. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
One enemy remaining.
Sana.
Punk girl Melissa. I need me someone like
Last
Punk
player
girl Melissa.
standing.
True.
This is on point.
I hope this one shots because I don't know how to play the game if it doesn't one shot. No, don't do that.
Why is he going first?
I'll shut them down. Until then, survive.
I'm making a rain.
Give me spike.
Don't know
This
what
Reyna
that
does
does.
not
What did that do?
I made it rain.
hey, can I have Spike?
Don't give it to them. Give it to me. This fucking
That's
bitch.
right.
Give it to me.
Oh no.
Find the weak point and
No, don't
You're
give
gonna
it to him.
have to give it to me if you want to get out of this corner. Yeah, it's not gonna help you. You'll still be in this corner. And I didn't buy utility because I was too busy fucking tracking you down because you wouldn't give me spikes. And now it doesn't even matter that I don't have spikes.
Time to hunt. Scout
Hey,
destroyed.
give me spike.
This bitch completely.
Hey, I had the spike.
Spike down.
Hey,
mid.
wait, I forgot this is the game with Team Skull.
Yes. Jerry would love this.
Jerry would love this.
Here, we're fucked. I don't.
Oh, speaking of Jerry,
Zubat! He would love this so much.
I gotta get a Zubat for Jerry.
Name it Jerry in his honor.
Enemy spotted B.
How do I not kill it?
Okay, behind us.
Last player standing.
Oh, that
planted.
Okay.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has.
No,
Oh, all 4 of them were there.
Close one.
Leave this stage.
Big tackle.
Flawless. Last round in the half.
Time to spend this cash.
Don't kill him.
My ability is useless without the fucking spike, so they just keep fucking me over.
Yeah, it's good.
Y'all need a gun?
Don't
I'll
kill
spot you.
him.
Critical hit.
Oh
Hey,
my
can I
God.
have the spike?
Holy shit.
Can someone
Negatives.
get this?
Thank you. A girl out, would you?
I can't help you.
He has 1 health left. You are so lucky.
But I really want it.
Throwing net.
You just said.
God damn it.
Kill this
I
one.
killed him? No way, that's awesome.
Time to hunt. Fire in
Kill the
there.
other one by
They're
accident.
concussed.
No, stop doing that.
Sensor destroyed. You will not go in
Well,
my
catch the
ally.
one that you want first.
Child ready.
I can't. Oh my God.
Seek the mat.
Yeah, because otherwise they're just gonna keep killing you and then they'll summon more.
There's another.
I have
They
to
seem
kill...
to be about twice as happy. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, I found happiness.
Okay. Imagine twice the amount of that.
My territory, my rules.
Aloha versions of these Pokemon are.
They're pretty awesome.
Disagree.
Oh, they're not.
Like-
Fuck, go walk down the streets. Nobody else is like you.
Yeah, but you walk down the streets of LA.
Hold on. I just want to say I do not
Yeah,
endorse
fine.
Lem's pro-Russian sentiment.
I do not have pro-Russian sentiment.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Okay, all right.
Last player standing.
Alright, this is it.
Triple as that.
Well, then the truth.
Hell yeah, triple of that.
Why would you waste that?
I think that attacking sovereign nations to gain territory is bad, honestly.
Switching
I'll just go up and
sides.
say it. Not a good thing.
Brave take.
It's easy. It's easy.
I'm glad
yeah.
there's got people like Limbs around.
Especially
I
Dude,
also
with that
wasn't
ball,
very
you
happy
could have
when America
gotten him
bombed,
at
you know,
like 100%
Serbia,
health.
but, you know,
Jared, you want to know the main reason we're
happens
winning right now?
sometimes, you know.
Well, I gotta go all the way back and get them anyway.
Look at their team comp.
Okay.
They have 3 duelists. Do you know what the point of a duelist is?
Not that
No.
far.
To go push, like, to go play in an area by themselves and
Have
just
you
sustain
beat the
themselves.
game before?
So they have 3 people that are playing
I have.
with the team that should not be
This
playing
is-
with
this
the
is
team.
Ultra Moon. I had the original one, but apparently Ultra Moon's really hard, and I'm not that good at these games. Oh well.
Just keep watching this. Well, actually, it doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to help anyway.
One suppressed.
Jerry.
Party, obviously. You can go away.
Spike planted.
Teammates maybe aren't the most smart. So that's a guide.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
God damn it.
He's in the corner to the right. You got it. Right there.
Heal up, squad.
You got it perfect.
You have
Oh,
to
the
make
right
sure
click
that the
got it, not
Zubat
working.
never evolves.
Reloading. Healing
Oh
over
yeah,
here.
that's true.
Okay, Jared. So something that
Healing
you are
over
doing
here.
that is wrong. You have way less accuracy when you're moving.
I know.
Like way less.
I
But
know.
you need to be standing still.
I'm
But you're
aware.
walking towards people and shooting them. Right. So I watched you play there. Didn't seem like you were aware just based on the fact that you suck ass. But you know,
make you
just saying.
I love this clip.
That's the one thing I know about this game.
Why are you right here? Why are you right there, dude? I was literally right there before you. I know that's bad. You don't need two people watching that angle, especially.
They're coming.
Probably talk for them.
God damn.
Oh, we're fucked. They have sight without anything. Don't peek that, Jared. You're just gonna get fucked. Just sit there and be loud so they know that you're there.
Grenade out.
God damn it.
Taken out.
When I go back.
Target down.
Where are you?
On one of the islands. I beat at least the fire.
Last player
I'm
standing.
pretty sure.
So stupid. I didn't expect them to push me. That fucking annoying ass bot.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my fucking god, I shot on my screen.
I literally haven't played this
Didn't
game
it?
since like 4th grade.
With numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Played all the 3DS ones, and I never had the point of getting the Ultra games. I thought they were just the same game, but maybe a little better. And they kind of are, but they've got some stuff.
I had
Okay,
Sapphire
not smart, but whatever.
and X and Moon all on 3DS.
They're all the good choices.
True.
Those are all the ones I had.
Sorry. Just one right there. Don't hit me. Just
I don't know why that just happened to make all of the.
They're all right here.
The games on the 3DS. Just either you pick red or you pick blue 3 times in a row. Technically 4 times.
One enemy remaining. Spike
And I think
down
they're still
A.
doing that. It's just pick the red game or the blue game.
I like the blue game.
Yeah, the blue game is better.
Reset. Deep breaths
True.
and all that.
Doesn't excuse them.
The blue games are for girls and the red ones were for boys because my brother would pick the red ones and then I would get the blue one.
Okay, but I picked blue.
And that's why you're gay.
Damn it.
True.
You can't force me to be a logic lord.
No,
I
it's
can
fine.
just
It's
go
fine. I
off
don't
my
have to force you
vibe.
to. Most other people are gonna hear your argument and be like, "Wow, that guy's retarded," and they're not.
I'm
gonna
not trying
listen
to
you.
argue.
I
I'm just
disagree. I
saying.
think if you're playing Pokemon at all, you're either a woman or gay.
True, that is
You cannot
accurate.
be a real man
This-
and play Pokemon.
This
That
is
game
me
is fucking.
If I were 11 years old right now.
Fire in the enemy spotted. Multiple target. Nope.
You just mean dumbass like semantics by that.
I mean,
One
if
suppressed.
I were 11 years old, this is what I would be playing.
Flash.
That's what I played when I was 11 years old.
Guy needs help mid. But our deadlock is doing that. Are they on site? No, they aren't on site.
No.
I want to fight a bot.
I walled it off. They're probably gonna rotate their spawn.
Well, I used they broke and I used my green loop. Guy. Okay, he just had a fucking sniper.
Zoom in, please.
Yeah, Jared. So you're actually
Did you
shooting the
like-
wall right there.
Well, I didn't know for sure because I was blind.
I'm gonna try to run
but-
up there and ult
I
him.
can't do that from streaming. I can do it on the camera.
Okay,
get
don't
it.
switch it, please. Don't switch it, Kaya.
Don't shoot
What
it.
the
Don't shoot it.
fuck?
It'll kill it. When it gets to the end of the rope, it'll kill himself. Just watch for the other guy. There's one guy
One
left.
enemy
What the
remaining.
fuck is that?
Last player standing.
You know the biggest problem with that?
What?
neither of you know how to play the game, and you guys just started shooting at the blue guy that was already dead.
I didn't know what that was. I just saw a blue floating thing, and I was like, well, the enemy's in there. I'm going to start shooting them.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I thought it was one of their abilities, and I was like, what they doing?
When you hold tab, you see Pineapple Fighter and Big Ash?
Yeah.
That character is called Gridlock. Or, no, not Gridlock, Deadlock.
It's Deadlock.
Kyle, I did not actually want you to
As
zoom
Deadlock,
in.
your ultimate is you shoot this beam, and if it touches anyone, then the beam, it grabs them, and it pulls them to the wherever you shot it from. And if it gets to the end of the rope, before your team shoots it, then your teammate
How the fuck did you kill me so fast with that? Anyway, they're moved.
My territory. Spike down. Last player standing.
Dude, I shot that bitch 3 times and she did not. In the mid, I shot Gridlock for fucking 180. Or 140.
Humana.
Good fucking weapon, dude.
If I power down, restart me. You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
I'm not buying either of you. There's no point. Just wasted money.
Need a drop.
You rock. I don't.
Are you using the classic, buddy? It's an awesome weapon. Okay, actually, Jared, go exactly where you were last round. Go to that middle place.
Keep on vibing.
Okay, I'm gonna do that again.
Good job.
Right here.
The area you're going right now. Yep.
There are a lot of steps on B.
My ultimate is ready.
I don't think
they're coming here.
Coming here.
Multiple targets B.
Shooting at my wall.
I'm gonna fucking green goop them so they rush forward.
Mosh pit.
Suppressing.
Reloading.
They went back.
Three suppressed.
The hunt begins.
Spike down B.
Twister. It's Twister. I'll tell you what, I probably don't need Splash.
Your duty is not over.
The fact that I came across making arguments.
Syndrome, and they're very
if you came across the average downy person, and look, I'm not gonna answer any of your questions. You haven't answered any of mine. I'll ignore you, right? So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit here and monologue, and you can five of the fact your questions are getting answered. Suddenly, it's strange to me that you
when you come across a downy and you go
you're fine with not able to answer
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Look, you're upset. It's okay. It's understandable.
30 seconds left.
But I think like when I see the average retarded person, right? If that retarded person is expressing their views and it's like, look at me. You should care about how I feel just because I feel that way. I'm not gonna really give them a
fight forever, but we should wrap this up.
Got him again.
Need a drop.
Keep doing nothing to him.
Twister.
Go to that middle area you were last round.
Cool.
That did nothing.
I can let him die, or I can make him look at him one more time.
Switch the Pokemon, please.
Deployed.
Rotate. Come over here with me. Okay, I'm gonna use my fucking ult.
No.
Like no defense on A.
What the fuck?
Okay.
First.
Spike down A.
Shit.
Dizzy's up top.
Maybe stop picking Pokemon that are ineffective against this guy.
We have to win a single round.
Pick Dog.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer.
Dog doesn't have
Kill them
much,
fast.
but we'll give it a shot.
He's a fire type, and I'm pretty sure this is a grass, so it's probably good. I don't know.
But it's
Worth a
also
shot.
rock. I'm gonna kick you. Yeah, that's right. Foot. Don't kill me.
It's down. Guns up.
I don't know whether to
Why
focus on.
do that every time?
Why the fuck is she so good at the game?
She's not, dude. You are literally definition of bad.
No, I hit her once. She hit me 2 times.
She has an AR.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, I was broke. I couldn't afford it anyway.
Fucking god.
Kick your dog. No. Okay.
No.
Never mind.
No.
Raises mid.
Run, little man.
Oops.
Target spotted mid.
Saw you, Mosh.
Oh no. This would be really bad if you were doing a Nuzlocke.
Go Jerry.
Last player
Go
standing.
Jerry.
She's still there. I just didn't have a weapon to kill her.
No, it's
One
not.
enemy remaining.
This is so fucking.
No, Jerry.
Their death demands our attention.
Okay. If he dies, I got nothing.
Why does she keep going first?
That's not the best.
It's all you have.
Alright, do that.
Dude, there's 3 people stacking mid, and I'm the only one Wow, that is frustrating.
Okay. Care, obviously. Cannot.
Mosh pit.
This is the best part of the game right here.
I used to only do that with like.
Why?
My territory.
This game sucks. I barely saw her. I was just walking and she wallbang headshot me.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Kyle, give him a treat when you're
I just need
done.
to save so we can go live,
These
but-
parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
Treats I got blue, I got red.
You want?
I got
Give him
orange.
more.
I'll give him orange. Loves orange. You don't like that.
I will not die today.
You like that. Easy. Good dog. No dog sleeping.
They fucking B.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use ult on B. Goodness. What the fuck? They're literally like running while I'm shooting them.
Dude, the Pokemon side on your camera is so low res.
This fucking sage is so stupid.
Enemy spotted B.
I zoom in.
Last player standing.
You're making it worse.
So long.
Whoa.
You're all
Those
more
were some
important
sick
than words from a
moves.
brief.
I could probably make it look a little better. What does this do? That does look a decent bit better.
I'm not watching it on your camera. I'm watching South Park on the camera. You don't need to have Pokemon up there.
Fine. Okay. What is naked? Okay.
Flashbang.
Uh-oh.
Reloading.
Flashbang. Joke's over. You're dead.
always get the emo.
I hated this guy.
Spike down A.
Spike over here. Spike over here. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I thought I got Spike. Yeah, let's play around it. I'll watch the thing off.
Play the game now. No, no. All my people are dead.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
They'll do it right there behind
Last
you.
player standing.
Nice job, nice job, nice job.
Defenders win.
Reap what you sow.
You are the bottom frag.
No. I think I was second to bottom. I might have been bottom by the end.
You were 8 and 19, and the other person was 8 and 20.
You were so
Yeah,
close to a
that'd be
one shot. Dude, what the fuck?
Hope you do something. I don't know what any of these do.
Just the process.
You're privileged.
Yeah,
Match found.
Like your fucking mom.
My mom is like, cool. So you don't have an answer for the question because you're low IQ. Right, we can move on. So I want to ask Darko the question, right? Darko, like you understand.
It has tits, retard.
Yeah, it has tits. So if is a fat guy a woman?
Does a fat guy look like he has a pussy?
A fat guy has tits, dumbass.
Does a fat guy look like he has a pussy?
Does a fat guy have tits?
Does a fat guy look like he has a pussy? Yes or no? Answer the question.
Okay,
No,
whoa,
answer my question.
whoa.
Does he look like he has a pussy?
Answer my question, cock.
Does he look like he has a pussy?
Sit back
Does he look like he has a pussy?
No, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Okay,
That's why he's a
can you
Hold
determine...
on, let Darko speak. He's been waiting. He can do get in here. Yeah.
Sure. So, can you tell the difference between a fat woman and a fat man?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then shut the fuck up.
No, retard. You're defining the fucking woman by having tits, you downy.
No, I'm not.
For you, Darko.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I just shut the fuck up. I didn't say anything about tits. I didn't say anything about tits. I said, could you determine the difference?
Lim did say it. Lim did say it was about tits. Fucking dumbass.
I'm not saying I'm not.
Pussy.
I'm not saying anything.
You have like 8
because you're autistic and you latch on to every word.
Jared.
If you asked
What?
him that, he'd probably be like, "Well,
What do you think about To Pimp a Butterfly?
I don't know what that is. What?
I like house. You better. Yep.
It's
you better.
Kendrick Lamar.
Easy.
I don't know. I think Amnesiac is better.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was right.
Have you okay, how about this? What do you think about Wesley's theory?
I think Amnesiac is better.
Why?
Okay, well,
Wesley's
theory is
theory-
a single song, so
Okay,
This
I
was
think
like the
Pyramid
online-
Song is better.
Glancing at me. Why are you smiling?
Real skilled work.
You remind me.
Wesley's Theory, in my opinion, is the most underrated song on To Pimp a Butterfly.
dude, no, do you not talk to people who like Wesley's theory? That is like consistently one of the highest ranked songs on that album.
No.
It's so good, but it is also not underrated by any means.
Dude, literally, I've told someone that my favorite Kendrick song is Wesley's Theory, and everyone was like, "What? I've never heard that song. I've never heard that song."
It is literally the second most streamed song on the entire album.
Because it's the
think
first.
Let Down is one of
What?
the most underrated songs.
That sounds like a generic
up.
pop song by like Haley or some shit.
No, it's by radio.
I mean partially, but also like it is still the most streamed song, so or the second most streamed song. Like the third most. Maybe.
Don't care.
No, it is the second most. No, it's the third
Don't
most.
care.
Three suppressed.
Don't care.
Spike down.
You want to talk
A.
about underrated?
One
Talk about
enemy
fucking
remaining.
institutionalized.
What about Let Down?
Flash.
I end the time. Reloading.
Activating kill mode. That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
The game.
But it is kind of crazy that like people rave about Kimba Butterfly, but it doesn't have as many streams as you do.
What
each
the
song
heck?
has less than 100 million, but like Blonde has more than that on each song. Am I wrong for that? No, I'm right. Blonde has more streams like.
Because Frank Ocean is for gay people, so.
There's not more gay people than straight people. That doesn't make sense.
There are in the if liberals have their way.
Frank Ocean likes boys. This is why I don't listen
That's
to
why I
him,
don't listen
because
to
he
him
likes
either,
boys.
It's really disturbing. Are they A again?
Can you tell him to drop something?
Dear
Drop
Frank
their
Ocean,
panties?
Spike
I
down
will
A.
listen to your music.
I
but
quote
you
that shit
like
all the
boys.
time. That video is fucking good as hell.
I used to post.
Oh wait, I don't know the fucking lineup for this at all.
Kyle, happy streaming.
1:36 a.m.
What about it?
Sleep.
I have to apply for classes at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
You have chances.
Why haven't you applied for classes yet?
He's gonna get it. He's gonna feel it, bro.
Ask UNC.
No, Lambs, you have,
No.
you're making the same argument over and over again.
They just open the
because,
window.
either he
They open the
feels
window
it or he's
for
like lying. That's just what it is.
Lambs,
When
we
you
all know
look
that's
at
the
open the
honor.
window,
Lambs, of course that's the
Why is
honor.
it?
From 10 a.m. tomorrow until 2 p.m. the next day.
Oh man, that's not a lot.
Not very long, but they tell everyone about it. And they make a big fucking song and dance about it. And you have to apply then, otherwise you're just fucked. Otherwise you don't get really shitty classes, so.
Yeah.
But the application process is already a fucking nightmare. Getting the class is such a bitch because they don't explain to you how you're supposed to apply.
Ness, when do our schedules get sent out? Do you know?
I don't fucking know. They might be on Power School already. If not,
They're not, because if they
not
were,
a headshot.
we'll
that
get
was
them at
called
open.
pure skill.
I was called spam and get like.
Last player standing.
They're all right there. Right, yeah.
Well, I'll check Power School.
Dude.
Bad.
I said they're all right there, and you flick to the left.
My people, are you ready? You must cultivate
Ness, are you gonna go to orientation?
Yeah, because I have to get my schedule.
What? Your schedule's on Power School anyway.
Bro, why do you need to go to orientation? You're already going there.
Well, I also have to sign up for
exactly.
clubs. Because I have to do Key Club this year.
Okay, that makes
Chemo?
sense.
You have
Not
cancer?
chemo.
Yo, no one told me Ness has cancer. What the fuck?
I do not have cancer.
Ness has cancer? What the fuck?
Can we get some subs for that?
Why are
Yo,
you
subs for
exploiting
cancer?
my death for a sub?
You get like $2 out of it.
Exactly.
They'll give you $2.
I get $2 for dying.
You get 1% of all the donations. The rest go to donating
To free money.
Maybe $1.25. Because I don't know how much YouTube gives for
Last player standing.
joining.
You get $1 per subscriber. So PewDiePie has $100 million.
City needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this.
It's probably close enough.
Markiplier has $30 million.
That is
I
not
think
true.
he
has more
might
than
have a
30.
little more than
He has
that.
like almost 60, I thought. Oh my god, I'm wrong. He has 35 million? I thought he had at least 50 million. What the fuck?
No.
How much does Jacksepticeye have?
Oh,
Jared has $628.
I know I have $629.
That's because you made me subscribe and
Right
then
here, they're B, they're not A.
unsubscribe.
No, that's because I subscribed on my GOAT affirmation subliminal account.
Okay.
Spike planted.
I have $10.
Enemy spotted B.
I have $0.
What?
I have like 16.
One
now.
suppressed.
But if it was on Instagram, I would have
Alright, she's fucking
321.
jump shot.
Last player standing. One
Alright,
enemy
Jared.
remaining.
Nessus, no wait. Do you actually have 0 subscribers?
They don't
Yeah.
have a single life worth saving.
No, you don't. You have 3.
I have 3?
Yeah.
What?
Famous alert! What the hell? Hide me from the
Wait,
paparazzi.
who is my 1 subscriber?
Probably me.
How do I see? How do I see subscribers?
Yeah,
Well,
how
let
do
me
I
see if I'm
see-
your subscriber. No, I'm not. I don't know who your 1 subscriber is then.
I think it's my mom. Number 1 fan. Yeah, Jared. So maybe. There was one on C-Long. Yeah, they're going B for sure.
Spike down B.
Maybe. Yeah, right there.
One enemy remaining.
Time to die. Don't make a fuss.
You fucking sabotaged me from getting a good weapon, you fucking idiot.
Homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being here. Like, wait, y'all need a gun? I'll spot you.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Why are you requesting that?
I don't want the frenzy.
Straight up, the straight up frenzy is probably the worst weapon in the entire game. I would actually unironically rather have the classic pistol than a frenzy. It is only good close range, and there's not many situations when it would beat literally any other weapon close range.
BB.
I love BB.
Jared,
guns.
you are supposed to fucking watch this. Okay.
What? Watch what?
Go in there, and then if you die, tell me. I'll be paying attention to the kill. Okay, so you're not... Okay, Jared. Go to A. Okay.
Spike
They
planted.
told me go in there, and if you die, tell me. And I went in there, and I didn't die, so I didn't tell you.
It's not your fault. It's our team's fault. They told us B, and it wasn't B. Because one guy saw... There was a guy who saw a fucking... He was like, oh, that's all of them. Dude, these are headshots. This game is not recognizing headshots because they hate games. It's a really fucking stupid... There's somebody to your left. Literally left, right. They're left! Jared, you're about to get... You're so stupid.
There is no way I
Did
could
you
have won
guys-
that.
There's someone
Did
to
you
your
guys-
left. You could at least shoot them.
You guys hear
No,
Fez
but
from
I thought it'd be
Euphoria
funnier than
die?
not.
I did hear that. That was really sad.
You hear Pee-wee Herman died?
I didn't see how he...
He
That's
killed
it. I saw that.
himself.
Fez?
That's not true.
Yeah, Fez killed himself.
Really?
Wait,
Yeah. Fez?
I don't know who Fez
Angus
is.
Cloud, I think his name is.
I'm no
almost
clue who that
certain
is.
he died from autoerotic asphyxiation.
Hey, Carter, can you do me a favor and shut the fuck up?
Placing swarm grenade.
Okay, so no one's on C, so I don't know if they are here or not.
Swarm grenade out.
Did he really kill someone?
Yeah.
That's fucked. I didn't know that.
Turret destroyed.
Like, did he overdose or what?
One enemy
I'm looking it up.
remaining.
You're welcome.
Up and away.
Last player standing.
Almost
Sana,
lost
sana.
that. Yeah, I almost lost that, but I keep my cool.
If they mess with
It
one of us,
said no
they mess
cause
with all
of
of
death was given, but my coworker found on Twitter found a Twitter post that said he killed himself. So that's
I
what
don't
I've
know
been
who
telling
you're
you.
talking
Go
about
here.
still.
Go C. Go C. You don't go that way. Go to... Okay, good. He's a character in Euphoria.
Oh.
This is kind of fucked, but when I found out that he died, I said double homicide because his character is also dead in the show.
That's awesome, bro.
Guys here. Okay,
They're coming
C.
too
They're
long.
C.
They're coming.
BB.
Shoot them. They're playing you, but
Spike
They are still
planted.
C.
One
Okay, last I
enemy
see.
remaining.
Just defuse. They're not there. They can't shoot you even in time.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die.
Y'all need a gun? I'll spot you.
I will buy.
Need a drop.
Buy that. None that I'm buying you, Jared.
Thank you.
Carter, I didn't want that.
Yeah? So why'd you request it, buddy?
Oh, it's a joke.
If you're watching this, this means I'm live right now.
I am
Again,
live
Jared,
right
you posted
now.
like 6 of those
Here's what to
videos.
expect.
I did.
And they were all different content in each.
Dude,
Yeah.
every fucking time I see one of these videos, someone comments, "You're not live."
Because they expect me to be
Oh,
live
yeah.
on TikTok, and I can't go live on TikTok.
Yeah, well, don't be a broke boy.
True. Your Matt
I was
Walsh
holding
video
the
got
frenzy.
views, by the way.
I would not have died if you didn't buy me the frenzy, Carter.
Why are you holding the frenzy, Jared? One was detained? Who is that stupid?
Mm.
They're not pushing back, are they? Are they going back on A? Because they're not here. Outside, outside.
Spike planted.
I'm watching here.
Got him. Enemy C.
Okay, both on site, both on site. This Reyna is so bad.
One
Are you
enemy
spectating the
remaining.
Reyna? Oh shit.
Yeah. They killed him one.
Yeah, with the most overpowered weapon in the world.
Did you really expect that to work?
You know, Jared, you're doing well. You're doing better than I am.
I'm so good the game.
Deep breaths, everyone.
It's because of all
Your
those
hearts
frenzies
are
I bought you.
pounding.
True. Can I have a frenzy?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I get an assist for every kill that a gun I buy you with.
Is that true?
No.
I figured.
That would be insane. You would just buy for, like, they would just literally,
Down,
for your
guns up,
entire team,
get
you would just be
deadly.
like, buy for the person on your left or something. And you would all be able to get the same equipment.
They're coming, see long.
Shutting them down.
Okay, Jared. I'm gonna do
Freeze
this
suppressed.
strat. It's called using my ultimate, okay? Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
gonna use it right
know
now.
what this shit is.
It just prevents them from seeing. That's it. You can reposition.
I think they're going on A.
Oh shit. Forgot to say
No,
good night.
no, wait.
Nope.
Fast girl is fucking neon.
Good night, chat.
No, they're still here. They're still here.
Spike down.
Good night,
C.
chat. Good night,
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat.
Fold it.
My god, my bad.
I'm watching. You're not doing anything.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Enemy C.
Dizzy's up top.
Dizzy has sight.
One enemy remaining.
Split spike. They're still there. We're good.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm watching stuff. We're good. Don't be, don't be.
Last player standing.
Okay, so
That's right. You tell him.
when I said don't peek,
Last round before the switch.
Equip yourselves.
So, money day. Y'all need a gun? Spot you. Bandit.
Need a drop.
spit never gets old.
I'm saving.
No, Jared, don't stand here. Go. Oh, no one's on A. Okay. Wow.
Tangles
Awesome.
incoming. Light them up.
I have an op on this. I'm not gonna keep it, but it's just for holding this angle. It's a really easy.
The hunt begins.
Alright, rotate. I have ult, so I intend on using it.
Turn down. They will cover.
Good ult,
I need a revive.
Spike down A.
Is there someone there? Your left?
I need a revive.
I killed one person. I don't know. Guys, a revive, go. I'm alive. Uh-oh.
One enemy remaining.
Holy shit, I'm fucking goated.
But
Or our
I
language.
don't know what
You fucking monkey. We have women in the Czech language.
Hold on.
We know what it is.
Piping in for just say stupid shit, right? We're talking.
Alright.
Your language point is stupid. It's pointless.
It'll be okay.
We all have the
Maybe my point is stupid.
Bye, baby.
Oh,
His
man.
point is stupid. He's a fucking idiot.
No handbook.
They, whatever the fuck, I don't care.
What did you ask for? What gun? Buy a flashbang, okay? Buy a flashbang here. You can only afford one, but it's worth it.
I'm not gonna use it.
Well, you need to use it. You can either buy that or like the grenade thing, because both of those are really good for attacking A. You can throw the grenade into tower. No one can watch tower for a couple seconds. Or you can use the flash for just initiating it and all that.
Or I can do this.
You are so fucking stupid. Alright, awesome waste of util.
Enemy spotted A.
One suppressed.
Enemy spotted A.
Found them. Alarm bot down.
Spike landed. Thanks, Wings.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Wait.
One enemy remaining.
They're over here.
Reloading.
They're going short. Go short. Go short right here.
Here. Don't worry, friends. It hurts, but
I don't know
Frenzy.
if this team knows. That's right. Oh, it's such a bad weapon. You don't.
Frenzy only challenge.
Frenzy only challenge.
Yep.
Right there.
You could rather. I mean, I think it'd be easier to fucking do knife only. You can just hide behind a corner and stab someone in the back when they aren't paying attention, and they get really mad at it. So it's useful. It's a rage tool.
Right there.
There.
Let's go, man.
Obscuring blocking vision.
planting.
Here. Walk on site.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Found them. Alarm bot down. Placing swarm grenade.
Knife deployed. One suppressed.
Enemy spotted mid.
Obstacle removed.
Multiple enemies A.
And you're done. Dizzy's up top.
God damn it. They're both over there. We're good. You like that, right? It's they call it exploding corgi. It is maybe the dumbest spray in all of human existence.
The corgi guy, he blow up, go ah. Do you think he did 9/11?
No, that was Bush.
True.
Anyways, I will say, I don't understand the whole 9/11 thing. Like, no offense to people that think Bush did 9/11, but the argument, lighter fluid can't burn metal. Yeah, but
can't.
like, it can't burn it. But you know what can, cause a tower to fall? A plane crashing into it and destroying the structural support.
Damn it, yeah. And it can heat it to a temperature where it's much easier.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Rash is ready.
Wow.
I'm good for 3.
Display spike.
And there's plenty of other stuff that can burn, not just...
One enemy remaining.
Come on, where's the fucking last one? I'm watching play. You don't have to do that.
And the motivation for it doesn't really make that much sense either.
Don't watch single. Dude, our Reyna is watching my fucking angle. Probably just Leah.
Blow him up, Mosh.
How did he die to that?
He was gonna
He
defuse it.
ran into it. He was gonna defuse it as it was exploding.
Listen, he was just trying to sacrifice himself for the greater good.
Y'all need a gun?
Y'all need a gun? I'll
Need a
spot
drum.
you.
Need a drop.
Want something, Jared?
Shorty only challenge, let's
literally
go!
I mean, you're doing what the fucking Reyna's doing. Controversial opinion. Let's go see. Let's go see. Just rush. Just fucking. We have a sniper. So.
No!
Alright, I'm planting for the fucking operator. I'm not seeing anyone on site. I'm gonna fucking lock this thing.
Spike sticky. Thanks, little man.
Hey.
Right there.
Reyna, go there. Reyna, go long. I'm holding you single. You can go long.
Enemy C.
Reloading.
Dizzy's up. Someone's there.
He's just fucking firing with no fucking sight.
Me.
One enemy remaining.
Skill.
Stop using that weapon. Yeah, just run. Just save guns.
My friend's here, or my shorty. Died again.
Match point.
I don't know how to spell Phoenix, but I want to say Yo Phoenix. You know, if you start defusing, when the bomb is about to blow up, it won't stop it.
Right there.
I don't know how to spell his name.
Maybe there's enough time. You don't
Let's
know.
go mid. Let's go mid.
Careful here.
Good.
Careful here. There. Careful here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
There's this guy there, and they did a ton of damage.
Wingman's planting. Up you go. Shot my wing.
No!
Saw you.
He's dead. How did she fucking do that?
Right there. Turret's destroyed. Concealment. Spike is here.
Yeah, so that's a plant. I'm on fucking 31 health. Sure. Yeah, you're
I got the spike. Spike's down. Right there.
I have ult, so I'm gonna use it if
Concealment.
it gets airy.
Right there.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Unity.
Damn.
Attackers win.
Jared, look at me. Spectate me. I used my ult, and then I had it just look at my character. And
Yeah, because you're Frank Ocean.
Boy. That was my nickname in high school.
I don't think it was.
You don't know, bro. Are you enough?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Unless you want to play something else, but
No, I'm gonna I'm gonna make a few shorts, I think, and then go to sleep.
Okay, never mind. I don't want to hang out with you. Okay. I'm gonna make it. It's an addiction for you.
It is. I love dopamine. I love dopamine. I love dopamine.
Well, no, I think it would have been funnier to just say that about someone with a job. You do it all fucking day, dude. It's all you think about, dude. You clearly have an addiction.
I mean, we call people workaholics. That's fair to say sometimes.
Yeah, but it was just funnier to be like someone that complains about it. Just like,
oh, I hate my job. You do it all the fucking time. What do you mean you hate it? That's all you do. You get up and you do your job.
You wake up every morning so early just so you can do your fucking job.
That's my impression of people who do their job.
That's my impersonation of my dad.
Do you think
my dad was like... Go ahead.
Do you think Best Buy got back to me? They did, and I already checked.
No, I don't think they got back to you because they smelled you through the camera.
They probably did.
And it's that potent.
Anyway,
and then
what's your dad?
My dad was fucking talking about how everyone needs to work until they die.
That's awesome.
My dad doesn't really believe in retirement. He doesn't think he's gonna retire. And I'm like, okay, but at least recognize that like humans aren't meant to just work.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. Oh fuck. I have to be up bright and early for these damn fucking classes, and people are gonna text me about it and be like, hey, did you do your thing yet? And I'm gonna text them back at fucking 2 p.m. and be like, yeah, I was asleep and now I have really shitty classes. It's not my fault, but it is my fault. All right, I'll see you.
Yep. See you.
Yep.
See you. Wait, hold on. Okay. I have to go to my ending thing on stream. You've seen it before, right?
I saw one with like the Barbie.
No, that was when I went to see the Barbie movie.
Did you actually? Is that why you were not there?
Yeah.
So you saw it?
Yeah. That's why I said on my stream, BRB chat, watching the Barbie movie right now.
I thought it was just a joke, dude.
That would be a killer bit.
Okay, wait, so you're live right now?
Yeah.
Goodbye, chat. What is that a character I know that's going into the air? And is he ever gonna come down, or is
the stream ends when he goes off stream?
So this isn't the last time to say a slur in front of everyone?
Yeah.
I'm gonna time it for when the beat drops. That slur.